Thanks for joining me live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. O.J. Simpson's family about to speak to media any moment. Thanks for joining us. Again, thank you for joining me live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We are just streaming for you right now outside the courthouse where O.J. Simpson was just granted parole in Nevada today. His family is about to speak any moment. Now, anybody who missed the parole hearing or any of the moments from earlier this morning, just head to the video section on our YouTube page. We have it clipped there in full, the full hearing, his reaction, the press conferences, and so much more. Again, that's on the video section of our YouTube page, as well as tune in to Fox 10 Phoenix live on the broadcast at 5 o'clock, 6, and 9 o'clock tonight, where we will be showing you all of that footage as well from earlier today. But again, you can find them on the video section of our YouTube page as well if you want to see them now. I'll also be replaying those later today for you guys here on the web. Hopefully, when I see Fox 10 anchor John Hook come into the studio here, I'm going to have him up on my show to discuss what it was like covering the O.J. Simpson murder trial years ago. He covered that extensively early on in his career. He has great stories from covering that event. So I'd love to have you guys listen in on what John Hook has to say about covering that story years ago, as well as this parole hearing. So really interesting stuff today. Again, if you're just joining us, this is O.J. Simpson's family about to come out and speak to the media. Right now, it looks like they're just getting ready, probably talking to lawyers, trying to figure out what exactly to say, because, they're going to be speaking to the media. Also reading some of your comments, hundreds of you watching on Facebook as well as YouTube right now, before we go live on the broadcast at 5 o'clock. Will saying he's innocent. Saucy Drip saying he didn't do it. Ethan saying, yeah, who knows? So a lot of you guys have different opinions about this. Dennis says the money he makes from the book. Dennis, good point. Actually, I was watching Fox News last night, The 5 on Fox News, and they were talking about what is OJ going to do when he gets out. He owes, so much when he gets out. Well, he can't. He could write another book, but what is he going to write this time? He already released that book after the murder trial. He already did that once. That was his ticket to getting more money. What's he going to do now for money? You know, that's one question a lot of people are asking. Again, sorry about that, guys. Just turn the mics off because I just saw Fox 10 anchor John Hook come into the studio. He's just getting ready. He's going to come up here with me at 2 o'clock to discuss his personal experience covering the O.J. Simpson murder trial from years ago, as well as this parole hearing. So a lot to talk about today. We thank you for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. If you're just joining us, again, O.J. Simpson granted parole today, and we're just waiting for his family to come out of this building here and speak to the media for the very first time in a long time. You know, O.J. Simpson was just granted parole, and he'll be released from prison as early as October, you guys. The NFL Hall of Famer learned his fate Thursday after Nevada's Board of Parole Commissioners deliberated for a half hour and made the determination today. Now, the earliest O.J. can be released from Lovelock Correctional Center is October 1st. Pretty crazy, you know, to think about. He's going to be getting out just this October 1st. I know a lot of you have different opinions about this. Some of you, you know, love that he's getting out. Some of you think that the sentence was not long enough. We accept any and all opinions here. Feel free to tweet at me. My handle's Mary Kate TV. Tweet at our station handle, Fox 10 Phoenix, or let me know in the live chat section of our YouTube stream or in the comment section of our Facebook live stream. We have so many ways for you guys to reach out to us. I want to include your opinions here on the show. That's what's great about our show, is we get to talk to you guys live through social media as we're streaming this live footage. We can tap into every Fox camera from across the United States. And right now we're in Nevada, streaming this for you, waiting for his family to come out. And again, I do want to stress that if you missed that parole hearing, do not worry. We're going to be covering it again on the 6 o'clock news and the 5 o'clock news tonight on Fox 10 Phoenix, as well as you can find them right now on the video section of our YouTube page, the full hearing, the press conferences, OJ's reaction, every single bit from this parole hearing today. We've got it on our YouTube page. So I'll pull those up later on in the stream as well for you guys to watch if you want to stick with me here live on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. And then I will be having John Hook up here in about 20 minutes to talk to me about his personal experiences covering the O.J. Simpson murder trial. You guys wouldn't believe this story he has to tell me, what he had to do to get into O.J.'s neighborhood. That's a crazy story, and I can't wait for him to tell it to you guys coming up in about 20 minutes. But again, if you guys are just joining me here live on Fox News Now, O.J. Simpson just granted parole, and he'll be released from prison as early as October. The NFL Hall of Famer learned his fate Thursday after Nevada's Board of Parole Commissioners deliberated for a half hour and made the determination today. Now, the earliest O.J. can be released from Lovelock Correctional Center is October 1st. The panel included the chairman and 3 commissioners. The board also brought up O.J.'s 1995 acquittal, but only to say it did not factor into their decision. No one testified against O.J. at the hearing today, and Bruce Fremont, one of the victims in the armed robbery, testified supporting O.J.'s release. O.J. said Bruce has already accepted his apology. O.J. has served 9 years of a maximum 33-year prison sentence after he was convicted of armed robbery in 2008. Now, you guys might recall he was attempting to retrieve some of his memorabilia in Las Vegas, but said he had no clue the crew he was rolling with was armed. The 70-year-old apologized for the role he played in the robbery. He said he offered no excuses during his 9-year stay behind bars and would have no problem with any parole conditions imposed on him. In 1995, O.J. was acquitted of murder charges in the killing of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman in the so-called trial of the century. We thank you for watching with us live today on the Fox News Now stream. A lot of you commenting your thoughts and opinions. I'd love to read anything that you guys have to say, any questions I'd love to take as well. Ethan saying, yeah, his money won't be given to him. It will be used to pay off the family during the lawsuit. Ethan, great point. A lot of people are asking about that. What is he going to do for money when he gets out? Now, after the acquittal, he was able to write a book, and that got him a lot of money. What's he going to do now? Obviously there are a lot of possibilities for O.J. Simpson, probably a lot of television possibilities, because whether or not you hate the guy or love the guy, people are fascinated with this story. People are so drawn to the drama, to this story. And John Hook actually brought up a really great point to me yesterday. He said, well, what about the millennials, the people who weren't even born yet when this case happened, the murder trial, I mean? Why would they care? I said, you know what? They still get it. There have been so many shows coming out in the past year that have brought to light the story yet again. You might know the American crime story, O.J. Simpson versus the People, that was released on FX last year, now streaming on Netflix for everybody to watch. That really brought up, for anybody who was too young to know what was going on, that really brought to light again the O.J. trial. And a lot of people watched that show and became interested. And before that show aired on FX, they broadcasted documentary after documentary on FX, TBS, every major news channel, and ESPN as well released a documentary. So that really brought to light again the O.J. case for anyone who might have been too young to remember it. So that was my answer to John Hook when he said, what about the millennials who don't know about this case? Who's O.J. to them? I think people now, they get it. They get it. With these shows coming out, and just in general being known, just knowing the news, knowing the history of O.J. Simpson, people get what happened back then. But not to keep bringing up the murder trial, because again, this was the parole hearing for a totally different case. He was sentenced to 9 to 33 years, and today he was granted that parole. Now we're going to be hearing live, any moment, from his family members and much more. We just saw his defense lawyer walking by there. We'll be hearing from him again. It looks like they are walking over right now, so I'm going to turn up the volume. Let's hear what they have to say.
All right, hello again. I'm now with Simpson family members and friends. Arnell Simpson is here, which is Mr. Simpson's oldest daughter. Shirley Baker's here, who's Mr. Simpson's sister, and Mr. Simpson's long-term friend, Tom Scotto. We're all here, and they're not going to make any statements, but I'll try to answer some questions if at all possible. So, again, your full name, your news organization, and your parent company. Yes.
What did he say?
Not disclosing any conversations we had with Mr. Simpson following the hearing. That's family time. It's not privileged because, he wasn't communicating with me one-on-one. His family was there, but it's still confidential. So if Mr. Simpson wants to tell you, he'll tell you. Next question. Well, they're very elated, and as a matter of fact, I can speak for them a little bit. One of the things that was going on actually in the room at the time that the decision was made, and it kind of, I wouldn't say it distracted me, it got me a little bit emotional as well, was that when, obviously the first commissioner said he was inclined to grant, and Mr. Simpson starts getting a little anxious and stuff, and I said, hold on, there's 3 to go. At least I wiggle that way. And then obviously Arnell was overcome a little bit, and she was sitting there on my right-hand side, the commissioner's left side. And so that was I kind of heard her saying that. So it was obviously a very emotional time. And Mr. Simpson, obviously, he was a little bit emotional as well. And even I got a little bit emotional, I have to tell you.
Did Arnell or Shirley or Tom add something?
Nope. No, not adding anything directly. Next question. All right. "36 birthdays. What every family who has someone who gets out on parole is looking forward to. They're just happy they have their loved one back. You know, flaws, warts and all. This is a person that has loved them, cared for them, taken care of their needs, been there for them. They've been there for him. Every single thing you can think about. So if he's out, obviously good eating, good, you know, enjoying some entertainment, any of that stuff. All that he can do with his family. I do know that I can tell you this. There are family members and friends and loved ones that have passed away during his time here. And he's obviously not, he's a little bummed out that he was not on the outside to be able to pay his proper respects. So he does want to address that. And that's it. And then obviously he wants to keep a very low profile. Next question. All right. He's not answering any questions, Ken. They have to be directed towards me. That's undetermined right now, but I will tell you this in the interest of just giving you a little teaser. Mr. Simpson has plenty of options, okay? He has plenty of options, so that's, you know, where he's going to be with Mr. Scotto or anything else, that's to be determined. Any more questions? Thank you. All right, I appreciate you guys coming out, and hopefully you guys can find your way back to Reno, because you're out in the middle of nowhere, which still surprises me to this date. So safe travels. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Well, you heard it here first on Fox. That was O.J. Simpson's lawyer and his family members. I'm surprised that his family members chose not to say anything. We were hoping we were going to hear a little bit from them, but not today. We did hear from his lawyer, though. Obviously, the last words he said were, you know, I'm surprised you guys are out here in the middle of nowhere, but, you know, it's really not that surprising. People, still years later, are still fascinated by this case, about the murder trial, about now this parole. Everyone's still fascinated with O.J. Simpson. Let me know in the live chat section of our YouTube stream your thoughts today about the parole hearing. What do you think about O.J. Simpson being granted parole? We're still live right now in Nevada. You can see family getting in their vehicle, leaving the scene here. I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor John Hook up here with me any moment to discuss his experience covering the O.J. Simpson murder trial years ago, as well as this trial, this hearing today, O.J. Simpson being granted parole. Well, there it is, everybody. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear more from anybody involved in this case. We're still live in Nevada right now. If you missed the parole hearing, I'm going to play that for you here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as having John Hook up here in just a few minutes to discuss his personal experience covering the O.J. Simpson murder trial, as well as covering this parole hearing today. So I'll have John Hook up here with me in just a few moments to discuss that. And then as well, I'm going to be playing for you the parole hearing in case you missed it. Thank you for watching with me live here today on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. I know thousands of you watching live with us here on the web will also be live at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the broadcast. Fox 10 Phoenix, if you want to join us there as well, we'll be covering all of the updates. But the beauty of this show right now is that we get to cover for you all of the latest that we know. We get to tap into every Fox camera from across the United States, stream for you unedited live footage. This is all unscripted, so very, raw stuff here that we get to stream for you guys. It does look like they just gave us a live look of the White House right now, so I'm going to go ahead and come on camera. Hey guys, thanks for watching with me. I'm your host, Mary Kate. Again, I'm going to have John Hook up here with me very soon to discuss this story. You guys wouldn't believe this story that he told me yesterday, the things he had to do to cover this O.J. Simpson case. As you can remember, it was a media circus. They still call it the trial of the century. And, there was a time where, John Hook had to try and get into OJ's neighborhood to cover what was going on. And he couldn't get in, and he had to maneuver his way. He had to do something to get into OJ Simpson's neighborhood years ago during this murder case. And I can't wait to have John Hook up here with me to tell you that story. It's a very incredible story that I can't wait for you guys to hear. But right now, if you missed the parole hearing, and I do want to mention we still have live outside right now in Nevada. It looks like someone else could be speaking soon, so I'll keep an eye on this feed for you guys. If anyone else speaks again, I'll be sure to take you there. But right now, I do want to replay for you this parole hearing from today, because I know a lot of you that are just now coming into the stream didn't get a chance to see it. Again, keeping my eye on the live feed as well, our live feed board behind me as well. Thanks for joining me today live on the stream. And please continue your comments in the live chat section of our YouTube stream, as well as the comment section on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook live stream. And again, we will be live on the broadcast at 5 and 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock tonight to break down all the details from this parole hearing today. Again, he has been granted parole. So a lot of people not surprised by this. Following the rules in the justice system, a lot of people aren't surprised. He played it by the book. They looked at his health, they looked at his age, they looked at his criminal background, which, as you know, he was acquitted in that murder trial. So not much of a criminal background, if you can believe it. So some people not surprised that he was granted parole. Others are shocked that he was granted parole. So I'd love to hear from you guys. We accept any and all opinions here on the stream. Feel free to tweet at me as well. My handle is Mary Kate TV, or tweet at our show handle, Fox 10 Phoenix. Any of your comments, I'd love to pull your tweets up here on the show. But right now, I'm going to take you to this parole hearing from earlier today. Our anchor, Shepard Smith in New York, led this parole hearing. So I'm going to take you back to this, replay it for you guys. And when John Hook comes up here with me, I'll cut out and we'll go live with our discussion. So here we go, everybody.
Good afternoon from New York. I'm Shepard Smith on the Fox News deck, and this is special coverage of the O.J. Simpson parole hearing on Fox News Channel and Fox television stations. A live look at the parole board room in Carson City, Nevada. 4 commissioners are about to decide whether Orenthal James Simpson walks free on parole or stays behind bars. He's been locked up for 9 years now after a jury convicted him of felony charges related to a robbery at a hotel room in Las Vegas. It was a stunning fall for a man who dodged a murder conviction in the trial of the century.
Mr. Simpson is a wanted murder suspect.
Then the white Bronco.
Just throw the gun out the window.
O.J. on the run after the death of his ex-wife and her friend.
All I did was love her, cuz. All I did was love her.
His trial lasted nearly a year.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
And they did.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
The wrongful death case ended differently. but for years, relative quiet. Until that night in Vegas. O.J. Simpson said he tried to get back memorabilia from collectors. Cops called it a crime.
I didn't mean to steal anything from anybody, and I didn't know I was doing anything illegal.
And the judge sent the juice to prison. Which leads us here. A live look now, the medium security prison from which O.J. Simpson will appear on video conference. We're expecting his parole hearing to begin at any moment. He's serving now a sentence of 9 to 33 years for his role in that armed robbery of 2 sports memorabilia agents at a Las Vegas hotel room in 2007. The commissioners are speaking. Let's listen.
Right? Makes us put more space for me. Hold on.
O.J. Simpson's defense argued that he was just trying to get back things that belonged to him, but the jury did not buy it. O.J. is scheduled to face the same 4 board members who in 2013 granted him parole on some of the charges on which a jury convicted him. Now the board is to consider paroling him on the remaining counts. We expect a ruling today, potentially within the next hour. And there O.J. Simpson is now walking into the courtroom or at the prison there at the age of 70, smiling ear to ear. And here we go.
Thank you.
And you are Orenthal James Simpson?
Correct.
And Mr. Simpson, will you please give me your NDOC number for the record?
1027820.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Simpson. And you're represented by whom this morning?
Malcolm Laverne, my attorney.
Okay, and welcome, Mr. Laverne. Mr. Simpson, the first thing I'm going to do is put on the record your notice of this hearing and advisement of rights and ask you if you will recognize your signature for me, please.
Yes, I believe, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Having recognized your signature, I'll declare for the record that you've been properly noticed and will go forward. I'm Chairman Bisbee.
Okay.
With me this morning to the right is Commissioner Endel. To my left is Commissioner Jackson, and then to her left is Commissioner Corda. We're seeing you this morning on an aggregated case sentence, and that is cases number C237890, count 9, assault with a deadly weapon, C237890, count 6, use of deadly weapon enhancement, C237890, count 10, assault with a deadly weapon, C237890, count 5, use of a deadly weapon enhancement, C237890, count 8, use of a deadly weapon enhancement, C237890, count 7, use of a deadly weapon enhancement. And one of the things I want you to make you aware, those enhancements include both to the kidnapping and the robbery charges, even though they're not necessarily the way I've said it, make that clear. And a caseworker LaFleur, I have a parole eligibility date of October 1, 2017 with a current expiration date of September 29, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct. I have a parole eligibility date of October 1st, 2017. And an expiration date of September 29, 2020.
Now, at this point, caseworker LaFleur, is there anything that would change that parole eligibility date?
That parole eligibility date is not going to change.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Simpson, you are getting the same hearing that everyone else gets. I want to make that clear from the get-go. However, since we have a crowd of people here that have not taken advantage of our public meetings before in order to attend a hearing, some of the things I'm going to say are going to get a little bit lengthy. So you will understand everything, but it will be new information for some other folks. So just wanted to let you know that from the get-go. So I will tell you that as appointed members of the Nevada Board of Parole Commissioners, we have an ethical duty to consider each inmate for parole in a fair and consistent manner. Like other parole boards across the country, our responsibilities include needing to balance prisoner rehabilitation with public safety, as well as taking action that considers the interests of justice. So that's what we're doing here this morning. We have adopted a guideline to assist us in making consistent decisions. We apply the elements and factors of our guideline to each inmate being considered for parole. A component of the guideline is our risk assessment. The board uses a scientifically developed, validated risk assessment as part of its parole guideline. The risk assessment helps us determine which inmates are more or less likely to return to prison if we release them on parole. Using a risk assessment is not unique to Nevada, as a number of other state parole boards also use them. We have revalidated our assessment 3 separate times in the past 14 years, and it has consistently shown to be predictive. Using this risk assessment has significantly improved our overall performance. I'm going to go over each of those items of the risk assessment with you at this time. And just as an aside, this risk assessment is being revalidated even as we speak by the JFA Institute. So it's pretty darn predictive is the bottom line here. So my first question for you, Mr. Simpson, were you arrested for the first time at the age of 24 or older?
I was arrested for the first time, I think, at the age of 46 or 47.
You were over the age of 24?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And am I correct that you have never been on parole or probation before, therefore you have never had a parole or probation revocation?
That is correct.
Okay. And I have...
All right, everybody. Well, now I have Fox 10 anchor John Hook up here with me. I've been teasing this story you told me yesterday all afternoon about what you had to do to cover the O.J. murder trial back in the day.
Man.
You know, I loved that story. Are you willing to tell it?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. The day of the verdict, Rick Davis, an African-American photographer here at Fox 10, Rick and I were covering the verdict and flew out to L.A. to cover it. And we're in what was called Camp OJ, across the street from the courthouse in downtown LA. And that morning, when the verdict was going to come in, this is on the double murder, the original trial in 1994.
Yes.
That stretched into 95. It was October 3rd, I think, 1995.
Which again, you mentioned it's crazy that he's going to be getting out in October.
Almost to the anniversary of his acquittal.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were in that compound across the street. Charles Ziwi from CNN at the time was next to me at my broadcast position.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, all these cops came around. We were in a fenced-off area.
Okay.
They came around before the verdict, about 2 hours before the verdict, and all of a sudden, with chains, with links, you know, this big, started chaining up our cyclone fencing that encased that area where we were covering the verdict.
You were probably thinking,
well, I looked at Rick and I said, they're expecting trouble. They are expecting trouble.
Oh,
and there was a huge crowd gathered across the street from the courthouse and right next to the courthouse. We were across the street. There was a huge crowd gathered right on the sidewalk, and it was getting bigger, and it was taking up the whole street. And I thought, they're expecting trouble. And I'm thinking, if this verdict is guilty, we could have real trouble down here. And this is
riots,
a couple years after the riots in LA. So there was a lot of angst. Everybody was kind of looking around going, wow, these guys are not messing around.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, all these cops come in on horseback. Now they've got the police on horseback. It was a scene out there.
They were really preparing
for potential trouble.
Yeah.
And then when the roar went up, when the verdict was not guilty, which I was actually expecting because the jury didn't deliberate. I mean, they deliberated a few hours and said, we've got it. And that's how we were able to fly out, because they said they're going to read the verdict the next day. So I really thought, because the deliberations were short, that it was going to be a not guilty. Because I thought, you can't go through all of that evidence that was given over a 9-month period, I believe, and even just mitigating or anything, and come up with a decision that quickly.
Yeah.
And you've heard the jurors interviewed in the years past, intervening years, saying that they had watched it every day and they knew where they were by the end of that trial. which was not guilty.
Wow.
But I believed it was going to be not guilty.
Because I remember I asked you yesterday, because some people were shocked, but you said you kind of knew, you had a hunch.
My co-anchor at the time, Robin Garrison, who I sat next to, she said it's guilty, absolutely. And I said, I don't think so.
Really?
And we had a little wager on it, actually. But,
yeah. I think a lot of people were betting on that. People were betting on this today, too.
So, and I know you've got some tape from,
yes,
and we'll show that, but just to give you the background, when the verdict came out, I was watching it just to show you how times change. You would get it on your phone now.
Yeah.
We were watching it on a tiny little television with a little antenna. It was one of these little box TVs with a screen about this big, right?
So 90s.
And everybody was huddled around it, and we were watching the verdict. And I'll tell you, when that verdict came, the roar that went up from that crowd, predominantly African-American crowd, cheering, ecstatic, that finally, in their mind, an African-American man, an African-American suspect, had beat back the predominantly white LAPD and a justice system that had been very harsh on African Americans. There was a feeling, and I interviewed people that day who said, we finally got one. We finally won one. It was about evening the score rather than whether OJ was guilty or not. And it was about sending a message to LAPD as well.
Yeah.
It was classic jury nullification.
Yeah.
They had the facts. There was more than enough there. Forget Furman for a minute. There was more than enough there to say that, the DNA was so overwhelming.
Yeah.
That there is no other reasonable explanation than that O.J. Simpson killed these people, and I believe he did.
And I think that's why it's still
in fact,
today
I have no doubt he did.
Yeah.
None.
And that's why today is
and I have
such
inside
a story.
information on this as well from people who travel in his circle.
This is why I have John Hook up here with me, you guys, because he always has inside information, which I love.
Well,
but you know, because you covered it.
I even understand now,
Yeah.
and knew back from a conversation that I had with someone in the sports world about Marcus Allen and that connection between Marcus Allen and Nicole Simpson. That is the thing that set OJ off that night.
Really?
Yes, according to my source.
Because of their relationship and...
Nicole and Marcus Allen were sleeping together.
Okay.
Marcus Allen and O.J. Simpson were very tight. There was a rivalry there.
Yeah.
But they were definitely having relations. And O.J. was like, look, we're not together now. And you can have anybody you want, but you're going to pick one of my best friends to have an affair with. He felt that she was rubbing his nose in it.
Yeah.
So he drove by, my source, OJ drove by her house that night to just check on her, which he did a lot, to see who she was hanging with, and saw Marcus Allen's car out in front of Nicole's house.
And lost it.
And completely lost it. And when I was told this back in 1995, the other person I was with, we looked at each other, and who's a political figure here in Arizona. We were out on a golf course, actually, when this discussion came up. And we looked at each other and we said, that's the first thing that's made sense. What caused him that night to lose his mind?
See, I thought maybe it was that Ron Goldman was coming over and he thought maybe they were sleeping together and that's what set him off.
I don't think that. I believe that Ron Goldman stumbled into that scene at the wrong time.
Yeah, because everyone has said for years they were just friends. He was just returning glasses.
Yes.
Who knows? But
well, here's the other thing. He's a young guy. He may have thought, I'm going to return the glasses, and who knows what might happen after that.
Sure,
that's
makes
how
sense.
A young guy thinks.
Yeah.
Right?
That makes sense.
Right?
Sure.
But there's no evidence that they had anything
Yeah.
Romantic going on. But that is the first thing that ever made sense to me about this case.
Has that ever been covered, or that's just something that flies under the radar?
Ironically, and I've told a few people about this through the years, and the source is impeccable. The source is impeccable.
Yeah.
It came out in this recent OJ Made in America. They alluded to it very strongly. Her diary talked about, Marcus makes me feel beautiful and smart. And they were definitely having something going on. Marcus, under deposition, under oath, said they did not have a sexual relationship. But he was married at the time.
Yeah.
And who knows how far he's going to go to try to protect that and not, get involved in the middle of this.
Sure. That makes so much sense.
It totally makes sense. It's a jealous rage killing, and that's exactly what it looked like. at the crime scene.
It looked like such a crime of passion with the
But up until that
multiple
point,
stabbings.
I thought, what could have set him off to do this?
Yeah, why this night? Why
that
now?
night?
Yeah.
Why that night? And so the word is, when he drove by and saw Marcus's car, he went back to Rockingham, got dressed in black and got a knife and went back to confront them both.
Oh my gosh.
To say, this is BS.
Yeah.
What do you got? You know, he was going to confront them both.
And it happened to be.
And when
sadly,
when
Ron
he got
Goldman.
back, Marcus had left. This explains the candles on inside and the music playing and the whole bit.
Yeah.
It explains it.
That really makes sense.
No, well, it did to me.
Yeah.
And the person who shared this story with me is an impeccable source.
And what's interesting, too, I've watched documentary after documentary, and they never mention that because of that.
They kind of alluded to it in OJ Made in America. They allude to it.
Yeah. I think the older ones didn't because they probably didn't.
But at any rate, so
Yeah.
the day of the verdict, when this all happened, the roar across the street, the roar in the street was deafening, and there was no trouble. There was no trouble at all. The not guilty verdict assuaged that crowd, and everybody was cool. And then I looked at Rick Davis, and I said, Rick, after we get out of here, I want to go to South Central Los Angeles and see how the verdict is playing in South Central, where the riot happened.
Good idea.
And I said, I want to go to Normandy and Florence, the intersection where Reginald Denny, in his truck, was hit with that brick during the riot as he was dragged out of his car. A guy threw a brick at his head. You've seen it.
And that,
It was absolutely violent, horrible.
Oh, yeah.
One of the most
You can't get that
inhumane
image
things
out.
I've ever witnessed. At least, I mean, I was watching it, the coverage on television. It was so, there was no humanity that day when that all started. Anybody who was white was fair game down there. And it was ugly, one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. And so Rick, who's African American, my photographer I was working with, and he kind of looked at me like, you want to go to South Central? I'm like, yes, I do. I think that's where the story is now. I want to know how this is playing in the community, this verdict.
And how that turned out.
Fascinating. Again, a lot of discussion when I was interviewing an African American man at that intersection. And Rick was put in an awkward position because here he is, an African American, hanging with a white reporter.
Sure.
Put in a kind of an awkward spot. And I didn't mean to do that, but I said, Rick, I think we got to go down there. So he's in this position where he may have to, play interference on, what could happen. So we get down there, and this guy, I said to him as I was interviewing him, I said, my friend Rick, who was the photographer, I said, he says that we could be in danger down here. Am I in danger down here? And he said, not with this verdict. And he smiled at me. And I said, so if it had been guilty, and then he went.
That gives me the chills.
Oh, it was
You're
incredible.
Just saying that.
It was incredible.
Wow.
It was incredible.
Wow.
It was an amazing experience to be there for that. And then later that day, we decide to head over to OJ's because it took a while to process him and get him out of court and all of that. So we had some time. So then we headed to Brentwood. And Rick and I got up there in a rental car, and Brentwood was sealed off. The cops had sealed it off with big barricades, red and white striped barricades.
Like the whole neighborhood?
The neighborhood, yeah, because reporters had already descended on OJ's house on Rockingham. Mm-hmm. So by the time we got there, they had sealed it off because the neighbors had had enough in Brentwood of all of this spectacle.
I'm sure.
And they didn't want any more looky-loos or reporters or anybody going in. So we get there, and it's sealed off, and I said, oh, God, man, how are we going to get in there? And I'm not kidding. 30 seconds later, I'm looking around. I'm like, how are we going to get in here? Can we walk it? How far? And we're dealing with an old map, right? There's no map quest on that. Yeah, how far is this to his house? If we hoof it with gear, with tripod and camera, how far are we going to have to go? Is it a mile? Is it 2?
Yeah.
Are we going to have to walk it? Right then, a garbage truck is coming down the street. And I said, Rick, this is our ticket in.
This is the story you guys have been waiting for.
And so we flagged the truck down. And I said, hey, man, are you going into Brentwood? Are you going near OJ's house? He goes, as a matter of fact, we are. I said, can we? And I hand him, I have money in my hand. I had a 20. which in 1994 wasn't bad.
Hey, it's still good now.
1995. Yeah. And I said, can you give us a ride in? And I hand him the money. He goes, sure. Climb on the floor. Get on the floor. So we got down on the floor of this garbage truck. And the barricades opened. The cops opened the barricades, and he rolled right in. Took us right to Rockingham. Took us right to OJ's house.
And so what'd you do? Did you kind of just get out? And
we got out. Well, at that point, you're in. There's nobody there to say you can't be here because all the media's there.
Right.
And one of the things that was an interesting spectacle that day was the ladder. There were several of them outside of OJ's compound, where tall ladders, where photographers were climbing up on the ladder to shoot down into OJ's yard.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I mean, you had the helicopters going overhead, but you had still photographers trying to get really tight shots.
So people were going to Home Depot and just
picking up ladders. And they were having a party in the backyard, getting ready for OJ to come home. In fact, he might have at that point already been home.
Like his friends and family were having a party in the backyard?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was a big soiree. And so someone there, very bright, was renting the ladder. You would pay to climb the ladder and get your shots, and then you'd walk down and somebody else would climb up and,
Smart
and go.
Guy.
But I think there were also I seem to remember that I don't think, maybe Rick will correct me on this, but I don't think we paid to climb that ladder. I think by that point there was a network ladder out there that the guy was cool. He's like, you need to get some shots, go ahead.
Yeah. But you would have paid.
There was a time, I know, that somebody was making money with the ladder, and then there were other ladders. But at any rate, that's how you got your shots into OJ's backyard.
I'd love to see a picture of that. You know, just
we've got a picture.
Lined up.
You may see a picture in the story, actually.
Yeah, let's pull that up too. This is the story, and I did get the correct audio on this package now.
Okay.
This is the story that you covered when you.
This was from the day?
This is from the day. I believe this is the one you sent me yesterday.
Oh,
right?
This was kind of a retrospective piece that we did. There'll be some clips of us the day.
Yeah, and then I think I've got
But this is also when OJ's made-for-TV movie, for lack of a better word, last year was running.
Right. So you ran this, a month ago, but then you featured the old footage from when you covered it.
No, this was almost a year ago. This was May a year ago when all of the OJ specials were coming out.
Okay. So let me pull this up, and let's play it for everybody.
October 3rd, 1995. 150 million people, over half the country, tuned in to watch the verdict of the O.J. Simpson murder trial live on television. A drama that captivated the nation. The story consumed us. A trial that lasted nearly a year took a jury less than 4 hours to reach a verdict. Photojournalist Rick Davis and I traveled to Los Angeles to cover the verdict and its aftermath. From the courthouse...
Looks like because it's such old footage, the audio didn't come through correctly.
Yeah,
sorry,
no,
guys.
there's something wrong in our system because it's only a year old, so it shouldn't be bad. But you'll see in the footage if we want to go to it, and I can talk over it if you want to just take the package.
Yeah, I've got the audio down, so we can talk over this right now.
Okay.
Let me scroll through, and you can tell me.
Okay. Rick and I both were talking, about covering this, and. This story just captivated the nation. There has rarely been, until Tiger Woods, a moment of a fall from grace in celebrity like this. I don't think, I just can't imagine it would be topped. That someone who was this beloved would end up in this situation.
And you brought up a really good point to me yesterday. You said, well, what about millennials? Do they care about this story? And here we're showing clips from the show that was just released last year on FX. I think that made anybody who might be unfamiliar with the story, which I don't know who would be unfamiliar with the story, that really brought to light again for younger people to understand the story.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got a guy who's beloved. People did not, this is our footage from outside of court, that free OJ, that was...
wow.
That was our footage.
They're on the horses. Yeah, let me go back. Let's take a look.
I
think it was
the horseback. It was just a circus. It was an absolute, right there.
Is that you?
Officers on horseback, yeah, that's me.
Wow.
And it was just beyond belief that this could be happening. Now, by this point, we were a year into this OJ business, more than a year, because the murders happened in June of 1994. So by this point, we'd all kind of grown accustomed to this story.
Yeah.
That, a lot of people believed he was a killer and the DNA was very strong and all of that. But still, verdict day, even though people had their suspicions about what was going to happen, you didn't know. And this is the guy I credit with letting this whole thing get out of control. It's not credit, it's scorn, probably. I think Lance Ito really enjoyed the celebrity of all this.
Yeah.
And he let the courtroom become a circus. Not that it may have changed the outcome, because once Furman and the racism was established, that was really a problem for the defense, or for the prosecution. For the defense, it was a gift.
But do you feel like the judge sort of wanted that praise? He sort of wanted people to like his decision? I mean, I know a lot of people said, the judge didn't know what he was doing, that he was overlooking things, that he liked all of the media attention.
Well, it's a trial that probably should have lasted, a month. Instead, it goes on for 9. There's just no reason for that. That's a scene outside of the courtroom.
Let me go back a little bit. That was the scene that day.
Yeah, that was the scene that day. That's our footage going back just a little further.
So there it is.
That's Chris Darden the day of the glove demonstration.
Is he the one that said if the glove don't fit, you must have
No,
quit?
that's Johnny Cochran who made that. But Chris Darden gave him the glove to try on for O.J. Simpson to try on, and just gave the defense a huge
I'd love to hear
boost.
what your thoughts are on that, when that happened, when he tried the glove on and stretched
Well,
his
I'm
hand
talking
out.
about, in this interview, I'm talking about that you never, ever, ever, it's one of the tenets of being an attorney. You never ask the question, or there's our footage.
So there
you never
is.
ask the question that you don't know the answer to. And in this case of the glove demonstration, Chris Darden having O.J. Simpson put on the then bloody glove, but dried bloody glove that had shrunk. It was soaked with blood. It shrunk. O.J. wasn't taking his medicine anymore for his arthritis. So now his joints are swelling. He's an actor, and you're giving him the opportunity in front of a jury to control the situation. And so he's not going to let that glove fit, no matter what they thought.
Right.
And it didn't probably fit anyway because it had shrunk so badly. Any leather product that's been soaked will shrink.
And in a way, it still got on
That's
his
Rick
hand.
Davis. That's a photographer
That you were working with that day.
And Rick still works here. Just a great guy. This moment, you can almost see OJ's heart pounding. I mean, he may have an inkling. Look at Johnny Cochran's reaction. And that was our footage from out in front of the courthouse.
The cheers. Yeah. Wow.
A deafening roar.
What were some of the signs saying? I know I paused for a second.
Oh, free OJ. Van Adder planted the blood. Furman planted the glove. All this kind of stuff. It was, this guy was, hey. He was telling me the juice is so fast, you're telling me he can't run away from this situation, and he just did, and he beat the rap, and, it's interesting.
Let's see. I don't know if the entire package has the sound a little screwed up, so let's just see real quick if we can hear this correctly.
Did he ever escape a tackle this difficult in football?
OJ didn't fumble 4 times in his career. He gonna drop a glove, another glove, a hat, socks. That's not OJ. He don't fumble.
Saying that he wouldn't have dropped a glove at the crime scene.
That he
dropped
wouldn't
another
fumble,
glove
he wouldn't do that.
at Rockingham. Dropped his knit cap. He's saying that he didn't fumble in football, so he wouldn't have dropped these items.
Was it proven that those gloves were planted, or is that still up for debate?
Oh, come on. Yeah, well, people, it may be up for debate, but let's think about this in a reasonable context. The day of the murders, when Furman went over there, nobody knows what OJ's up to. They don't know if he's in Rockingham or where he is. So without knowing if OJ has an alibi or not, you're gonna deposit a bloody glove behind his house and frame him when he might have a complete alibi that you don't know about.
Yeah,
you haven't even talked to him yet.
Yeah.
He might have been at his girlfriend's house. He might have been out of the country. He might have been anywhere. He might have been asleep at Rockingham with an ironclad alibi. You're going to start planning evidence before you ever talk to the suspect?
And risk your
There's
life
no
and
way.
risk your career?
There's no way. Absolutely no way.
So yeah, you don't believe that they were
No, it doesn't make sense because you're not going to start planning evidence on a guy who might have an alibi.
Right.
An ironclad alibi.
Yeah.
They didn't know anything yet. They had gone over there on a welfare check to make sure that he was okay. LAPD up until that point had been extremely deferential to O.J. Simpson. They treated him just like a celebrity. He caught many breaks. He knew people in the police department. They were hardly out to get him. He was a friend of theirs.
Yeah, I think he had him over for parties all the time.
His friend Ron Shipp was an LAPD cop.
Yeah.
One of his good friends.
But they really played the race card in this.
No question. No question. I mean, Johnny Cochran played it brilliantly.
Yeah.
But, Johnny Cochran, he gets a lot of grief about this.
Some footage of him.
But Johnny Cochran, his job is to get his client off. That's his job.
Yeah.
And he did it. And he had enough there to create reasonable doubt in that jury.
What about this police chase? What do you think about this?
Well, it was, to me, it was the hallmarks of a guilty person. I think OJ really was thinking that day that he might kill himself. He was also, he had a passport, he had money, and he had a disguise. So he may have been thinking, can I get to Mexico? Can I flee? Can I get out of here?
Yeah.
Then when that kind of crumbled, was he going to take his own life?
Well, yeah, his lawyers, read his suicide note while he was on this,
right.
Long chase.
A goodbye note.
A goodbye note, yeah.
But he also, at the beginning of that goodbye note, says, I did not do this. And he's continued to say that, forever. But the evidence is just overwhelming. As the prosecution has said many times, the evidence, the blood evidence, they said was some of the most blood evidence they had ever had in any case at LAPD. It was that dramatic.
And people have been charged with much less evidence.
This was, it was overkill. Not only the murders were overkill, but the evidence, the mountain of evidence was overkill.
And what about, too, and we talked about this yesterday, the shoes. The shoes from the scene.
Again,
the mark of the Bruno Mali shoes.
Bruno Mali. Sold only 200
shoes.
some pairs were ever sold in the whole world. And he's saying, I would never wear those ugly ass shoes. And then they produced pictures in the civil trial of him wearing those shoes on the sideline at football games.
That to me
And there was a receipt for him. And he said, that's me, but those aren't my shoes. This is the kind of stuff.
This is before we had Photoshop and all those things that we can do now. We can edit anything.
Right.
Pictures of him wearing the shoes.
Yes.
They're on.
There's no doubt. And the blood trail to the left of his bloody footprints leaving Rockingham, Bundy, that is the cut on his left hand, dripping.
And what did he say? He said he broke a glass, and
in
that's
Chicago.
where the cut came from.
Yeah, but he also told other people that he did it chipping golf balls in his backyard.
So he had two different stories.
There were two different stories. He was telling stories, he was making it up as he went.
Wow. And then today with the parole hearing, he's just been granted parole. Do you think when he got caught in Vegas for this whole memorabilia situation that the judge this time was saying,
oh, no question.
You're going away.
Yeah, this is going to be a make good. And she sentenced him on the anniversary of the acquittal. It was October 3rd. What would it have been? 2000.
On the very anniversary.
It was on the same anniversary of the acquittal. She's like, okay, and she set the date. And that was the date. And she was going to administer a little street justice to O.J. Simpson. This crime in Vegas really didn't deserve 9 years for O.J. Simpson.
That's what I heard.
Again, this is how weird the justice system can be. He really shouldn't have served much time at all for that. They had offered him a 30-month plea deal.
And he wouldn't take it.
He didn't take it. This crime should have been maybe a year or two. That's it. But she piled on because she's like, you got away with this before. I'm going to stick it to you now.
Do you think, too, that he didn't want to take the plea deal because he thought, I got out of the first one, I can get out of this.
Maybe,
I don't need a plea deal. And she said, okay,
and
now I'm going to show you.
I think in O.J.'s mind, and I do understand this, that if he felt that people were ripping off his stuff that belonged to him, his personal property, was being pilfered and sold out on the black market, that I could see being very upset about that and saying, you know what, there's a right and wrong, a clear right and wrong about that too. And O.J. thinking that is just wrong. So I'm going to get my stuff back. And even if guns are drawn, it's the right thing. I'm just in doing this, right? I can understand that mindset.
Sure.
Where he's like, this is my stuff. This belongs to me. You guys have taken it. You're profiting off it. This is insane. But when the guns got pulled and he's yelling at people, nobody leaves his room, then it's a kidnapping, and it's an armed kidnapping.
Yeah.
So
I'm just surprised, though. I mean, I think it just comes with the mind of being a little cocky after getting off for the murder, and then, because why would you ever go into any situation again with guns, with anything that could be illegal? You know,
well,
why do that?
OJ, once he left Brentwood, once he left LA and he went to Florida, and I think OJ felt when this was over, when the verdict was over and he had been acquitted, that he could go back to his old life, that everything would pick up as it left off. And what he failed to realize is that the polarizing nature of that verdict, and he was living in a white upper class neighborhood, they did not welcome him back with open arms. He was a pariah. So he goes back to Brentwood and nobody wants him there. He is scorned. People are sneering. They're screaming at him. They're pointing at him. They did not want him in their community. So he was now unwelcome in a place he had lived for many years. He had to go to Florida. There were tax reasons for Florida also, to avoid state taxes.
Okay.
So his money went further in a place like Florida than it would in California. So that also was a reason for the move. And he wanted the sunshine. He wanted to play golf.
Sure.
But the main reason he left Brentwood was because he was no longer welcome there. He was feeling very unwelcung in Brentwood.
I heard too. I mean, like you said, he lost a lot of friends. I know that Robert Kardashian was one of his lawyers. Well, he was really his right-hand man. He stayed at his house for a while. Their friendship ended after, he was acquitted.
I think there were people around him, anybody with a brain could look at the evidence and say, you know what, I love the guy, but he did this. He did this. And there is a piece of this that I think is still not been told. And we will not know until O.J. Simpson dies.
What's that?
Brain trauma from football. The fact that he lacked impulse control and a violent temper. I mean, savage beatings of Nicole. Talking about decapitating her boyfriend. He told her that. That was in her diary. That was locked in her safety deposit box. He had a violent temper. And this traumatic brain injury from football and other sports where you're repeatedly getting micro concussions and macro concussions, we may find out down the line that may have been a contributing factor to his inability to control his impulses.
That is such a great point. I didn't even think about that because they've studied that so many times about concussions changing the personality and the
changing brain chemistry.
You're psychologically different after you suffer
I'm not
that
making
many blows to the
excuses
head.
for him.
Sure.
But it might explain why he could not contain his anger. Now, there are people who are completely, utterly healthy who can't control their anger. But this may explain, we may find out down the line that this was a factor. If it'll be interesting when O.J. Simpson passes away someday, whether, as many football players have done, they want a deep look at the brain. People have put this in their will and said, I want you to explore my brain and find out what's going on because I'm not right.
Yeah.
Several players have done this, some who've committed suicide. Said, open my head up and look in there and let's learn something from the pain I've gone through. I wonder if we're going to find out down the line if O.J. Simpson ever agrees to do that post-mortem.
Do you think he would agree?
I don't know. In some regards, he's a very bright guy. I wonder if it's ever been suggested to him or if he's thought about it. There may be another piece of this that we don't quite understand.
Yeah, that would be extremely interesting if he allowed that to happen, and we could take a look inside, and that would definitely explain a lot.
If you found out that he had suffered a lot of brain trauma, people, their view of it wouldn't excuse it, but they might go, wow, that could have contributed.
Sure.
His inability to control his rage that night.
It's such a fascinating story. I mean, still today, people are still so drawn to the drama, to the story. I myself, I'm still so drawn to the story. And
you were 4 years old when this happened?
I was around 4 years old, so I don't remember a lot. When the murder happened, when it was all happening, I don't remember a lot, but I remember my parents talking about it and growing up and hearing about it. But I don't remember seeing the chase or anything.
Can I go old school on you for a second?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, in 1994, I was on vacation in Hawaii when this all happened.
Okay.
The day of the murder, I was flying, the day after the murder, I was flying out of LAX to go to Hawaii. And I picked up a morning paper. Okay, this is pre
cell phones. And
yeah, and O.J. Simpson's wife was murdered, and I just immediately thought, boy, who would want to kill her? Wow, it never crossed my mind that he might have done it, because
really?
I wasn't following his personal life closely enough to know there was a history of spousal abuse,
right?
Because he had actually been convicted of that one time with Nicole.
Yeah.
And the pictures are pretty horrific of that beating that
I've seen
he
those
delivered
pictures
to her.
and read her diary entries too.
So there was a history there, but it never dawned on me. So now fast forward, I'm in Hawaii, and the only news you get at your hotel in Hawaii is a little newsletter that they print out that's like this, that you get in the morning.
You're kidding.
No, I mean, I guess you could go buy a paper, but I'm in Hawaii on vacation. I don't want to. I want to get away from the news for a while.
And what station were you with at the time?
I was at KVOA in Tucson.
Okay.
So I'm in Hawaii. Now imagine the leap of logic I had to make when I was driving back from bodyboarding one day. It was a Friday.
Yeah.
And I'm turning on the radio and listening to ABC News, Network News, and they're like, O.J. Simpson's white Bronco, police, and I'm like, what? So all the in-between I had missed. I had read that his wife had been murdered, and the next thing I know, 5 days later, he's on the run from police in L.A. And I'm driving just going, he did this?
Oh my God.
It was so unbelievable. I mean, my head was going to explode. And I could not wait to get back to the hotel to turn it on and watch this drama.
Were you able to see any of it?
Yes. I mean, the Bronco chase was still happening.
Oh my gosh.
When I got back to the hotel.
Yeah.
And I couldn't turn it off.
Oh my gosh.
And it was just one of those things where everybody had kind of been, as the week went on, as I understand it, the people who were following it, you came to kind of go, oh man, OJ probably did this. He probably killed her.
I mean, look, police chase looks pretty guilty.
Every day, it's a new thing. It's OJ being cuffed and questioned. And there's blood turning up and there's discussion about some of the evidence they're finding.
Yeah.
But for me, it was mention of his wife, small, in the paper, had been found murdered outside of her condo. And I think in that article it said O.J. Simpson was in Chicago.
So you didn't even
think.
I
didn't even think anything of it. I'm thinking, okay, he didn't even cross my mind.
Sure.
To 5 days later, he's in a Bronco chase with the cops.
And that's when it really clicked for you when you were
I'm
driving?
Like, he did this? He killed her? I'm like, you got to be kidding. I couldn't believe it. So I didn't have the steps in between to kind of get me there. Yeah. And it was just, I could not believe it.
That is a crazy story, just hearing about the chase. I mean, that's why today they still talk about it, why these shows are still coming out. The American Crime Story. Watching that show, before they released it on FX, they had so many documentaries coming out, so I just watched all of them.
Right.
Again, I was really young when it happened, so being able to watch all the documentaries, I'm just sitting there shocked by everything.
Well, imagine, like for me, growing up watching him play football for the Buffalo Bills, and then at the end of his career for the 49ers, who I grew up as a fan of the 49ers growing up in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
OJ was legendary in the Bay Area. Potrero Hill, where he grew up in San Francisco, grew up a 49er fan and ends up finishing his career there. This guy was a superhero to all of us. I mean, he was the juice. He was an amazing running back. He'd set the single-season rushing record, breaking Jim Brown's record. It was, he could do no wrong. I actually watched OJ play football at SC.
Really?
I would go to a lot of Stanford football games, and it probably had to be 1968.
We'll pull up some more video of him while you're talking
when
about this.
He hit the Trojans, either 67 or 68. Trojans came to Stanford because I went to a lot of Stanford football games because it's right down the street from where I grew up. Watching Jim Plunkett, a future Heisman Trophy winner as well from Stanford, battling O.J. Simpson in that game. And I remember even as a young kid, the first half O.J. didn't do a lot, and everybody's like, he's kind of overrated,
Yeah.
And in the second half, he tore him apart.
Blew everyone away.
He broke a bunch of big runs, and it was like, oh, Okay.
That's what he's called
But,
the juice for.
Yeah, I mean, he was, you know, and just articulate and a good-looking guy and a great personality.
Yeah,
and then
so
the movies,
funny
yeah, and he was a beloved figure. So this would be for you. This would be Tom Brady killing his wife.
Okay, yeah, I was
Now,
going to ask you,
can
what's
you
the
imagine?
equivalent today? Yeah.
That would be it.
Tom Brady.
Suddenly, Tom Brady's on the run from cops for murdering his wife.
That would
You
shock
would
me.
absolutely be blown away, right?
Yeah.
That's what it would
absolutely.
be like.
And you would think, no, there's no way he did this.
Exactly.
It would
exactly.
be very hard.
You just wouldn't believe it. Somebody, well, and Brady, you know, Brady elicits, you get a lot of reaction
Yeah,
because he's playing for the Patriots, who are considered kind of the, some people call him the evil empire
Right.
with Belichick. But so somebody like that beloved figure, OJ was probably more beloved than Tom Brady, because Tom Brady has detractors because of Deflategate and all that. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
trying to find
But
an
no, I
analogy,
think that's a
but
good
you know what I'm
equivalent.
talking about. Somebody
Sure.
you would not suspect
Yeah.
being capable of that.
Yeah, because I've watched old footage. He did movies and commercials and everything after his football career where he was hilarious. He had this big personality.
Exactly.
You would never assume he was beating his wife and doing, you know, these things behind the scenes.
Well, and I tweeted today after the decision that, and I've always felt this about OJ, that the one thing that you could take away from him that would kill him is public adjuration, public
Accept, like he loves that
acceptance,
fame.
the adjuration, the love of the public. I mean, that to him would be the ultimate sentence. I think for a guy like that, that is a killer for someone like him.
I think, yeah.
And so my point in the tweet that I made today is he's getting out of prison, but he's trading it for another type of prison. The looks, the scorn, the facts, which are inescapable about the double murder, that are so overwhelming. And then the ridicule.
What friends does he have left?
He can never go back and recapture what he had.
Never.
And Tiger Woods has dealt with a little of the same thing.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
That
He was
is
a golden
also
boy
a fall,
himself.
a major fall from grace.
I was watching The Five last night, and they were saying, yeah, unless he did some reality show like the Kardashians, I don't know if anyone would offer. I don't know.
I would never underestimate the power of the public to have curiosity about this guy. There may be another act for him somehow.
People would tune in,
But
whether you love him or
I
hate
guess
him.
the point I was making earlier is when he went to Florida, he really kind of embraced, you talk about Darth Vader, he kind of embraced the dark side. When he went to Florida and he was no longer juice and beloved, he kind of went to a dark place and thought, okay, well, if they think of me that way, I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to be gangster OJ.
Yeah.
And he got into that world. He was out of control. And this is what I do think there is a very high probability that he could reoffend in some way and end up back in prison.
Really?
He's going to have to really keep his nose clean.
Parole, yeah.
They made a point today during the hearing. Any misstep, this is all good now, but if you misstep, we're going to revisit this. I just think, and a guy like that, if he goes out to clubs or starts going to bars, and there's drinking involved, it could be even someone else, not him, who's the instigator, who drags him into a situation where he's in a bar fight or a confrontation. Now suddenly he's back in trouble again.
He has to watch his back forever now because there are so many people that would love to see him back in
Oh,
jail.
absolutely. And I would not doubt that there will be many people who would want to bait him into a confrontation.
They try to
There's
sort of
money
frame
to be
him.
made.
Mm-hmm.
There's celebrity that you could attain by being the person who got OJ and threw him back in jail.
Mhm.
There's all kinds of people who would be out there trying to mess with him.
And I wonder what friends he has left and who's really on his team now that he can, because before, like
Can
you said,
can
he
you
was
go
so
back and
loved.
play this for a moment, the Kardashian reaction?
Sure.
This is fascinating.
where
Watch
Oh, Robert Kardashian's
watch
reaction?
Kardashian's reaction when the verdict comes in.
Is it right? Let me...
Now this is, you can go ahead and roll this because I think any of this footage is interesting.
I'll pause it right when
Yeah,
we find Robert.
that's. I mean, when he was cuffed and all that, I missed all that when that was going on because I was gone. Now watch Kardashian's reaction.
Let me remove the lower third really quickly here. And
this is one of his best friends, one of his really good
Robert
friends.
Kardashian.
Okay, he had been sticking by OJ. Now watch, the verdict comes in, and Kardashian looks not happy.
Not happy.
Not happy, but disgusted.
Yeah, see, I think he pats him on the back or gives someone a high five, OJ does, and you can just see Robert Kardashian's face.
Oh, yeah, it's Johnny Cochran slapping OJ on the back, but I think Kardashian at that point knows the truth. He knows that his friend probably did this, and so he's ambivalent about the verdict.
Yeah, even in the show, The American Crime Story, it shows that their relationship is very strained after that, and he distances himself from him after this. They don't hang out ever again. They don't speak ever again, and it's...
And why would that be? Because he knows the truth.
I think, he knows the truth.
Or figured it out.
And, you know, he felt obligated at the time. It's your friend, and, he's... I'm assuming OJ's very persuasive and very, intense when he wants something, and he did his job, but I don't think he wanted to. And I remember at the time, Kris Jenner has said that it really strained their marriage or their relationship.
Oh yeah, because Kris Jenner felt that she knew for sure OJ had done this because of the beatings of Nicole in the past.
She said she had lunch with Nicole the day before she died. They were really close friends. They all four hung out.
And Nicole had really emancipated from OJ. She had moved on. She said, "It's finally over. I'm finally over it. I'm done."
I heard all these stories. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, about how they still kind of slept together sometimes. How he
I don't
watched
think
her through
so
the
in the last.
window.
That's true, but I don't think in the last month or so anything they had. It had been over for a while, and she was really over it. She was seeing other people, and one of them was Marcus Allen.
Now, she was really young when they met. He met her when she was waitressing. She was what? Not 18, 19 years old, maybe younger when he met her. He was a star. Of course she was going to be attracted to him. And
right, and as the years went on, she, instead of just being kind of tied to him and his celebrity, she started to become her own person.
Her own celebrity.
And and not really celebrity, but just her own. She grew into a woman and developed her own personality and her own likes and dislikes, and they might or might not, dovetail with what OJ wants to do. She was becoming her own person.
Yes.
And he probably didn't like it.
I read in a letter that she wrote him about how, he gave her grief when she gained weight from being pregnant, that he was always telling her that she doesn't clean enough, cook enough, always yelling at her for not being more of that, really devoted
domestic
wife.
Yeah.
And she, like you said, grew into herself, and
yeah,
that's what caused the rage. But John, thank you so much for
You're
coming
welcome.
up here.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story. I'm still fascinated by it, and I know a lot of people are, and some people are sick to death of it. But it isn't. It's an American Shakespearean drama. I mean, his story is one that has pretty much all the elements of something that's pretty interesting, even though it's tragic.
Yes.
And Fred Goldman, who's a delightful guy, I've met Fred a couple of times when he was working at Nordstrom here in town.
Mm-hmm.
We talked one night about when OJ got sent away to the Nevada Correctional Facility. And he said that he and Kim were driving around one day with Kim's child, his grandchild, in a car, and he was telling me, he said, we were kicking around, what should we send OJ? We need to send him something because he's going to prison, finally. And they sent him a housewarming card.
You're kidding.
Fred told me this story. So we sent him a housewarming card, said, hope you enjoy your new place.
What?
Hope you have a long, association with it.
Was this reported on?
And I doubt it. But Fred told me one night, he said, yeah, we kicked it around. We got to send him something. And they sent him a note, a housewarming card, greeting card.
Wow.
To welcome him to his new residence,
little home, which is jail.
Prison.
Wow.
And I don't blame him in the least.
No.
The pain that is constantly with him.
Oh, he received no justice for so long.
His son, Ron.
That was, hearing from his dad, Ron Goldman's dad, was so sad.
And just to really, Fred Goldman's a really decent guy, and he just has been through an incredible ordeal with that. I mean, his son's life cut short, and then to be wrapped up in this whole spectacle.
Well, and too, I feel as though Ron didn't get get enough attention. You know, Nicole got a lot of attention
That's true.
when she passed away, and Ron was sort of an afterthought almost in some of the discussions. It was Nicole, but Ron was also murdered, and his father was just trying to get him justice, and he had such a hard time. And
by the way, when I visited Bundy a couple of times, one time during the coverage of the verdict, we went over there. And once again, in 2000, I went by it again to see what was going on. I was there to cover the Democratic National Convention in L.A. at the Staples Center. We drove by there one night just to see what had happened, because I'm like, it's been a few years since I've been there. I want to see what it looks like.
Sure.
But the one thing that I always came away from at that condo was that front yard, which on TV looked like a normal, it's a condo, but when I saw it, I could not believe how tiny this area with fencing was. And my immediate thought was Ron Goldman in that cage with a strong guy, OJ, with a very sharp knife. And I thought, man, he had nowhere to go. There was no way to get out of this. He was caged in like an animal.
Yeah.
And there was no way to escape it. And they talked about this a little bit on the OJ Made in America as well. And it was so true. When I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, this is tiny. He had nowhere to go, nowhere to get away from this monster.
He was so young, and he was just returning glasses, and that's what that would be terrifying. Anyone with a knife, but OJ, who's huge, so much more powerful than you are, and he stabbed him so many times.
Yeah, and taunted him with cuts on his cheeks.
Yeah.
He had the knife, and he was doing this, talking to him before this all happened.
Oh, really?
That's what they believe.
The markings.
He had markings, like he had the knife around him, and was had his arm around his throat and the knife, and he had the knife to him and was poking him like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
What do you think you're up to?
Oh my God.
Before this got completely out of hand.
Man. And Nicole too. Nicole completely.
Yeah, I mean, just almost severed her head.
Yeah.
That's how vicious it was. This is what I say a rage killing.
Yeah, a random person.
It's an absolute rage killing.
Doesn't do that, yeah.
So.
It's a really sad story, but again, I love having you up here because you covered that extensively, and it's always great to hear your experiences in this. It's
something I spent a lot of time thinking about and being part of, I guess, in a small way. But being out there in LA, that was I'll never forget it.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
You got it.
Have a good show today.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox News Now stream. That was Fox anchor John Hook up here with me describing his experiences when he covered the O.J. Simpson murder trial, as well as discussing the breaking news today of O.J. Simpson getting parole in Nevada. He has been granted parole. He will be released as early as October. We're going to start covering some other stories here in the show today, but we thank you for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream for this coverage. We're going to take you to some other breaking news events. It does look like we're going to be getting a press conference soon, so I'm going to have to get with my producer and see where this press conference is taking place, if it's OJ related or if it's something else. I'll be sure to stream that for you guys. Again, though, if you missed the OJ Simpson parole hearing today, his reaction, the press conferences after, reaction from his lawyer, I have that all clipped. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page, search for Fox 10 Phoenix. You can find all of those parole hearing moments clipped there, as well as we'll be live on the 5 o'clock and the 6 o'clock and, of course, 9 o'clock tonight on the broadcast Fox 10 Phoenix to report all the details for you guys. But right now I'm going to give you a live look of the White House while I pull up the next top story. Thanks for watching.
group to get here. So we're going to start in about 10 minutes. Sorry for the delay. Also, we had some issues with the blinds, so we wanted to make sure that we got that corrected for you guys. So we'll give you about 10 minutes, and then we'll get started, okay?
Yeah, go need a job. Yeah, that's not what you never have enough Australian. That's right. Okay, that explains it. That's more.
Channel 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
No, I got it.
Have you got a head on from NBC? Are you seeing another head on shot from somewhere? All right. In 3 minutes, Chief Harteau of the Minneapolis Police Department will come out, make statements, and then she will open it up for questions. One thing that we ask for questions is that if you're going to ask one, please be respectful of other people. Ask a question. State your name, what organization you're from. Let the answer happen. If you have a follow-up, that's fine, but try not to monopolize the entire time, so let other people have the opportunity to ask questions. Okay?
Stand close to the stand and put your arm in. Exactly. I took it down to 10. No, I didn't. Okay.
Is everybody good with the white balance? Can I remove the paper? Yeah, look at that. Hey, let's go. We got 2 minutes on this one, so.
Make sure your phone's on silent.
Keep an eye on it. All right, bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Janae Harteau. I am the police chief for the city of Minneapolis. With me today is Assistant Chief Arredondo, Inspector Mike Jose, and Inspector Catherine Waite. Justine didn't have to die. Based on the publicly released information from the BCA, this should not have happened. On our squad cars, you will find the words, "To protect with courage and serve with compassion." This did not happen. Having the information that is publicly available right now, while recognizing there is an open BCA investigation, I believe the actions in question go against who we are as a department, how we train, and the expectations we have for our officers. These were the actions and judgment of one individual. I want to assure Justine's family, our community, and those in Australia that I will do everything in my power to make sure due process is followed and justice is served. I spoke to Justine's fiance this morning, and I told him I was sorry for his loss and that this did not have to happen. And again, Justine did not have to die. I can never predict when an incident may occur. There is seldom a good time for a chief to be away, but I do plan my personal time around events that require my presence, such as upcoming National Night Out on August 1st when I was scheduled to return. Although I wasn't here physically for a few days, I'm always the chief and was in constant communication with my team. A chief is never really off duty. I do want to thank Assistant Chief Arredondo, who I have the utmost confidence in while I'm away. There's been a lot of discussion about body cameras. My expectation is that our policy is followed. Based on the information the BCA has released, and without additional information as to why the cameras weren't on, it is my belief that the body camera should have been activated. Although our body-worn camera policy is in line with the League of Minnesota Cities policy, in line with best practices, and very similar to other departments in the state of Minnesota and across this country, we're making changes to strengthen the existing policy to ensure that cameras are on well in advance of the situation. Beyond policy and its enforcement, we are looking into new technological advances to avoid human error. I am proud of the current training practices. We are nationally recognized in 21st century policing practices. We have spent the last couple of years updating our policies and training all of our officers in fair and impartial policing training, procedural justice, crisis intervention training, and de-escalation. We will continue to evaluate officer training and look for ways to enhance our existing programs. I understand the impact this has had on our community. I cannot imagine the impact this has had on Justine's family. In my conversation with her fiancé this morning, Don expressed the concern and fear our community may have in calling 911. Although disheartening, I understand the fear and why it exists. This has had a negative impact on the community trust we've built. Moving forward, we will continue to work towards regaining the trust with everything we do. Even in Justine's fiance's grief, we had a positive conversation on how we could work together moving forward. I want to reiterate that we are talking about one individual's actions in question. I am proud to have a department filled with professional, compassionate men and women who will continue to protect and serve our community with integrity. With that, I will open it for questions.
Question from Ashley Marini, the 7 Network.
Yes.
Justine's family don't want Mohammed Noor to continue serving as a police officer. Can you give them a guarantee that he will not be given back his badge and gun?
At this point, I can't give a guarantee, but what I have assured the family is justice. The officer does have due process, and it's my role to ensure due process is followed so that justice can be served.
Jamie Yukas with CBS News. What do you have to say to the criticism that this was an affirmative action hire and somebody that doesn't have proper training and should never have been on the force?
Yeah. This is about an individual officer's actions. It's not about race or ethnicity. We have a very robust training and hiring process. This officer completed that training very well. Just like every officer, he was very suited to be on the street.
Alexis Dace from Nine Network Australia. With all due respect, if this had happened in our country, our Chief Commissioner would have come straight home and spoken to the family and figured out what went wrong. Why didn't you come home earlier?
I was in a remote place and it wasn't easy for me to return.
Did you make efforts to try and return?
Yes. Lou Groth?
Have you and the mayor been on the same page throughout everything that's been said publicly about this case? It's rare for a chief to come out before the investigation is complete and say that this shouldn't have happened in an officer-involved shooting.
Rare, but each situation is different, and when information has been made public, I certainly can speak on what the public knows. I know what you know, and I can speak on my beliefs and expectations based on that.
Chief, you
Yes.
said this should not have happened. Are you saying that the shooting then was legally unjustified?
That'll be part of the criminal investigation, but the actions that I have seen, the death of Justine should not have happened.
Chief Mannix with the Star Tribune. Can you just tell us where you were? I mean, you said a remote location. We've heard it was a personal absence, but can you just clarify where that was? And was it a vacation?
It was my personal time away.
But so where was it though? Is there a reason you can't tell us where it was?
Well, I mean, it's my personal time. I was backpacking in the mountains, and it made it very challenging to return.
Mayor Hodges,
Chief Brent Williams, Minnesota Public Radio.
Yes.
Has Officer Noor given any statements to your to Internal Affairs right now?
No, he has not.
Chief Johnson from KS2P. We recently reported on some body camera issues with the department. And in
Correct.
the month of March, officers were on average only reporting about 5 to 6 hours. Is that enough in your opinion? And is this something you plan to look at as far as changing with your officers?
It is something I not only am looking into, but have looked into, and no, I don't believe it's enough. My expectation is those cameras should be on. It is very clear in the policy when they should be on, and we're also going to enhance the policy.
Chief, could you clarify that policy? When should the cameras be on?
There's a multitude of scenarios, but certainly when you're going to have interaction, when you're dispatched to a call, if you want to look at the policy in detail, it'll show that. What we want to ensure that this is still also, we've had the cameras for about 8 months, so it's not second nature for officers to put those cameras on yet, which is why we want to do everything we can in training and in our policy to ensure that they're put on before an officer arrives at the scene, because one can never predict when something is going to happen. That's the other reason why we have the 30 seconds that will go back once the body cameras are put on.
Are you saying that in the new policy you'll make it the rule that it always has to be turned on beforehand? Is that going to become something new? Is that what you're saying? Or is that already the case?
We're looking at it to be an additional to. So we spelled out in the original policy, and there was a lot of input from the public in what this body camera policy should look like. This is with best practices. It's very consistent with other policies across this country in the state of Minnesota. But what we're finding is to ensure that those cameras are on, we want to look to the earliest opportunity an officer should have them on. And that's what we're trying to identify. I'm sorry, I really am trying to hear everybody, so Leah?
You mentioned policy change, but also change the type of technology. What are you exploring there?
There are a couple different options that we know will be made available. One in the next couple of months, in which when an officer removes their gun from the holster, the camera is activated not only with the officer, but people, I believe, within 30 feet. So that's something we're exploring. Also, when the squad lights are activated, that would also activate the body camera. So we want to do whatever we can to minimize human error, but also knowing that we need to ensure that if that's something we do get for a department, that everybody is equipped with such things. So you don't have to try to remember, do you have the automatic equipment or do I have to turn the camera on? So we want to be very strategic when we're looking at additions to the technology we already have.
And would that be an enhancement to the current cameras, or would that be a whole new investment?
It would definitely be an enhancement.
Chief, when it comes to Officer Noor not speaking of the BCA, although that may be his constitutional right, is there a problem within the department policy of not cooperating in this type of investigation?
That is his constitutional right.
Has he reached out to Officer Noor, and if so, what was the reaction?
Pardon me?
Jennifer Murley, WCCO, have you reached out to Officer Noor, and if so, what came of that?
I have not had contact with Officer Noor.
Chief, you mentioned there have been many in the Somali community who have noted what they feel is a double standard, where there have been white officers who have shot people, but not such a quick response to condemn them. What is different in this case that in this officer you are condemning him before the investigation is complete?
The information that has already been made available. This isn't, every scenario is different. No two cases are the same. I am very concerned about the impact this has on our Somali and East African American community. I've reached out to our Somali officers and trying to have conversations with them. Continue to outreach in our Somali community. We have worked very, very hard to build relationships and procedural justice in Cedar Riverside and our Somali community.
And what is that info
Edgar.
already available? You said the information already available. What's the information already available that makes you want to come out at this point?
The information the BCA has already released and what's been made public.
Gentleman in the blue shirt.
Chief, the Ruchak family lawyer today told me that he was quite critical broadly, maybe not in this specific case, but broadly of the BCA investigative process, saying that many of those investigators are former police officers who are inclined to give officers more of the benefit of the doubt than a average civilian. Do you share those concerns about the process?
This is an independent process, and I have nothing to question the credibility of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I've only known that agency to be nothing but upstanding and conduct independent investigations.
One of the questions, though, is about when Matthew Harity was interviewed, not until Tuesday morning. Is that correct? And is that fair to leave that much amount of time to let him gather his thoughts and think about it? Would a regular civilian be given that?
Every situation is different, but the time in which an officer is interviewed is often dictated by the officer's attorney or the union representation and the investigating agency.
Chief, was
Edgar.
Officer Noor one of the first Somali American officers on the force?
We have had several Somali American officers on the police force.
Have you had have you ever sat down with him and had a conversation before any of this ever happened? And what was that like?
I have talked to him in passing, but nothing beyond that.
Would you implore him to speak to the BCA now? What would you say about that?
I would prefer that Officer Noor would speak, whether it be to our internal process or to the BCA. There are questions that need to be answered, and he's the only one who has those answers.
Has his attorney given you an indication, given the BCA an indication of whether he ever will?
Not to my knowledge.
You mentioned that he was well trained.
I want to make sure I get everybody's questions.
You mentioned that he was well trained. Is there any circumstance under which it fits protocol for an officer to fire his or her weapon when another officer is in their field of vision?
That's not how we train.
Chief, there's been some criticism that it was too very low, not very much experience between either of the officers that were paired together. Are you completely okay with such low experience being paired together like that?
It really depends on the situation. In a perfect world, you'd like to have maybe people that have more experiences, but as people are assigned to precincts, I know when I started, I actually was a field training officer fairly young in my career. It really is depending on the abilities of the individuals, how well they work, the inspectors, and how they assign their people. And just because they're assigned together that night doesn't mean that's the only people they ever work with. Generally, you have 3 or 4 people that are assigned to a car, and you tend to rotate, and you will be working with the people in that car. What's important is to have car coverage.
And did Officer Noor do well in his field training?
He absolutely did.
Chief, the incident report says that it took 9 minutes to respond to Justine's 911 call about a sexual assault. Is this acceptable in your mind? And do you fear that what's happened around this will deter people from calling 911 to report criminal activity in their backyard?
So the question first is the why, the length of time, and I think that's part of the investigation and things we look into. So the answer to the why will be my answer to whether it's acceptable or not. What we are trying to balance always is providing good service when officers respond. The balance is always how many officers does it take to manage a scene, community engagement, 911 calls. So it's not just getting to the scene fast, but having the ability to investigate the scene properly. We want to get to those, a priority 1 call as soon as we can. So we would look and analyze and say if that's a frequent basis, then we need to have more officers in that precinct if they tend to get more 911 calls.
Right, but this was, in fairness, a 911 call for a possible crime in progress. She believed there was something going on, a sexual assault.
Right. So I don't know the answer to why the time frame. It could have been just the distance from where the squad was when they were dispatched to the actual location of the call. Was it that nobody was available at the time? That's all part of the investigation and our internal process.
Have you had a chance to review Officer Noor's his reports from his field training officers? Are you making your assessment on documentation that you've seen from folks who've trained Officer Noor that he's done well?
I have not seen it, but I have been given a report on his training. We have a very robust field training officer program, which I've been told by the training officers he did well. There was no indication that there would be any issues. He did well in his training.
Was his
firearms
training
training as well?
extended?
Correct.
Was his training extended? I know there's a standard training and then it can't be extended.
Right.
Was it extended?
His training was not extended.
We have time for 2 more minutes.
Justine's family.
Yes.
Justine's family waited 4 days to hear from you while you were backpacking in the mountains. Is that an acceptable amount of time to leave a grieving family waiting?
I have a team behind that I trust to be able to do things. If I had very intermittent phone service, in a perfect world, I would have preferred to have been here. This is something that I understand. Yes, I understand.
And Chief, on that note, there were pictures posted to social media the morning after that you posted, the morning after the shooting. At that time, had you known that this had happened yet? Because there was enough coverage to post pictures to Facebook of your vacation.
Actually, any pictures that were posted were probably the day before, unless it took that while, but no, I
It
didn't.
looked like Sunday morning that they were
Yeah.
posting, so I know people have asked that question.
Sure. Well, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Had you known by the time those pictures were posted Sunday morning, had you learned about what happened? And if not, how do you think that reflects on your job as chief?
You know what? I would never want to leave. For a chief, this is a nightmare to not only have an event such as this occur, but not to be here when it happens. It's the balance of trying to find time to go away. There have been times where I've had to cancel vacations and I couldn't leave, and my family has gone without me because of that. I want nothing more to be here, but I assure everybody in this community that there isn't anything that didn't get done because I wasn't here.
Final question.
Chief, are you worried about morale?
I don't.
Given that you seem to be jumping to a conclusion before the investigation is over, are you worried about morale in the force and whether some of your officers may not trust that you'll have their back in the future if there's ever a similar incident that is justified?
I am basing my thinking and opinion on what I know and the expectations I have and how we train. I fully realize there's still an open investigation and there's some questions that are unanswered. I answered questions based on the information that I know.
Thank you for coming. We really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. We will keep you posted on the next press availability. Call us on Twitter. Thank you.
Chief, why were 2 junior officers?
All right, what we're going to do is just play it back from the beginning, just in case if those of you coming in the middle or near the end. Let's play that back for you.
My name is Janae Harteau. I am the police chief for the city of Minneapolis. With me today is Assistant Chief Arredondo, Inspector Mike Jose, and Inspector Catherine Waite. Justine didn't have to die. Based on the publicly released information from the BCA, this should not have happened. On our squad cars, you will find the words, "To protect with courage and serve with compassion." This did not happen. Having the information that is publicly available right now, while recognizing there is an open BCA investigation, I believe the actions in question go against who we are as a department, how we train, and the expectations we have for our officers. These were the actions and judgment of one individual. I want to assure Justine's family, our community, and those in Australia that I will do everything in my power to make sure due process is followed and justice is served. I spoke to Justine's fiancé this morning, and I told him I was sorry for his loss and that this did not have to happen. And again, Justine did not have to die. I can never predict when an incident may occur. There is seldom a good time for a chief to be away, but I do plan my personal time around events that require my presence, such as upcoming National Night Out on August 1st when I was scheduled to return. Although I wasn't here physically for a few days, I'm always the chief and was in constant communication with my team. A chief is never really off duty. I do want to thank Assistant Chief Arredondo, who I have the utmost confidence in while I'm away. There's been a lot of discussion about body cameras. My expectation is that our policy is followed. Based on the information the BCA has released, and without additional information as to why the cameras weren't on, it is my belief that the body camera should have been activated. Although our body-worn camera policy is in line with the League of Minnesota Cities policy, in line with best practices, and very similar to other departments in the state of Minnesota and across this country, we're making changes to strengthen the existing policy to ensure that cameras are on well in advance of the situation. Beyond policy and its enforcement, we are looking into new technological advances to avoid human error. I am proud of the current training practices. We are nationally recognized in 21st century policing practices. We have spent the last couple of years updating our policies and training all of our officers in fair and impartial policing training, procedural justice, crisis intervention training, and de-escalation. We will continue to evaluate officer training and look for ways to enhance our existing programs. I understand the impact this has had on our community. I cannot imagine the impact this has had on Justine's family. In my conversation with her fiancé this morning, Don expressed the concern and fear our community may have in calling 911. Although disheartening, I understand the fear and why it exists. This has had a negative impact on the community trust we've built. Moving forward, we will continue to work towards regaining the trust with everything we do. Even in Justine's fiancé's grief, we had a positive conversation on how we could work together moving forward. I want to reiterate that we are talking about one individual's actions in question. I am proud to have a department filled with professional, compassionate men and women who will continue to protect and serve our community with integrity. With that, I will open it for questions.
Question from Ashley Marini, the 7 Network.
Yes.
Justine's family don't want Martin Nor to continue serving as a police officer. Can you give them a guarantee that he will not be given back his badge and gun?
At this point, I can't give a guarantee, but what I have assured the family is justice. The officer does have due process, and it's my role to ensure due process is followed so that justice can be served.
Jamie Yukas, CBS News. What do you have to say to the criticism that this was an affirmative action hire and somebody that doesn't have proper training and should never have been on the force?
Yeah. This is about an individual officer's actions. It's not about race or ethnicity. We have a very robust training and hiring process. This officer completed that training very well. Just like every officer, he was very suited to be on the street.
Alexis Dage from Nine Network Australia. With all due respect, if this had happened in our country, our Chief Commissioner would have come straight home and spoken to the family and figured out what went wrong. Why didn't you come home earlier?
I was in a remote place and it wasn't easy for me to return.
Did you make efforts to try and return?
Yes. Lou Gross?
Have you and the mayor been on the same page throughout everything that's been said publicly about this case? It's rare for a chief to come out before the investigation is complete and say that this shouldn't have happened in an officer-involved shooting.
Rare, but each situation is different, and when information has been made public, I certainly can speak on what the public knows. I know what you know, and I can speak on my beliefs and expectations based on that.
Chief, you
Yes.
said this should not have happened. Are you saying that the shooting then was legally unjustified?
That'll be part of the criminal investigation, but the actions that I have seen, the death of Justine should not have happened.
Chief Mannix with the Star Tribune. Can you just tell us where you were? I mean, you said a remote location. We've heard it was a personal absence, but can you just clarify where that was? And was it a vacation?
It was my personal time away.
But so where was it, though? Is there a reason you can't tell us where it was?
Well, I mean, it's my personal time. I was backpacking in the mountains, and it made it very challenging to return.
Mayor Hodges, Chief Brent Williams, Minnesota Public Radio.
Yes.
Has Officer Noor given any statements to your to Internal Affairs right now?
No, he has not.
Chief
Chief
Person from KSTP. We recently reported on some body camera issues with the department, and in the
Correct.
month of March, officers were on average only reporting about 5 to 6 hours. Is that enough in your opinion, and is this something you plan to look at as far as changing with your officers?
It is something I not only am looking into, but have looked into, and no, I don't believe it's enough. My expectation is those cameras should be on. It is very clear in the policy when they should be on, and we're also going to enhance the policy.
Chief, could you clarify that policy? When should the cameras be on?
There's a multitude of scenarios, but certainly when you're going to have interaction, when you're dispatched to a call, if you want to look at the policy in detail, it'll show that. What we want to ensure that this is still also, we've had the cameras for about 8 months, so it's not second nature for officers to put those cameras on yet, which is why we want to do everything we can in training and in our policy to ensure that they're put on before an officer arrives at the scene, because one can never predict when something is going to happen. That's the other reason why we have the 30 seconds that will go back once the body cameras are put on.
Are you saying that in the new policy you'll make it the rule that it always has to be turned on beforehand? Is that going to become something new? Is that what you're saying? Or is that already the case?
We're looking at it to be an additional to. So we spelled out in the original policy, and there was a lot of input from the public in what this body camera policy should look like. This is with best practices. It's very consistent with other policies across this country in the state of Minnesota. But what we're finding is to ensure that those cameras are on, we want to look to the earliest opportunity an officer should have them on. And that's what we're trying to identify. I'm sorry, I really am trying to hear everybody, so Leah?
You mentioned policy change, but also changing the type of technology. What are you exploring there?
There are a couple different options that we know will be made available. One in the next couple of months, in which when an officer removes their gun from the holster, the camera is activated not only with the officer, but people, I believe, within 30 feet. So that's something we're exploring. Also, when the squad lights are activated, that would also activate the body camera. So we want to do whatever we can to minimize human error, but also knowing that we need to ensure that if that's something we do get for a department, that everybody's equipped with such things. So you don't have to try to remember, do you have the automatic equipment or do I have to turn the camera on? So we want to be, very strategic when we're looking at additions to the technology we already have.
And would that be an enhancement to the current cameras, or would that be a whole new investment?
It would definitely be an enhancement.
Chief, when it comes to Officer Noor not speaking to the BCA, although that may be his constitutional right, is there a problem within the department policy of not cooperating in this type of investigation?
That is his constitutional right.
Has he reached out to Officer Noor, and if so, what was the reaction?
Pardon me?
Jennifer Real, WCCO, have you reached out to Officer Noor, and if so, what came of that?
I have not had contact with Officer Noor.
Chief, you mentioned there have been many in the Somali community who have noted what they feel is a double standard, where there have been white officers who have shot people, but not such a quick response to condemn them. What is different in this case that in this officer you are condemning him before the investigation is complete?
The information that has already been made available. This isn't, every scenario is different. No two cases are the same. I am very concerned about the impact this has on our Somali and East African American community. I've reached out to our Somali officers and trying to have conversations with them, continue to outreach in our Somali community. We have worked very, very hard to build relationships and procedural justice in Cedar Riverside and our Somali community.
And what is that info already available? You said the information already available. What's the information already available that makes you want to come out at this point?
The information the BCA has already released and what's been made public.
Gentleman in the blue shirt.
Chief, the Ruchak family lawyer today told me that he was quite critical broadly, maybe not in this specific case, but broadly of the BCA investigative process, saying that many of those investigators are former police officers who are inclined to give officers more of the benefit of the doubt than a average civilian would. Do you share those concerns about the process?
This is an independent process, and I have nothing to question the credibility of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I've only known that agency to be nothing but upstanding and conduct independent investigations.
One of the questions, though, is about when Matthew Harity was interviewed, not until Tuesday morning. Is that correct? And is that fair to leave that much amount of time to let him gather his thoughts and think about it? Would a regular civilian be given that?
Every situation is different, but the time in which an officer is interviewed is often dictated by the officer's attorney or the union representation and the investigating agency.
Chief, was
Edgar.
Officer Noor one of the first Somali American officers on the force?
We have had several Somali American officers on the police force.
Have you had have you ever sat down with him and had a conversation before any of this ever happened? And what was that like?
I have talked to him in passing, but nothing beyond that.
Would you implore him to speak to the BCA now? What would you say about that?
I would prefer that Officer Noor would speak, whether it be to our internal process or to the BCA. There are questions that need to be answered, and he's the only one who has those answers.
Has his attorney given you an indication, given the BCA an indication of whether he ever will?
Not to my knowledge.
You mentioned that he was well trained.
I want to make sure I get everybody's questions.
You mentioned that he was well trained. Is there any circumstance under which this protocol for an officer to fire his or her weapon when another officer is in their field of vision?
That's not how we train.
Chief, there's been some criticism that it was too very low, not very much experience between either of the officers that were paired together. Are you completely okay with such low experience being paired together like that?
It really depends on the situation. In a perfect world, you'd like to have maybe people that have more experiences, but as people are assigned to precincts, I know when I started, I actually was a field training officer fairly young in my career. It really is depending on the abilities of the individuals, how well they work, the inspectors, and how they assign their people. And just because they're assigned together that night doesn't mean that's the only people they ever work with. Generally, you have 3 or 4 people that are assigned to a car, and you tend to rotate, and you will be working with the people in that car. What's important is to have car coverage.
And did Officer Noor do well in his field training?
He absolutely did.
The incident report says that it took 9 minutes to respond to Justine's 911 call about a sexual assault. Is this acceptable in your mind? And do you fear that what's happened around this will deter people from calling 911 to report criminal activity in their backyard?
So the question first is the why, the length of time, and I think that's part of the investigation and things we look into. So the answer to the why will be my answer to whether it's acceptable or not. What we are trying to balance always is providing good service when officers respond. The balance is always how many officers does it take to manage a scene, community engagement, 911 calls. So it's not just getting to the scene fast, but having the ability to investigate the scene properly. We want to get to those, a priority 1 call as soon as we can. So we would look and analyze and say if that's a frequent basis, then we need to have more officers in that precinct if they tend to get more 911 calls.
Right, but this was, in fairness, a 911 call for a possible crime in progress. She believed there was something going on, a sexual assault.
Right. So I don't know the answer to why the time frame. It could have been just the distance from where the squad was when they were dispatched to the actual location of the call. Was it that nobody was available at the time? That's all part of the investigation and our internal process.
Have you had a chance to review Officer Noor's reports from his field training officers? Are you making your assessment on documentation that you've seen from folks who've trained Officer Noor that he's done well?
I have not seen it, but I have been given a report on his training. We have a very robust field training officer program, which I've been told by the training officers he did well. There was no indication that there would be any issues. He did well in his training.
Was his training extended?
Correct.
Was his training extended? I know there's a standard training and then it can't be extended.
Right.
Was it extended?
His training was not extended.
We have time for 2 more minutes.
Justine's family.
Yes.
Justine's family waited 4 days to hear from you while you were backpacking in the mountains. Is that an acceptable amount of time to leave a grieving family waiting?
I have a team behind that I trust to be able to do things. If I had very intermittent phone service, in a perfect world, I would have preferred to have been here. This is something that I understand. Yes, I understand.
And Chief, on that note, there were pictures posted to social media the morning after that you posted, the morning after the shooting. At that time, had you known that this had happened yet? Because there was enough coverage to post pictures to Facebook of your vacation.
Actually, any pictures that were posted were probably the day before, unless it took that while. But no, I didn't.
It looked like Sunday morning that they were posted. So I know people have asked that question.
Sure. Well, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Had you known by the time those pictures were posted Sunday morning, had you learned about what happened? And if not, how do you think that reflects on your job as chief?
You know what? I would never want to leave. For a chief, this is a nightmare to not only have an event such as this occur, but not to be here when it happens. It's the balance of trying to find time to go away. There have been times where I've had to cancel vacations and I couldn't leave, and my family has gone without me because of that. I want nothing more to be here, but I assure everybody in this community that there isn't anything that didn't get done because I wasn't here.
Final question.
Chief, are you worried about morale?
I don't.
Given that you seem to be jumping to a conclusion before the investigation is over, are you worried about morale in the force and whether some of your officers may not trust that you'll have their back in the future if there's ever a similar incident that is justified?
I am basing my thinking and opinion on what I know and the expectations I have and how we train. I fully realize there's still an open investigation and there's some questions that are unanswered. I answered questions based on the information that I know.
Thank you for coming. We really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. We will keep you posted on the next press availability. Follow us on Twitter. Thank you.
Thanks to all our viewers for watching that encore press conference. And as we take a look, here's what's coming for the end of the week for Monsoon 2017. All right, everybody, we're just going to show you just a little bit from earlier today. Jeff Sessions speaking at a DOJ press conference.
Access if you mask your identity and your location. And it's called dark not just because these sites are intentionally hidden, it's also dark because what's sold on many of them, illegal weapons, stolen identities, child pornography, and large amounts of narcotics. Today, the Department of Justice announces the takedown of the dark web market Alpha Bay. This is the largest dark market web place takedown in world history. An Alpha Bay staff member claimed that this group serviced more than 40,000 illegal vendors, people who sell illegal products, for more than 200,000 customers. By far, most of this activity was in illegal drugs, pouring fuel on the fire of the national drug epidemic. Around the time of the takedown of this site, there were more than 250,000 listings for illegal drugs and toxic chemicals on Alpha Bay. More than two-thirds of all listings on Alpha Bay. As of earlier this year, 122 vendors advertised fentanyl, and 238 advertised heroin. And we know of several Americans who were killed by drugs on Alpha Bay. One victim was just 18 years old when in February she overdosed on a powerful synthetic opioid which she had bought on Alpha Bay. The drug was shipped right to her house through the mail. A little more than a week after her death, a victim in Orange County, Florida, died of an overdose.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to breaking news right now where the 101 eastbound shut down near 64th Street. All right, everyone, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. You're taking a look at breaking news alert as a fatal crash has shut down the 101 eastbound. You can see this is the location at 64th Street, and you can see that people are having to all exit now because of a fatal crash earlier today. I'm going to work to get you guys the very latest info here, but this occurred earlier today at 2:21. A Nissan Frontier pickup went off the roadway and may have struck a tree near the southbound lanes of 101 just north of Cactus. A lone male driver from the vehicle was unconscious. Scottsdale Police is assisting by closing the on-ramp and exit ramp at Raintree. The driver of the Nissan Frontier did pass away, and this is a fatal crash that has shut down a portion there of the 101 eastbound. You're taking a live look here of the ADOT camera at 64th Street and the 101. We do wish the very best for that man's family and friends during this very difficult time. Let us know where you are watching from in the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do have viewers watching from all over the country, as well as, of course, right here locally. They want to know that this is happening very close to rush hour as well. So if you do have family and friends that maybe take the 101 in the Scottsdale area, please let them know of this traffic condition, and you may want to hit that share button to alert them of the situation up ahead. And ADOT just tweeted out moments ago of closed 101 area due to the crashes. There's two crashes, actually. One at Frank Lloyd Wright and another at Cactus. So they did close down. Also, 101 westbound is closed at Scottsdale Road. So keep that in mind as well. They are working two different crashes here. And also, folks, that closure is shut down once again from Scottsdale to Shea. Once again, folks, we do appreciate you guys all being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are covering this, unfortunately, breaking news story that's very sad. Another fatal crash in Arizona, this time shutting down the 101 eastbound. This is happening at 64th Street. This is where the A-dot camera is, but that closure is happening 101 eastbound at Scottsdale Road due to the crashes. Traffic can re-enter at Shea Boulevard. And if you're just joining us here, everyone, multiple crashes on the Loop 101 have resulted in the closing of the eastbound lanes, according to ADOT. According to a tweet made by ADOT's verified Twitter account, Loop 101 eastbound is closed at Scottsdale Road due to the crashes at Frank Lloyd Wright and Cactus. Unfortunately, there is at least one fatality associated with these incidents. Stay right here for us with the latest updates, but you can see that this is going to be a slow crawl. This going to do a slow crawl on this commute here.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I will be taking you into the next few hours here on the show before we go live on the 5 o'clock news and the 6 o'clock news for Fox 10 Phoenix broadcast. Right now, though, I do want to take you to an event that we didn't get a chance to stream for you earlier because we've been covering the O.J. Simpson trial throughout the day. I do want to take you to this President Trump event where he announced a Made in America initiative in the pharmaceutical industry. So let's hear what he had to say. Here we go.
Well, thank you very much. Very exciting and exciting times at the White House. A lot of things happening that are so great for our country. I want to welcome Made in America Week. This is what we call Made in America right here, and they're all here. Some of the great business minds, business geniuses. Congratulations, Charles. That's not a bad but they're right here with us. And I'll tell you, it's an honor to have them. We're continuing our celebration of American manufacturing and American manufacturing, and it's been something very important to us. Made in the USA, made in America. And our tribute to the skill, dedication, and grit of the American worker. We're showcasing products from all around the country that are stamped with the beautiful letters, Made in the USA. Today I'm proud to welcome 3 more great companies. We've had quite a few wonderful companies, a little bit smaller generally speaking than yours, but every company is smaller than yours when you get it down to the White House for really a major announcement. You'll be hearing Merck, Pfizer, and Corning. These 3 companies are announcing that pharmaceutical glass packaging will now be made in America. That's a big step. That's a big statement. I'm very proud of that. Thank you very much, by the way. And I know they wouldn't have done it under another administration. I feel confident. These companies have formed a groundbreaking partnership to create thousands of American manufacturing jobs with this innovative new product. It's an incredible product. Merck, Pfizer, and Corning are coming together to create an advanced pharmaceutical glass packaging operations, which include an immediate investment of at least $500 million and the creation of nearly 1,000 new jobs, and quickly. The initial investment will be spread across facilities in New York, New Jersey, and a new manufacturing plant in southeast of the United States. They're looking right now, which Corning will be announcing in the coming months. And there's some pretty good competition. I know they're going to make a great deal. Eventually, the companies here today expect a total investment in this initiative to reach at least $4 billion and create some 4,000 American jobs. And it's very innovative on top of it. This initiative will bring a key industry to our shores that for too long has been dominated by foreign countries. We're moving more and more companies back into the United States, and they're doing more and more of these products, and that would have been unheard of even a couple of years ago. These companies have achieved a breakthrough in pharmaceutical glass technology that will be used to store and deliver injectable drugs and vials and cartridges. This technology is not only great for American jobs in manufacturing, it's great for patients who now will have access to safer medicines and vaccines. It's also great for the healthcare workers who can administer the drugs. Makes it much, much safer for them. And safely without having any problems and worrying about vial breaking, which, as I understand, is a tremendous problem that we're not going to have anymore. I know that Secretary Price and the FDA are committed to working with innovative companies like these. We have tremendous excitement going on at the FDA. Amazing things are happening there, and I think we're going to be announcing some of them over the next 2 months. We're going to be streamlining, as we have in other industry, regulations so that advancements can reach patients quickly. You're going to see a big streamlining. I think you already have. To a large extent, you already have. Very proud of that. I especially want to thank Ken Frazier, Ian Reed, and Wendell Weeks, the 3 of the great leaders of business in this country, along with all of the great people at Merck, Pfizer, and Corning, for believing in America and the American workers. This announcement reflects a central theme of my administration, that when we invest in America, it's a win for our companies, our workers, and our nation as a whole. Every day we're fighting to bring back our jobs, to restore our industry, and to put America first. Or, as you've heard, make America great again. That's exactly what we're doing. Some people have heard that expression. It's been fairly well used, I think. I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to thank you for your dedication to Made in America. Really appreciate it very much. And I'd like to have you say a few words. Come on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. It's an honor to be here at the White House, and I'm grateful for the administration's continued support for American innovation and manufacturing. Merck is proud to have collaborated with Corning and Pfizer to modernize pharmaceutical glass packaging since the start of this project. Many Merck engineers and scientists work side by side with Corning's glass experts to make this exceptional new glass a reality. Biologic medicines and vaccines remain on the leading edge of scientific innovation, and Valor Glass represents a similar advancement in material science, glass that is purpose-built for these medical inventions. Occasional breakage and cracks have been a fact of life for our industry. Merck has comprehensive quality control processes to deal with them. But when these defects occur, they can have impacts on us, and more importantly, on patients by interrupting supply. During our testing, Valor not only exhibited reduced damage, but it also allowed an increase in our processing rate as well. This innovation supports our manufacturing priorities of agility, quality assurance, and supply predictability. Most importantly, it helps further ensure reliable access to vital medicines for patients. We're excited about our test results, and we plan to convert several products to Valor Glass as soon as we work through the appropriate reviews with the FDA and other regulatory agencies. So now it's my pleasure to turn things over to Ian Reed, Pfizer's Chairman and Chief Executive Officer.
It's great to be here at the White House. We appreciate the strong support for this effort to develop a breakthrough in pharmaceutical glass packaging technology engineered for the storage and delivery of injectable drugs. Pfizer makes about 25% of sterile injectables in the United States. This is a really important advance for us. I'd like to thank Secretary Price for his leadership and be willing to look at innovative ways to accelerate the approval of this glass. And I'm delighted to join with Merck and Corning to announce this breakthrough and innovation that is a result of collaboration between three storied American companies. Each of us represents a century of innovation that has yielded significant benefits for patients, American competitiveness in the U.S. economy through investment, jobs, capital, and a stream of high-quality and safe products. We believe that our collaboration with Corning is a potential game changer and supports our focus on bringing the highest quality products to patients. The glass industry represents about $4 billion of expenditure for the pharmaceutical industry. But subsequent issues, as Ken mentioned, the potential shards or breakages, we have strong quality control to ensure that doesn't get through to the patients, but the subsequent costs are multiples of the glass costs to ensure that we deliver a high-quality product to patients. So this is a major innovation and a major way that we can be more competitive in this industry. And as a side, to ensure that we have an environment that supports innovation and create a positive investment climate in the US, we're looking forward to working with the administration on both its regulatory policy and its tax reform to ensure that we can be competitive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One of the weeks from Corning, where you've already heard President Ken and Ian describe this remarkable new product, but sometimes I think it's better to show than to tell. So Mr. President, if you'll do the honors with me.
Sounds good.
Now, one of the many extraordinary features of Valor Glass is its damage resistance. Now, this helps protect patients and improve pharmaceutical manufacturing. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with a conventional glass vial that's been through a typical pharmaceutical manufacturing process. Now, for people in the audience, what this screen is going to show is how much force the president exerts before the vial is broken. So, Mr. President, if you could please depress the lever. Okay. Press it down. Stop. Okay, so you did okay. Pretty strong. I think you ain't seen strong yet, brother. So, now let's turn to the new product that we're announcing today. This is Corning's Valor Glass, and Mr. President, if you just do the same thing, but this time, don't be afraid to lean into it, okay? Go on, really. It's not a test of manhood. Whoa. Okay. For those of you who don't normally measure things in kilograms, the president just exerted about 1,000 pounds of force. And the important thing is that Valor Glass vial is still intact and protecting the vital ingredients inside. Now, this next generation product requires a new advanced manufacturing platform. And as the president has announced, we plan to build that platform right here in the United States, thanks to our great customers like Merck and Pfizer, the strong support of the administration, the Office of American Innovation, and the FDA's Emerging Technologies team. We're going to put this together and reindustrialize around next generation jobs and next generation products. Thank you to all of you for making this happen. So Reed Cordish from the Office of American Innovation wanted me to also inform you that 1,000 pounds is about the same as a punch from a professional boxer.
People never knew that about
Some of us knew.
They'll find out. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, does Jeff Sessions still have your full support?
Thank you, everybody.
Do you still support the Attorney General?
Mr. President, did you authorize Elon Musk to build the Hyperloop, sir?
Have you talked about
Welcome again to the Fox News Now stream. We just showed you President Trump, how he was holding a Made in America initiative for the pharmaceutical industry. That aired a little bit earlier today, but we didn't get a chance to stream it for you because we've been covering all of this O.J. Simpson material throughout the day. And of course, we're going to be live on the 5 o'clock and the 6 o'clock broadcast. If you're here locally in Phoenix, you can catch us there as well. But right now, we're still streaming some stuff for you that you might have missed while we were covering the O.J. hearings today. So now I want to take you to Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi, who held her weekly briefing earlier today. Here we go.
The committees that are dealing with the health care legislation, Representative Pallone of New Jersey, Representative Neal, Pallone, ranking member on Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Neal, ranking member on Ways and Means Committee, Representative Scott, Ranking Member, Education and Workforce Committee, and Mr. Yarmouth, Ranking Member on the Budget Committee. All of these committees had a role in shaping the Affordable Care Act. All of these committees and our members, Democratic members, have a role in protecting our care. So I'm honored that they're here. We, of course, all were struck by the news this morning and last night about Senator McCain, and send him our prayers. I'm a big believer in the power of prayer, so I have great confidence. Over the years, one of the things I always remember him saying to all of us under any circumstances was, keep on fighting. And I know that's what he will do, to keep on fighting. I was just sharing with my colleagues that at 10:30 I had a conversation with our colleague Steve Scalise, who sounds wonderful, and just told him about our prayers for him, our hopes for his recovery, but not sooner than he really is recovered, not to come back any sooner. And of course, we try to comfort his wife, Jennifer, children, Harrison and Madison, but their strength is a comfort to the rest of us in any event. So here we are, 6 months to the day when the president was inaugurated. We're here with no jobs bill, no infrastructure bill, no tax reform legislation, no plan to avert the default. It's just one of the most miserable 6 months, unproductive 6 months of any presidency that I can think of. Instead, the Republicans have spent all of their time trying to raise America's health costs and reduce the ability for Americans to have the financial and health security that we owe them. We're here today as those who have fought for the Affordable Care Act, and we're very proud of the fact that more than 20 million people, additional people, have access to affordable care and insurance. The protections, no lifetime limits, children can be on their parents' policy, no denying of coverage for pre-existing condition, no longer being a woman is a pre-existing condition. I think it's really important to recognize all of the benefits of it. And since ACA, healthcare costs have grown at the slowest rate on record, the life of the Medicare Trust Fund has been extended by 12 years, and the Republicans want to do away with all of that. Trump Care, this new bill, they just introduced a new version this morning, which is repeal and replace. They've now walked away from repeal and delay. Higher costs, pushing millions off their coverage, gutting key protections, crushing age tax, stealing from Medicare and Medicaid. And really, the bill they just had, and the headlines today are 32 million people by 2026 would lose their coverage, and premiums would double. So now, hopefully, supposedly today, we'll see a CBO report on their newest monstrosity. But I am hopeful. Earlier this month, Senator McConnell said, if my side is unable to agree on an adequate replacement, then some kind of action with regard to the private health insurance market must occur. So again, that our door has always been open, our hand always extended to work with the Republicans in a bipartisan way to improve and update the Affordable Care Act. Again, they have to set aside repeal, abandon cuts to Medicaid that are there, and abandon their huge tax breaks for the wealthy that are in the bill. But we have to, in the bill that, one of the manifestations of their bill that they put forth, Senator McCain has provisions for cost-sharing reduction payments, which is a positive thing, and possibly money that could be used for reinsurance and other initiatives like outreach. So that is a place that we can come together to improve the Affordable Care Act that is already suggested in their legislation. Again, we have to work to reduce the cost of prescription drugs, expand tax credits for middle-class families, and ensure options for bare counties. And over the past weeks, we have not been waiting for the failure of this bill. We have been working in our caucus, and members have made suggestions publicly and to our ranking members on how we should go forward. Today we'll talk about a few of those things, and next week in our steering and policy committees we'll have take testimony on all of that. So that is to say, we are pivoting. It's time for the Congress to pivot away from these bills that are going nowhere, thank God, but to make sure that happens. And as I conclude, I want to thank again the outside groups, the moms across America who've come here and spoken to members of Congress here and in their districts, called in, told their stories, have made a tremendous difference. The people have spoken in terms of this legislation. It's not good news for the Republican initiatives. Let's pivot to how we can get the job done for the American people. And with that, I'm pleased to yield the floor to the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank our leader because she has handled this situation with the ACA so well. Many of you remember when, really, if it wasn't for her, we would never have passed the ACA because she insisted that we had to do it. And now, of course, she's been very vigilant in explaining to the American public why the repeal would be so devastating, and now going the next step and saying, look, if you stop this effort to repeal, we are extending our hand because we want to work with you to strengthen it. So I just want to thank you for all that you've done. In terms of where we are today, basically the message really is to the Trump administration and to the GOP, stop playing games with the ACA. Work with us. I think that the president continues to be very irresponsible. The latest or yesterday saying, just repeal it and we'll delay it for 2 years. You know what the CBO said, what a disaster that would be. Up to 32 million people, an all-time high, would lose their insurance. But we're not taking that route. We're taking the route that we want to work with you and improve the ACA. I just want to mention two things that I think are very important in that respect and would eliminate a big part of the uncertainty that exists right now with the insurance market. First, with regard to the cost-sharing reduction payments. The president announced yesterday that he's going to pay it for another month. But that, thank you, Mr. President, but that's ridiculous, right? I mean, the uncertainty in the insurance market of going from month to month, like, paying month-to-month rent rather than having a lease for 2 years or more, is just ridiculous. And so the most important thing, I think, right now to eliminate this uncertainty in the insurance market is to guarantee that those cost-sharing payments, which affect 7 million people, are paid consistently and on time long-term. And just as an example, in my state, and I've mentioned this many times, the carrier Horizon, which is our biggest carrier, announced something like a 24% potential increase, only 8% of which was actually for health care. The rest was because of the uncertainty with the cost-sharing reduction payments, the uncertainty about the mandate, all the things that President Trump and the GOP are doing are basically resulting in this level of uncertainty that needs to stop if we're going to strengthen the ACA and make sure that insurance premiums don't go up exorbitantly and the carriers stay in the market, because a lot of the carriers are actually leaving the market because of the uncertainty. And the second thing is reinsurance. As you know, carrier insurance companies have to cover people regardless of their pre-existing condition, and there are a lot of people that are sick, and it's expensive for them to cover them. And so basically we had a program in the ACA called the Temporary Reinsurance Program that basically spread the cost of large insurance claims for very sick people across all the insurers. That needs to be made permanent. That was a temporary thing. It worked well as long as it was out there, but it needs to be made permanent. So that reinsurance program that we had in the ACA would really make a difference in terms of carriers staying in the market and not having uncertainty in terms of how much their premiums are going to be. And I know that, some of the Republicans have said, well, that type of thing is a bailout. It is not a bailout. Basically, we have, hundreds of, a lot of people costing these insurance companies a lot of money because the people are sick, because they need attention, and it costs a lot of money to cover their medical treatment. And I think we pretty much determined on a consensus bipartisan basis that we want to take care of, the sicker people. We want to make sure that they have insurance coverage. So why not do, why not make this a permanent program so that we can keep the carriers in the market and, again, eliminate a lot of the uncertainty. I know Jimmy Kimmel said, I called it, it's not me that made this up, the Jimmy Kimmel test, because he said nobody should have to choose between rent or food or paying for a child's medical treatment. Nobody. I think that's very true, and that's why we need to both eliminate the uncertainty, both with the cost-sharing subsidies and also provide for reinsurance. And with that, I'm going to yield to my colleague, ranking member on Ways and Means, Mr. Neal.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks to the leader for keeping full attention on the proposals that have come to compete with the Affordable Care Act. When the President recently said, who knew that health insurance could be that complicated, I put my hand up. And I think what's remarkable about it is we have now the plan of the day that's put in front of us. I don't know how CBO has time to do anything else but score plans on a daily basis. But the irony of it is you're talking about what is almost 1/5 of the American economy, the delivery of health care in America, and they have a new plan every day. So this is the 5th time around that CBO will be asked to score a plan which already we know will still leave at least 23 million people without health insurance. And here's the noteworthy item. Consider this. Insurance is based upon risk assessment, trying to predict outcomes. So when the administration threatens to withhold subsidies, when the administration says that they are willing to violate the law by not enforcing the mandate, that contributes to the risk uncertainties. So when the proposals, which would be nominal next year for increasing premiums, they now come in at anywhere between 5 and 25%, all because of the uncertainty that the White House is projecting with insurance markets. And what we're asking for is a period of calm, have the Republicans work with us to address some of these issues, particularly in the single market space, but to acknowledge that it could be done with some dexterity and simplicity, including more robust credits for those who find themselves shopping for insurance. That's the path to travel. And I look at this and I think to myself how hard it was for us after scores of months, hundreds of meetings and hearings to talk about the development of the ACA, and they have a plan every day that when put under the magnifying glass still comes to the same conclusion. 23 million people will lose their health insurance. Insurance commissioners yesterday in Pennsylvania and Tennessee both said the same things. We need some certainty. Tell us what the subsidies are going to look like. Tell us you're going to enforce the mandate, and we will make adjustments based upon what you're telling us. Accurate information. And with that, I'd like to introduce Bobby Scott of Ed and Workforce to give us his perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to again congratulate and thank our leader for her reminding people that we're willing to work to improve the Affordable Care Act, but reminding them too that we're not interested in helping to make things worse. And we have to remind ourselves, as she did, of what the situation was before the Affordable Care Act passed, when millions of people were losing their insurance every day. Those with pre-existing conditions usually could not get insurance, or if they did, they had to pay exorbitant fees. The people were hitting lifetime limits. Those families, half the families declaring bankruptcy, were in bankruptcy court because of medical bills. Thanks to the ACA, 20 million more people have insurance today. The costs are going up at the lowest rate in 50 years. Those with pre-existing conditions can easily get insurance at the standard rate. There are no lifetime limits. Bankruptcies are down 50%, on and on. But the Affordable Care Act did not cure all of the problems. It was a step in the right direction, and we need to make progress. But whatever anybody thinks of the Affordable Care Act, if you're going to make changes, you ought to improve the situation, not make them worse. And you look at all of the solutions. After 7 years of voting to repeal the Affordable Care Act, the only thing that they've come up with are things that make things worse. They're in a situation that involves arithmetic. You can't insure more people if your bill starts off with massive tax cuts and cuts in Medicaid. One of the latest proposals, repeal and replace later, you know that's not going to work, because if there had been a viable replacement, we would have seen it by now. And even if they had a credible replacement, you know they wouldn't pass the tax increases that would be needed to fund it. And so the idea that they're going to repeal now and replace later is obviously absurd. The more recent one that was introduced this morning has the same problems. You're taking money off the table and trying to cover more people. Just this simple arithmetic means you can't do that. But the incredible thing is, even with the repeal and replace later, the CBO scored that as 32 million fewer Americans would have insurance. Compared to present law, the premiums will double, and 75% of the American public would be in an area without any insurance company in the marketplace. Now, the marketplace is extremely important, because that's where you get your subsidies. That's where you are protected from price increases, and the fact that you have a marketplace with many insurers, competition puts downward pressure on prices. If you have no insurance companies in the marketplace, then obviously that's not a good thing. The incredible thing is that only a handful of senators came out against that plan. 32 million fewer insured, prices doubling, few in the marketplace, and you only had a handful of senators opposing it. Why would anybody support a plan like that? We need to first defeat all of these plans and then get together and work together on the things that we know will improve the Affordable Care Act and afford insurance for many more Americans at a lower price. With that, I'd like to yield to the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, the ranking member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, and I'd also like to thank all my colleagues, and especially Leader Pelosi, for their leadership on health care reform. We've been in it a long time now, and looks like the road is not ending. One of the issues that has arisen in the ACA era is the question of availability of insurance companies in certain areas of the country. Republicans like to say there are 1,300 counties in the country that only have one insurer, and now there are approximately 40 counties that have no insurance company available. First of all, let me point out this is not a new problem. This was a problem that existed long before the ACA. I remember in Alabama, for instance, over 90% of the people in Alabama only had access to one insurance company. And the reason is there are a lot of people, a lot of counties in the United States that have very few people. These are predominantly rural counties. They tend to be lower income, older populations, and they don't represent a potential lucrative market for insurance companies. If you only have 5,000 people in a county and a certain percentage of them will be on Medicare and Medicaid and in group insurance, there really aren't that many available customers to insurance companies. And that's the problem that we face in many areas of the country. That's not an ACA problem. That is a market problem. And there just aren't there are a lot of non-viable markets in the country. Now, we do have a problem in that largely because of the uncertainty that's been created by many of the moves made in Congress and at the administration level, where insurance companies are dropping out of markets because of the possibility of substantial losses. We actually had a solution in the ACA. We had federally supported co-ops that were supposed to be able to provide competition and availability of insurance coverage to citizens wherever they may be. In my state of Kentucky, we had a very viable co-op. Unfortunately, the Republicans decided to defund the federal support for those co-ops. And my co-op and several others across the country went out of business. Basically, my co-op was had the most coverage of any other insurance company in Kentucky. It was a very viable operation. So there was an approach to dealing with these non-viable markets in the law, but the Republicans sabotaged it. So what's the answer? I don't know many people in the insurance industry who will contend that the individual insurance market is viable without government involvement. As a matter of fact, the Republicans essentially admitted this in both the House bill and the Senate bill. Because how did they deal with it? Cost-sharing reductions, tax credits, high-risk pools funded by the government. That's essentially a public option. And so they recognize that the individual market is not viable without government involvement. And here's where I think the government can provide a great service and what we will be looking into. And that's the question of a government-organized or a government-run alternative to the co-ops, essentially, a public option of sorts. It may be a new vehicle. It may be, as some states have actually proposed, allowing people to buy into Medicaid and Medicare on an individual basis, or it may be allowing them to shop in the federal employees benefits plan. So there are options available to accommodate those people in markets where there isn't an availability of insurance companies, and we will actively pursue a solution through that means. Thank you.
I thank my colleagues for their presentations and for their extraordinary leadership on all of this and the ideas that have been conveyed. Mr. Pallone talking about cost-sharing reinsurance, Mr. Neal talking about tax credits and how we expand access for millennials and others, Mr. Scott talking about the threat that is there, 32 million people. Imagine that they would propose such a thing while premiums double, according to the CBO. And Mr. Yarmouth has been working on this individual market, insurance market issue for a long time, and appreciate his suggestions there, as well as those that have come from our colleagues. These, among others, we'll hear about them at our steering policy committee meetings next week. Any questions from my colleagues on the subject of health insurance? No? Okay, well, we have a vote. So, yes, ma'am, we have a vote, so thank you. Well, I wrote a letter, which you probably saw as a matter of public record, on July 18th. The American people have spoken. They rejected Trump care's assault on the good health of America's hardworking people. And I do say, as Senator McConnell said what I said earlier, if we can't do anything, then we're going to have to address the cost-sharing reduction payment issue. So I suggested that we get on with that, but we've had no conversations. All along, though, when we did the Affordable Care Act, contrary to this, we had hours and hours of hearings and weeks of hearings and in a bipartisan way, and accepted scores of Republican amendments, scores of Democratic amendments, and modifications to Democratic and Republican amendments. So we're ready to work in a bipartisan way on this, but so far I haven't gotten a response to my letter. And some of my colleagues are writing to them too with some other suggestions. But it's a pretty exciting time because this Affordable Care Act is something we feel very proud of, a pillar of economic and health security for the American people. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. It took 100 years to pass, starting with Teddy Roosevelt, a Republican, well then a bull moose. But in any, no, he wasn't. He was a Republican when he proposed it. And then we go to a situation where that they would place this in doubt. But remember this, President Trump wanted to repeal and delay. Trump Care, 32 million people kicked off the rolls. Thank you. We have votes.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. And I'm especially want to welcome U.S. Attorney Phil Talbert from the Eastern District of California. He's done great work on this important case. And another special welcome to Europol Director Robert Mark Wainwright, who traveled here from the Netherlands to be with us today to participate in this important case of which various countries around the world have participated. Rob, we appreciate you. We have a tremendous relationship with Europol. We work together on a daily basis with them, and this is the kind of activities and investigative work we must do in this day and age because crime knows no borders. Among other challenges, our great country is currently in the midst of the deadliest drug epidemic in our history. One American now dies of a drug overdose every 11 minutes, and more than 2 million Americans are addicted to prescription drugs. And today, some of the most prolific drug suppliers use what's called the dark web, which is a collection of hidden websites that you can only access if you mask your identity and your location. And it's called dark not just because these sites are intentionally hidden, it's also dark because what's sold on many of them, illegal weapons, stolen identities, child pornography, and large amounts of narcotics. Today, the Department of Justice announces the takedown of the dark web market Alpha Bay. This is the largest dark market web place takedown in world history. An Alpha Bay staff member claimed that this group serviced more than 40,000 illegal vendors, people who sell illegal products, for more than 200,000 customers. By far, most of this activity was in illegal drugs, pouring fuel on the fire of the national drug epidemic. Around the time of the takedown of this site, there were more than 250,000 listings for illegal drugs and toxic chemicals on Alpha Bay. More than 2/3 of all listings on Alpha Bay. As of earlier this year, 122 vendors advertised fentanyl, and 238 advertised heroin. And we know of several Americans who were killed by drugs on Alpha Bay. One victim was just 18 years old when in February she overdosed on a powerful synthetic opioid which she had bought on Alpha Bay. The drug was shipped right to her house through the mail. A little more than a week after her death, a victim in Orange County, Florida, died of an overdose from a drug bought on Alpha Bay. And then there was Grant Seaver. He was only 13 years of age and a student at Treasure Mountain Junior High School, Utah, in Park City, Utah, when he passed away after overdosing on a synthetic opioid that had been purchased by a classmate on Alpha Bay. The ability of these drugs to so instantaneously end these promising lives is a reminder to us of just how incredibly dangerous these synthetic opioids are, especially when they are purchased anonymously from dark places on the internet. And this is likely one of the most important criminal investigations of this entire year. I have no doubt of that. Make no mistake, the forces of law and justice face a challenge from criminals and transnational criminal organizations who think they can commit their crimes with impunity by going dark. This case, pursued by dedicated agents and prosecutors, says you are not safe. You cannot hide. We will find you, dismantle your organization and network, and we will prosecute you. I believe that because of this operation, the American people are safer. People around the world are safer from the threat of identity fraud and malware, and safer from deadly drugs. But the department's work is not finished. We will continue to find, arrest, prosecute, convict, and incarcerate criminals, drug traffickers, and their enablers wherever they are. The dark net is not a place to hide. We will use every tool we have to stop criminals from exploiting vulnerable people and sending so many Americans to an early grave perpetuated by a perverted technology. I want to thank our international partners at Europol and in Thailand, the Netherlands, Lithuania, Canada, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany, all of whom have worked closely with us to take down this criminal enterprise. And to all the Department of Justice law enforcement personnel at the Drug Enforcement Administration, the FBI, and to those from the IRS, criminal investigators, and the attorneys and staff, all of whom who've worked tirelessly on this case, you have made us proud. You have made this country safer, and we thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, Attorney General Sessions. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I'm grateful to our law enforcement agents and prosecutors for their tireless work on this case, and to our international partners for their extraordinary cooperation. The Alpha Bay case is part of a larger international effort to attack dark web marketplaces that broker criminal transactions. Their alleged criminal conduct includes selling illegal drugs like fentanyl and heroin, as well as stolen fraudulent identification documents and access devices, counterfeit goods, malware and computer hacking tools, firearms, and toxic chemicals. This was a coordinated international operation against Alpha Bay and also another website known as Hansa Market, which the Dutch authorities have been investigating and shut down earlier today. As part of this operation, the two sites' administrators were arrested, and authorities seized extensive evidence and illicit assets related to those enterprises. Now, this case started with several independent investigations, and we had the assistance of our law enforcement agencies who are represented here, as well as several U.S. attorneys' offices around the country. We joined together and worked with our partners to coordinate the timing of the takedown of these websites. The Alpha Bay takedown and the arrest of its administrator could not have happened without the unwavering support of our international partners. I think that's one of the highlights of this case today. We worked with law enforcement authorities in Thailand, the Netherlands, Lithuania, Canada, the United Kingdom, and France, along with support from Europol. We're going to hear from our Europol director, Rob Wainwright, this morning. Our foreign partners conducted searches, seized evidence and proceeds of criminal activities, and made an arrest. Now, there were many moving parts to this investigation. Alleged members of the conspiracy used anonymizing techniques in trying to conceal their identities and their locations. Peeling back one layer after another took us to new countries where we needed additional assistance from other law enforcement agencies. And with each development in the case, our international colleagues expressed an immediate willingness to assist. Dark websites like Alpha Bay and Hansa run on what's known as the Tor network. They're hidden services designed to conceal information that could reveal the identity or location of the website and its customers. So people using these websites believe that they're going to be anonymous. But this case demonstrates that that is not always true. Many dark websites openly trade in narcotics, guns, images of sexual abuse of children, and other serious criminal conduct. An academic study published in 2015 found that the largest single category of hidden services on the Tor network was forums for the sale of drugs and contraband. It also found that 80% of traffic to hidden services related to sexual exploitation of children. Now, some sites have membership of hundreds of thousands of users across the globe. Those disturbing statistics explain why disrupting and dismantling dark websites is a priority for the Department of Justice, and international coordination is critical to our success. Administrators and users of dark websites use anonymizing techniques to thwart law enforcement activities. But our agents, our prosecutors, analysts, and support staff work tirelessly to locate the infrastructure hosting the sites and to identify the people responsible for them. These methods prove an ongoing challenge for us. Hundreds of sites on the Tor network still enable a vast amount of criminal activity to occur. But we are proud of the accomplishments that we announced today. We recognize our work is not done. We face many challenges, and we need international assistance to overcome those challenges. The exceptional foreign cooperation with our operation to attack illegal activity on the dark web demonstrates that international partners stand in solidarity with us to deny safe havens to cybercrime. That helps us to protect the privacy, the safety, and the security of all Americans. And one other development I want to bring to your attention, which is that following the death of the defendant who's charged in the American case, our U.S. Attorney in Eastern California, Phil Talbert, yesterday filed a civil forfeiture complaint, which will ensure that appropriate action is taken with regard to all the assets that were seized in the course of that investigation. This time I want to introduce the Acting Director of the FBI, Andy McCabe.
Good morning, everyone. As the Attorney General noted, this is a landmark operation. Alpha Bay was roughly 10 times the size of the Silk Road. So we're talking about multiple servers in different countries, hundreds of millions of dollars in cryptocurrency, and a darknet drug trade that spanned the globe. It takes a whole lot of coordination and a shared purpose to pull off an operation like this. So with your patience, I'd like to thank a few of the folks without whom we would not be here today. First, I'd like to thank the FBI's Sacramento field office, who took the laboring oar in making this operation a success. I'd also like to thank our folks in the Atlanta, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Chicago field offices, as well as the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division here at headquarters, the Cyber Division, and our legal attaché offices overseas. These teams did amazing work, but we're under no illusion that we do this kind of work on our own. We are extremely grateful to our partners in Thailand and the Netherlands, Lithuania, Canada, the UK, France, as well as our partners in Europol. We especially want to thank our Dutch partners for their amazing work taking down the Hansa website, to which many of the Alpha Bay users and vendors flocked after the demise of Alpha Bay. Taking down 2 major darknet sites at once is considerable, and it took a lot of effort, a lot of expertise, and a lot of teamwork. And as this level of teamwork and coordination shows, we will go to the ends of the earth to find these people and to stop them. There are some criminals that think of cybercrime as a freebie. They think they'll get away with it because there are too many players in too many countries. They think they'll get away with it because the schemes are too complex and because they operate in the shadows. But we are blending traditional investigative techniques and new tools to bring these individuals out of the shadows and into the light. The FBI's high-tech organized crime unit targets criminal enterprises that conduct traditional criminal activity, like money laundering and the sale of illicit goods, through computers and the internet. Together with folks from the Cyber Division, the Violent Crime and Crimes Against Children programs, we're working to fill that gap, the gap between computer intrusions that target our data and technology and traditional crime facilitated by technology, like the darknet. This team worked diligently to identify the location of the Alpha Bay infrastructure and to identify the administrator and to shut down the site for good. Now, critics will say, as we shutter one site, another site emerges. And they may be right, but that is the nature of criminal work. It never goes away. You have to constantly keep at it, and you've got to use every tool in your toolbox. And that's exactly what we'll do. We've learned a lot over the years about taking down international criminal syndicates, and that same experience applies to organizations that are facilitated on the dark net. We know that removing top criminals from the infrastructure is not a long-term fix. There's always a new player waiting in the wings, ready to fill those shoes. It's like demolishing a building. Hacking away at individual walls and beams only does so much, but using federal statutes to prosecute these individuals is akin to blowing up the foundation with dynamite. Once the infrastructure implodes, it becomes difficult for the group to function. And with the weight of this kind of operation, the organization crumbles. So we will keep doing this great work. And we'll continue to count on our federal counterparts and our international partners to be right here with us. And now I'd like to turn it over to one of our absolute closest partners and best colleagues from the Drug Enforcement Administration, Robert Patterson, Acting Deputy Administrator. Robert.
And good morning. I'm pleased to represent the DEA and join my other federal law enforcement colleagues in announcing the Alpha Bay network takedown. Extremely dedicated investigators, analysts, and prosecutors work to make this possible. I greatly appreciate the larger collaborative efforts of all our other federal partners, including the FBI, IRS, United States Postal Inspection Service, and Homeland Security. As Director McCabe just noted, these cases demand international collaboration, and cooperation. We are grateful for the work of our fellow law enforcement partners in Thailand, the Netherlands, Lithuania, Canada, the United Kingdom, France, and obviously Europol. As we are all sadly reminded on a daily basis, our nation continues to face an opioid epidemic. The dark web is an available and seemingly anonymous marketplace for the sale of these drugs. The DEA continues to be fully committed to addressing this epidemic. We are attacking the problem from multiple angles, from the traditional enforcement efforts targeting the major sources outside our borders that feel untouchable, to their networks that bring the drugs across our borders into this country, to the violent street gangs that sell the deadly poison in our local neighborhoods, and to the corrupt doctors and rogue pharmacies involved in the diversion of prescription drugs. Although the business models of these groups vary, they are all similar when it comes to the destruction they cause. And they all share one additional common characteristic. They operate on borrowed time. The Alpha Bay criminal network, led by Alexander Casas, was yet another contributing source feeding this epidemic, supplying countless addicts through direct sales and supplying drug traffickers across this country and others with larger quantities for redistribution. Alpha Bay was the largest dark market platform operating on the dark web. It was responsible for approximately $1 billion in illicit sales, a significant portion which came as the result, as already stated, from proceeds of the sale of drugs like fentanyl and heroin. And as the Attorney General brought up, more than 250,000 listings for illegal drugs were on that site at the time it was taken down. The dark web seemingly allows for anonymity and creates extraordinary challenges for law enforcement. But as we have demonstrated in this case, these challenges are not insurmountable. Alexander Casas learned what so many others have. Hard work and determination by our law enforcement and law enforcement partners demonstrate yet again no one is untouchable. Collectively, we will continue to leverage our legal authorities and capabilities with a continued determination to identify and target criminals wherever they may hide, which includes cyberspace. We are keenly aware there'll be another Alpha Bay. But with each investigation, we learn more and get better. We will aggressively continue to pursue these attempting to hide behind the anonymity of the dark web. I'd like to specifically thank the dedicated men and women of the DEA and our partner law enforcement agencies for their incredible work on this particular operation, and to the many federal prosecutors who work tirelessly every day to bring these criminals to justice to protect our citizens. And with that, I'd like to introduce Europol Director Rob Markling.
Thank you very much, and I'm the final speaker, so we'll hold your attention just for a few minutes more, if I may. Thank you to the Attorney General and colleagues of the DOJ for inviting me to be part of this event today, and we're very pleased at Europol to have played our part in coordinating the international dimensions of this groundbreaking operation, especially in Europe. As you've heard, this outstanding law enforcement action here in the United States to bring to an end Alpha Bay was coordinated with simultaneous action in Europe against another major criminal marketplace known as the Hansa market. The shutting down of that, the Dutch authorities are announcing right now in the Netherlands at their own press conference. These two cases have been developed together, and our joint hit on both of these dark marketplaces is one of the most sophisticated law enforcement operations against cybercrime that we've ever seen. So the scale speaks for itself. You've heard the figures already. But Alpha Bay and Hansa between them were two of the top three criminal marketplaces on the dark web, trading hundreds of thousands of illicit commodities, drugs, and many others, the details of which you've already heard about. That's 40,000 vendors, depending on the marketplaces, to sell everything from fentanyl to illegal firearms and malware for cybercrime attacks. So their coordinated takedown has, I think, punched a big hole in the operating ability of drug traffickers and other serious criminals around the world. But what made this operation really special was the strategy we ran to magnify the disruptive impact of the joint actions. Between Europol, the FBI, DEA, and the Dutch police, the team play that we ran here was to take covert control of the Hansa market under Dutch judicial authority a month ago, which allowed us to monitor the activities, criminal activities of users without their knowledge, and then shut down Alphabet during the same period. So what this meant, in particular, was that we could identify and disrupt the regular criminal activity that was happening on Hansa market, but then also sweep up all those new users that were displaced from Alphabet and looking for a new trading platform for their criminal activities. And in fact, they flocked to Hansa in their droves. We recorded an 8 times increase in the number of new users on Hansa immediately following the takedown of Alphabet. And since the undercover operation to take over Hansa market by the Dutch police, the usernames and passwords of thousands of buyers and sellers of illicit commodities have been identified and are the subject of follow-up investigations by Europol and our partner agencies. So as a law enforcement strategy, therefore, leveraging the combined operational and technical capabilities of multiple agencies here in the United States and around Europe, it's been an extraordinary success and an illustration of the collective power we can bring as a concerted global law enforcement community to work against even the most challenging, serious criminal enterprises. My respect and admiration goes to all of those involved here in the US, in the Netherlands, many other European countries, as well as many of my own colleagues in Europol. I think there are 3 other major implications in this operation. Firstly, as you've heard, the infrastructure of the underground criminal economy has taken a serious hit, and much, much bigger even than what we saw in 2013 with Silk Road. Secondly, the intelligence that we've yielded, especially through the monitoring of Hansa, has given us a new insight into the criminal activity of the darknet, including many of its leading figures. We've already distributed through Europol new intelligence leads connected with darknet to already 37 countries around the world. And finally, of course, as you've already heard, there's a very strong message here to those who engage in criminal activity on the internet, and the darknet especially, that you're not as safe and you're not as anonymous as you think you are. And this operation is an example of the improving concerted ability of law enforcement to strike against criminals, even on the darknet. At Europol, we're standing up a new international team to monitor darknet marketplaces in the future. And what we've seen today from this coordinated hit against these 2 marketplaces is just a taste of what's to come in the future. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a few questions. Sari.
Attorney General Sessions, this is not really a normal day. The President made very disparaging remarks about you, Attorney General of the United States, and your Deputy Attorney General yesterday. Given what he said, what is your reaction to those remarks, and how seriously are you considering possibly resigning?
We in this Department of Justice will continue every single day to work hard to serve the national interest, and we wholeheartedly join in the priorities of President Trump. He gave us several directives. One is to dismantle transnational criminal organizations. That's what we're announcing today, the dismantling of the largest dark website in the world by far. And I congratulate our people for that. I have the honor of serving as Attorney General. It's something that goes beyond any thought I would have ever had for myself. We love this job, we love this department, and I plan to continue to do so as long as that is appropriate.
Pamela. Attorney General Sessions, how do you feel like you can effectively serve from here on out if you don't have the confidence of the President?
We're serving right now. The work we're doing today is the kind of work that we intend to continue. Just last week, we announced the largest health care takedown ever in the United States. We had all the major law enforcement leaders in my office yesterday to talk about our unified efforts to improve our crime fighting with state and local officials. So I'm totally confident that we can continue to run this office in an effective way. But I really would like for you to focus now on the work of the individuals behind me that have helped put this case together so that we can celebrate and affirm the work that they have done so that we can learn from it and get even better in the future.
Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein, the President told the New York Times yesterday that the fact that you're from Baltimore concerns him, since there aren't many Republicans from that city. Is that something that's a valid concern in your view? What do you make of that criticism?
As the Attorney General said, we're working here every day to advance the priorities of the Department of Justice and the administration. I was proud to be here yesterday. I'm proud to be here today. I'll be proud to work here tomorrow. And we are spending every minute working to advance the interests of the department. And as the Attorney General said, we're happy to answer any questions about this Alpha Bay case. It's a very important case. We got a lot of folks here who assisted in that investigation, and that's all I'm going to talk about today.
Do you have any questions about Alpha Bay? All right, thank you.
It's not about Alpha. Are you concerned you'll be seen as a zombie Attorney General?
Attorney General, you will not resign.
Is the President wrong, sir?
Will you not
foreign operations, so if anybody has any plans, they might as well curtail them because we're going to be here. I want to thank everybody for their forbearance, their collegial manner. We want to recognize the fact that Mr. Joyce and Mr. Valadeo have fueled the evening with a great sugar high. Of course, sugar highs are often met by sugar lows, so something will be coming, which may be very familiar. It comes in a cardboard box, but well, yeah, it could be wine. That would get us out of here very quickly. The majority and the minority have agreed on a 3-minute limit on remarks, so we don't have to go through any unanimous consent stuff. Gentlemen and ladies, we have, it's hard to believe it, 12 to 15 more amendments on this bill. That's if everyone offers their amendments. We would appreciate as much cooperation as we can to keep your remarks short. I have to say this, I say this respectfully, we've heard and respect everybody's talking points, and anything you can do to, without reinforcing them, to move us along would be appreciated. So anything else for the good of the order? Are there any amendments, further amendments? Ms. DeLauro is recognized. Please give her your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Consider it done. Ms. DeLauro is recognized for 3 minutes.
Restore funding for the after-school programs to current levels. The bill cuts after school by $192 million. What that would mean is we would serve about 192,000 fewer kids. These programs work, enrich their kids' lives, while providing working parents with peace of mind. So investing in them is money that's well spent. It pays huge social and economic dividends down the road. The after-school programs show dramatically improved outcomes for children. Long-term studies talked about significant gains in math test scores, work habits. Elementary schoolers showed significant gains in social skills, reduction in aggressive behavior. Regular attendees at the after school have greater attendance rates, get into less trouble at school, less likely to drink, do drugs, or become sexually active. In short, they transform kids' lives for the better. Give over 8 million kids in America the education tools they need to achieve their goals. Let me just mention the economic necessity for hardworking Americans. It frees up time for parents to work, provide for their families. 61% of married parents both work. In families with other marital statuses, approximately 72% of mothers who are head of household work, 82% of fathers who are head of household work. It means that primary caretakers of children cannot be home after school all the time, make enough money to put food on the table, and we often wind up with kids who are latchkey kids where there's no one there for them. Grants for after-school programs have worked to benefit 1.6 million kids. 15 million kids in America right now who take care of themselves in the 3 hours after school. 18 million children whose parents want to take advantage of after-school programs if they were available. We ought to be investing more than the current levels. At the very least, we should maintain funding at the current levels. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Ms. DeLauro. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say I very much agree, actually, with most of the points that my good friend makes. This is our good program. It's money well spent. It ought to be something we look at. Now, to be fair, this program is almost $1.2 billion, so there's still $1 billion in it. But given the allocation we had, this was an area that we had to look at seriously. But it's also one I'll look at restoring if we can come to a larger agreement. And while my friend makes a fair point that we can go above this, that we're not at the BCA level, that's not a number I get to go above. I have a number I get to live within. If powers above me come to a different conclusion, I certainly would work with my friend to see that this very worthy program is appropriately funded, but for the moment, must oppose the amendment.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Further discussion on the DeLauro amendment. Ms. Lowy is recognized.
I rise in strong support of this amendment. I appreciate the chairman's comments, and I do want to work with him and my good friend Rosa DeLauro in expanding the program. Right now, there are nearly 1.7 million children, including more than 87,000 in New York, and they rely on after-school programs. It's supported through the 21st Century Community Learning Centers to provide a safe, enriching environment to learn. And yet this bill would cut funding for after-school programs. So I just want to thank the chair and our ranking member, and I know we're going to work together as this bill moves through the process, because I think we all acknowledge how important this program is for our youngsters and their families.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Mr. Cuellar, you look like you're ready to jump right up. Oh, good. It'll be shortened, I'm sure. Ms. DeLauro, a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, after-school programs have proven outcomes for students. To cut funding by $192 million shortchanges their future, the future of our economy. We should restore this funding to current levels. There is already more demand for the programs than we are providing. I feel very proprietary about these after-school programs. I taught in the after-school programs in the New Haven school system many years ago. I taught creative writing and modern dance. It's a great programs. Kids enjoy them, and it's good for the economics of families to make sure that their kids are not warehoused, not on the street, but in an academic and a cultural setting. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
I'd like to strike the last word and yield to the chairman of the committee for some additional remarks.
Any of you that have any of our friends might ask them to come back. You know, their vote is needed, but you know, I'm happy to wax eloquent about after-school programs for as long as you guys care to listen.
You're on my time, so go right ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I once again want to say how much I agree with my good friend, the gentlelady from Connecticut. She's right about these programs. We have a very remarkable boys and girls program in Norman, Oklahoma, the largest city in my district. And frankly, these are programs that benefit the most needy students that we have. Anybody that thinks that kids are going to be home studying from 3:30 to 5:30 on their own evidently led a much different childhood than I did, because that's not where I was or would have been. And in my case, if it hadn't been for athletics, I would have been in a very difficult circumstance. But These programs provide an opportunity for young people to do something that's quite remarkable, and it's a safe place to go. It's also important to notice how many of these programs, frankly, attract private dollars in addition. So the federal dollar here really is maximized and does add tremendously to the private philanthropy here as a magnet. So how much longer do you want me to go, or do you want to let somebody else strike the
You
last
are
word?
so eloquent. I yield you additional time, and I should be standing.
Well, okay. You know, well, I do know OU football players that went to after.
The chair would like to recognize Judge Carter for any remarks he may wish to make.
Move to strike the last word. I'm going to try to help my
Gentleman's recognized.
Oklahoma friend out. We're friends except during football season. You know, we talk, one of the things that I have a real interest in right now, that used to be a lot of after-school programs that were involved in this, was when I went to school, we had wood shop, metal shop, auto mechanics, and one other one I can't remember, but they were trades. And building trades, that was the other one, building trades. And kids not only went to a class during the day on those things, but then after school, in the building trades area and in the wood shop and metal shop, they got training for the future so they could get a profession when they got out of high school. We have let that type of education go way down in this country, because every high school in Houston had that when I was a young man, and now none of them have it, although some are bringing it back. When we're talking about after-school programs, that's the program that allows those people that are not going to be college-bound to have the ability to learn a trade. And right now, we have a situation where a master plumber getting out of trade school with a master plumbing degree can begin at $75,000 a year. I've got people in my district that will pay $80,000 starting for a licensed welder.
I take back my time. Take back my time.
I yield back.
And I yield to Mr. Lauro to close. A minute to close. Please give. Please recognize the ranking member, Mr. Lauro, to close for a minute. Thank you.
And now I think I am going to call for a recorded vote. I wasn't going to do that.
All right, fair enough. The question is on the DeLauro amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have. The amendment is not agreed to. Requisite number. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Miss Granger. Miss Granger? No. Miss Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Miss Herrera Butler. Miss Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy.
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, aye. Mr. Molinaire. Mr. Molinaire, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Graves is recognized. Mrs. Roby is recognized. No.
Mr. Graves is recorded as no. Ms. Roby is recorded as no.
Anyone further? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 29. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Lowy, recognize Ms. Lowy. Please give Ms. Lowy your attention, please.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
Amendment number 2, I ask unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Consider it done. Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
My colleagues, my amendment would prevent the administration from taking free birth control coverage from millions of American women. The Affordable Care Act requires insurance to make contraception available as a preventive service at no cost. As a result, more than 55 million women have saved approximately $1.4 billion since 2013 on contraception, ensuring that no woman would have to struggle to afford a copay or meet a deductible for birth control. The benefit is making a real difference in the health and financial stability of women. It's also lowering the rate of unintended pregnancy. And experts believe it is one of the leading reasons the abortion rate is at the lowest level since Roe v. Wade. I'll repeat that. The abortion rate is at its lowest level since Roe v. Wade. And yet, surprisingly, the Trump administration is preparing to gut this protection, will reportedly allow any employer, businesses large or small, publicly traded companies, even universities that provide health insurance for their students, to be exempt from offering insurance that covers birth control if they claim any moral or religious reason. The draft rule doesn't even define what this means. This is an exemption so large that it could immediately hurt 55 million American women's ability to afford contraception. Those who are trying to gut the contraceptive requirements argue women can access contraception elsewhere, including at Title X health centers or through Medicaid. What an amazing coincidence. These same individuals have supported ACA repeals that will cripple Medicaid, and in this very bill propose the elimination of Title X family planning funds. In essence, the Trump administration and the majority are cutting off available paths for women to have access to affordable birth control and women's health services. A woman's decision on when to start a family and spacing out her pregnancies is one of the most significant decisions she will make for her health and financial security. Taking access to free birth control will make it more difficult for women to access affordable contraception and make healthy choices for herself and her children. So, in conclusion, I think this is a decision that the woman, her family, should be making, not us. So I urge support for my amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I know this is a deeply held position by my friend, and I respect that quite profoundly. I really do. But it's also, in our view, another example of government mandates forcing employers to do things that are in violation of their own moral principles. And I tread very lightly here, but it is a rider on an appropriations bill, something we've heard a great deal about tonight. The simple truth is this matters within the purview of the Secretary of Health and Human Services to regulate, and we ought to let him do his job. I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Laura is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Lowy Amendment, which would prevent Labor H funds from being used to weaken the birth control benefit. Family planning is a critical component of women's economic security, and being able to determine when and how to have children has a direct effect on a working woman's ability to chart their course in terms of schooling, careers, and family. These decisions should be left to women, to their loved ones, to their clergy, and their doctors. Thanks to this benefit, over 55 million women are eligible for coverage of birth control without out-of-pocket costs, and it should stay that way. This committee should not stop women from accessing care. We certainly should not be hindering a woman's ability to make her own health care decisions. Alongside the majority's attempt to repeal the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid as we know it, defund Planned Parenthood, tell women that their employers can make a determination about what is in their best interest health-wise, attempt to raise costs for birth control. It's really part of a very chilling assault on women's health. Women's health in this institution has always been a stepchild. We've been recently trying to address that issue, and in the Affordable Care Act, for the first time, we put women's health on par with men's health in this country. Ranking Member Lowy's amendment would keep women at the center of their health care decisions, stopping partisan, ideological attempts to price women out of birth control. I urge my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Laura. Ms. Lowy? Oh, Ms. Lee? Excuse me.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our ranking member for offering this amendment to restore Title X family planning to just over $286 million. All I have to say, Mr. Chairman, is that in this bill, once again, we're denying young people access to teen pregnancy planning. We're denying women access to their full range of reproductive options. You're defunding Planned Parenthood, where women go to have exams, breast cancer exams. You're eliminating family planning and birth control. Boy, being a woman is becoming really harder and harder in America, and we have fought long and hard for our rights. And this bill in this committee is definitely trying to turn the clock back, and we're not going to go back. So, Mr. Chairman, just know we're going to fight to restore this funding in this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, any further discussion? Ms. Lowy has a minute to close.
Before the ACA was implemented, more than 20% of women had to pay out of pocket for oral contraceptives. Since enactment, 55 million women have saved more than $1.4 billion. The unintended pregnancy rate and abortion rates are declining. That's a good thing, and women are not forced to choose between paying for birth control and other necessities. I urge support for this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. The question's on the Lowy amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Recorded vote, sufficient hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Ms. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer.
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree.
Aye.
Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there any members who wish to record their votes? Mr. Fleischman, how would you like to be recorded? No.
Mr. Fleischman recorded no.
Anyone further? Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum?
Yep. Recorded yay.
Okay, so recorded. The clerk will tally. I'm looking at Papa Ruppersberger over there. He has a very good touch. That's a beautiful picture. Now, and the children here are the only ones that are allowed free expression. There's a lot of muttering going on over here. This gang over here has had so much sugar. But Mr. Ruppersberger, you are fantastic. Thanks. Okay. Okay, here we are on this vote. The yeas are 22, the nays are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Cuellar, I think you were waiting.
Thank you.
Recognize.
I have an amendment.
3 minutes.
Cuellar number 2 at the desk, and ask that we dispense with the reading.
Consider dispensed with, and the time is yours for 3 minutes.
Yes, on this amendment number 2, I'm going to offer and withdraw because I don't know if I can hear Chairman Carter filibuster again like he did a few minutes ago. This amendment deals with a low-income home energy assistance program that supports constituents in nearly every one of our congressional districts to help manage energy costs to heat and cool homes. In Texas, but the thing is, there's just not enough money, and I understand the allocations, and I want to work with the chairman. In Texas, only 4% of the qualifying homes receive assistance. My point, the reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Chairman, has to do with a formula that was written in 1984. It's in the law. Since 2009, this committee has limited the number of funds distributed according to the 1984 formula. The formula set up in 1984 required that no state will receive less than they would under the old formula for an appropriation up to $1.9 billion. Above that, funds would be distributed according to the new formula. So what we're asking, for example, in this year's bill, the one FY17, the bill appropriated $3.3 billion. However, they limited the amount allocated by the new formula to just $491 million rather than the $1.4 billion as required by the 1984 law. And again, I was not here in 1984, but I do want to bring this to the chairman. I know that I was going to withdraw this amendment, but I wanted to bring this to the attention of the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my friend for withdrawing the amendment. Also want to tell him I wasn't here in 1984 either, but after tonight I feel like I was. So, but I will work with the gentleman on this. Look, last year we actually outfunded the Obama administration in this particular program by about $400 million. And no place in the country is everybody appropriately covered. But our friends in the South, frankly, do have a legitimate concern because hot weather is as difficult and challenging to health as cold. So in the original mark last year, we had actually added $100 million originally and applied the new formula, if you will, to that, a more equitable distribution. But I want to try and avoid a regional conflict here. Quite frankly, I'm not interested in taking away from people. So if the program goes forward, you have my commitment. We'll try and distribute more equitably. But look, I don't think a regional fight helps us, and there are people in all parts of the country that need the program. So with that, yield back. But I appreciate the gentleman for withdrawing, and I will work with him.
Thank you. We appreciate your withdrawal. Ms. Lee is recognized for an amendment.
This is Lee Amendment number 3.
Would you consider it read? And you're recognized for
read.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My amendment would restore funding to fiscal 2017 levels for several key programs that serve minority communities across the country, and these are very important programs. And it's clear, unfortunately, that this bill is an assault on women, on low and middle income families and individuals, on young people, on the most vulnerable at the expense of millionaires and billionaires. But let me tell you what it's going to do now to people of color and minorities. I don't understand why you want to completely eliminate programs, although some in terms of funding have tremendous impacts on people of color. And let me lay out a few of them. Workforce diversity, HIV and AIDS, chronic disease prevention. They're a lifeline for communities often underserved by programs in this bill. The racial and ethnic approaches to community health program is one of the few programs dedicated to chronic disease prevention among Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and African Americans. It was eliminated in this program, eliminated. In my home county of Alameda County, more than 10% of residents who are largely people of color do not have access to grocery stores or farmers markets to buy healthy food. But a REACH grantee, the Mandela Marketplace, is working to create healthier environments and make fresh foods and vegetables in low-income communities. This amendment also restores funding for the Minority AIDS Initiative, which was totally eliminated from the Office of Secretary and cut by $17 million in Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. That is really a shame. Minority AIDS funds go to projects and programs that address and help alleviate the health disparities among communities in 30 states, some of your states and territories. As I have said before, if we are serious about ending the AIDS epidemic, we must address the unique challenges faced in minority communities, and that means not eliminating the Office of Minority AIDS. And lastly, the amendment also restores funding to fiscal 17 levels for the Office of Minority Health. Again, people of color, you guys are taking a meat axe to this program. It's really, as a person of color, I'm really sad that this is taking place in this bill, because minority health and health workforce programs are aimed at diversity and care for underserved communities. The Health Careers and Opportunity Program, the Centers of Excellence Program, the Nursing Workforce Diversity Program, all work to ensure that our health providers reflect the diverse makeup of our nation. Again, I hope you will really look at this and look at what this bill does, because it really wreaks havoc on people of color and communities of color in our country.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I regretfully am going to have to urge a no vote on my the gentlelady's amendment. But I will tell her again, this is an allocation issue. I look forward to working with her in many of these areas. There's quite a number of programs, honestly, that were plussed up appropriately that serve disproportionately minority communities, TRIO and Gear Up being among them. But I think my friend makes a good point. But when you have a $5 billion lower allocation and you want to plus up some things that we all agree on here, because again, nobody's asking for offsets in the areas that were plussed up, I think that's the situation we find ourselves in. I also reflect that it had something to do with the 2017 bill that you want to return to. So I would like to be able to return to those levels as well. Perhaps as we move forward, we can. I look forward to working with the gentlelady on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mrs. Lee's amendment, which would restore funding programs designed to combat health disparities for minority groups. The programs all share a common mission. Let's confront and promote minority health, tackle health inequities and disparities that plague our healthcare system. Conditions, the fact is that conditions that disproportionately impact racial and ethnic minorities are among the most expensive and burdensome health conditions that we face in this country. Office of Minority Health at HHS seeks to combat health disparities, disease prevention, risk reduction, health promotion, use of healthcare services for racial and ethnic minorities. data collection, research, evaluation, state and local level demonstration projects. The amendment seeks to restore funding for REACH, Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health. This is funded by the CDC. It invests in community-driven programs designed to close gaps in health outcomes through awarding funds to state and local departments, tribes, and university. There is a need for programs like REACH. An example, non-Hispanic blacks have a 77% higher risk of diabetes than non-Hispanic whites. We need to take a hard look at our health programs and ensure that we do not let minority health fall through the cracks. I have to wonder how any of my colleagues could question the need for the Minority AIDS Initiative, which is also cut in this bill. Racial and ethnic minority populations account for almost 71% of newly diagnosed cases of HIV infection in this country. And this program was designed especially to reduce duplication and other efforts. HCOP program addresses underrepresentation of minority health practitioners, supporting students with disadvantaged backgrounds. This is about increasing jobs as well. Centers for Excellence provides core support for educational institutions, career pathways for the middle class, sustaining wages, specialized skills. Each of these programs plays a critical role in the advancement of minority health and representation of minorities in the health profession. I strongly urge my colleagues to support Ms. Lee's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Mrs. Roby.
Mr. Chairman, although I cannot support this amendment today, I rise to thank Representative Lee for her efforts to shed light on these programs that universities across our country utilize. Grant programs can have such a positive impact on our nation's students who attend institutions like the one in my home state of Alabama, Tuskegee University. Tuskegee University Veterinary School is the only one of its kind in this country, and it applies for grants under the Centers of Excellence program, the Health Career Opportunities program, and the CDC REACH program. I have heard from them that these programs are critical to the work that they do, particularly at the veterinary school. It is my hope that as this committee moves forward and with the chairman's leadership, that we can continue through the 115th Congress to work together to take a close look at the funding of these programs. So again, as I cannot support the amendment here today, I appreciate my colleagues bringing attention to these vital programs, and I look forward to continuing to work with the chairman on this topic. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Roby. Mr. Serrano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment, of which I am a proud co-sponsor. While I support the entire amendment, I want to focus on and highlight some of the positive work the CDC's REACH program is doing in the Bronx. NYU CUNY's Project REACH has partnered with community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, restaurants, grocery stores, health providers, and pharmacies to educate the community on ways to prevent and treat chronic diseases that affected communities of color. The Institute for Family Health, located in my district, also operates Bronx Health Reach and has worked to drive down the prevalence of diabetes and heart disease in African American and Latino communities in the Bronx. As we know, these particular communities suffer disproportionately high rates of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and others, and they happen to make up my entire district. We cannot run away from these statistics, but instead meet them head-on with investment in REACH and other programs targeting minority health equity. Her amendment speaks to many of these programs. I won't read them all, but I support the amendment. I co-sponsor the amendment, and I think that we continue to make the mistake of, in a desire to have lower costs in government, are destroying programs that really help the community, and this is one of them. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, and then Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. I rise today as well in strong support of Ms. Lee's amendment to restore funding to the Minority AIDS Initiative. This is a bill that would decimate several HIV/AIDS programs that are specifically tailored for communities of color and complement existing HIV/AIDS prevention and care programs. Minority AIDS Initiative funding goes to projects and programs that address the unique health disparities we see in racial and ethnic minority communities. We all know the statistics. The HIV/AIDS epidemic disproportionately affects racial and ethnic minorities.
Of the estimated 37,000 HIV diagnoses each year, 3 out of 4 are among racial and ethnic minorities. This demonstrates why the Minority AIDS Initiative is tremendously important in the fight against the spread of this epidemic. While the overall number of new HIV diagnoses fell 19% from 2005 to 2016, the rate of diagnoses rose by 24% among Hispanic gay and bisexual men and by 22% among Black gay and bisexual men. Slashing funding for the Minority AIDS Initiative by over $70 million, like the majority seeks to do, will strike a death blow to communities of color that are suffering due to this epidemic and would severely impede our ability to help those that need our help the most. This would stymie our efforts to roll back this epidemic and will cost us billions of dollars in avoidable medical costs. Instead of trying to balance the budget on the backs of those who bear the highest burden, we should be fighting to protect these programs that provide life-saving treatment for racial and ethnic minorities living with HIV and AIDS. And, you know, Mr. Chairman, I can appreciate my friend's dilemma with the allocation level. But the reality is that the allocation should not be at this level. It's a matter of priorities. And again, as I've said throughout this day, this is the bill where we're supposed to be caring for people. We certainly need to defend our country, but we need to make sure that we're caring for the people that live here and make sure that we are committed and demonstrate our commitment to their health and their quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlewoman. Mr. Bishop from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I rise today in support of the Lee Minority Health Funding Amendment. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Agriculture, I know that the allocations this year present severe challenges. I've had to work with the chairman of our subcommittee and the full committee and the ranking member to meet the needs of those who benefit from our programmatic activities in our subcommittee's bill. So I understand what Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro are working through in dealing with this Labor, HHS, and Education bill's limited allocation. However, I want to bring to the attention of the committee that located in my state of Georgia is the Morehouse School of Medicine. It is one of only 4 historically Black medical schools in the country, and it's the #1 producer of primary care doctors and doctors who will likely pursue their careers in medically underserved areas. Many of the programs that will be restored under the Lee Amendment are part of the formula that make an institution like the Morehouse School of Medicine able to produce so many primary care doctors. For instance, the Health Careers Opportunity Program is the only federally funded program to help students from rural and underserved communities prepare for health and medical education. When this program is funded, individuals from across the country are strengthened for careers in health that lead them to underserved areas, both in rural and urban centers. The Centers of Excellence program is institutional funding for those colleges and universities that want to make a commitment to strengthening their curriculum for incoming students from underserved backgrounds. The CDC REACH program works to reduce racial and ethnic health disparities. Our Minority AIDS program has been effective in treating and preventing AIDS in our communities of color. In closing, I hope that we can work with the chairman, the ranking member, and others, and in the other body to rally support for these important programs. I hope we can all agree that the few programs that go to diversify the health professions and reduce health disparities for racial and ethnic populations should be funded and should be allowed to achieve their mission. I say this in behalf of Georgia, the Morehouse School of Medicine, and all of the other minority-serving health and medical institutions and all of the communities of color in this country.
Thank you, Mr.
I yield back.
Thank you. There's a budget vote, and I know Ms. Lee and Ms. Wasserman Schultz would like to make sure she gets it. Ms. Roybal Allard is recognized for 3 minutes. Just want to make sure we get the vote done before you guys have to leave.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly rise to support
3 minutes, please.
the
Thank you.
Lee Amendment. As the former author of the Tri-Caucus Health Equity and Accountability Act, I know that these programs are the foundation of our federal efforts to reduce health disparities. For over 30 years, the Office of Minority Health has preserved a focus and a commitment to address inequalities in health care and outcomes. The HCOP and the COE programs are invaluable to creating a pipeline of minority primary care professionals who overwhelmingly return to practice in diverse and underserved areas. The Minority AIDS Initiative, as we heard, is critical to improving HIV care for minority populations disproportionately impacted by the disease. But my greatest concern is the elimination of the racial and ethnic approaches to community health program in the chairman's mark. HHS and the GAO have both cited REACH as an exemplary community-based program, and there have been more than 150 journal articles documenting the achievements of REACH in reducing health disparities. While past administrations have recommended elimination of this program, the Labor Age Subcommittee has always reinstated REACH because it has recognized its successful incomes. And I know, Chairman Cole, that you really have been a champion for the REACH program in the past, and I appreciate the fact that you have said that you are willing to work with Ms. Lee to see what we can do to reinstate the program. And I yield back and ask for an aye vote.
I thank the gentlewoman from California. Ms. Ming is recognized from New York.
I also rise today in support of Ms. Lee's amendment. The minority serving programs in this amendment are a lifeline for people in my district. They provide dedicated funds to address minority health disparities, which for me is critical because over 50% of my district is made up of minority communities. The minority-focused programs and offices were created to ensure there were dedicated funds to address these health disparities precisely because they are often overlooked. In particular, the REACH program funds evidence-based and community-driven prevention efforts that put a stop to expensive and burdensome conditions. Many organizations, such as Korean Community Services and United Sikhs in my district and in New York City, rely on these funds to support their work. For example, in just under 3 years, NYU Langone Medical Center has used REACH funds to partner with community-based health centers and organizations. Through their program, Project Reach Far, they have worked with 12 faith-based organizations, 33 health provider sites, and 14 ethnic grocery stores and restaurants to implement culturally and linguistically adapted nutrition policies and community clinical linkages, reaching well over 1 million people in New York City and New Jersey. It is critical for my constituents to have access to information that is culturally and linguistically appropriate for the diverse communities I serve. Gutting REACH will have an immediate and direct effect on the ability of healthcare providers in my district to effectively reach the communities they serve. Cutting their funding means cutting a lifeline to my constituents, and so I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Ms. Lee, a minute to close.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all members who have spoken in support of this amendment and recognize the urgent need to restore this funding. Thank the gentleman, our chair, for his sensitivity and understanding, especially given his Native American community, and also what he said about the budget restrictions, because we know that the Pentagon got most of the money, and that's why we're left with what we're left. Let me remind you also that it's not only Democrats, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, the Asian Pacific American Caucus, who have minority constituents. Many of you have large numbers of people of color in your district, and I just want to remind you that their lives matter also. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, the question's on the Lee amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Requisite number of hands, please call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt, Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade, no. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler, Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Yes. Mr. Rooney, yes. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing no one, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Mr. Ryan is recognized. Consider the motion, the amendment read, and you're recognized for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Working. Is this working? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment here that's going to restore funding for education programs throughout this labor H mark. This amendment is very important. We talked a little bit earlier about trying to grow the economy, and this amendment restores a long list of programs that have been cut. And the bottom line here is we need to reinvest back into our schools, into our teachers, and into our education program. Several of the programs that will see restored funding, 21st Century Community Learning Centers will be restored to the tune of $1.1 billion. These are after-school programs. If we complain that kids are getting in trouble, they don't have a place to go, they're not learning the skills they need to get into the workforce, this program would help out. $100 million for the Education, Innovation, and Research program to figure out how best to teach our kids. Right now, the program for international student assessment says that our kids rank 35th in math and 24th in science. These are essential programs. Also, $1.8 million for the American History and Civics National Academies. We talk a lot about how people don't quite understand what we do here. They walk up to you at a public event and they say, how are things going at your state capitol in Columbus, Ohio? Or how are things going in your state capitol? They don't know about the 60-vote rule in the Senate. And I bet a lot of us over the years have tried to explain that to people at town hall meetings. We had the discussion about the arts program and how important those are. Recruiting teachers, magnet school assistants, educator development to improve teacher and principal effectiveness. $12 million for the Special Olympics programs for kids with intellectual disabilities, international education programs so that we can get American scholars to study abroad. We all know the competition that's happening around the globe, the battle for ideas. Let's get our intellectual firepower out into the world. Teacher quality, partnerships, on and on and on. The argument on our side is we've got to make these investments. We've got to reinvest back into our teachers. Corporations are investing into their teachers and to their workforce. We've got to invest back in ours. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to urge a no vote on my friend's amendment, but I am going to commit to him to work broadly with him on these things because there's a great deal that he says that I agree with. Reality is, again, we have an allocation issue here. Worth pointing, we are in the total budget about $19 billion above what the president asked for, about $5 or $6 billion below what we had last year. So we tried to reach back and restore quite a few of these things, and we'll continue to work on that with you. If we have a larger budget deal, which I really hope we will, in the last 2 years would suggest we can achieve if we just keep working at it, then we're going to work together to try and address many of my friends' concerns. But in the short term, given my allocation issue, I'm going to have to reluctantly urge a no vote.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Ms. DeLauro is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say that we keep hearing this business about the allocation. Let's talk about non-defense side of this budget. We are below the cap. The cap is $516 billion. This bill goes up to $511 billion. The Budget Control Act says that we could be spending this $5 billion on non-defense programs, all of which you have mentioned, Mr. Ryan. We have the resources available. The majority refuses to allocate them to essential programs funding throughout our bill. And so I rise in strong support of Mr. Ryan's amendment, restoring education funding for nearly a dozen programs proposed for elimination and several others facing cuts. Education has been the path to the American middle class. College graduates earn 80% more than their peers with only a high school diploma. They are less likely to be unemployed than those who do not go on to college. The federal government has a critical role to play in helping individuals gain access to a quality education, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. I'm proud to support this amendment. It restores funding for targeted investments that make a difference in our children's life. As you pointed out, Mr. Ryan, the list goes on and on and on. And I would like to point out that all of the programs that you have taken under consideration were recently reauthorized. We were heard earlier that it had to be authorized. They were reauthorized and improved in the bipartisan Every Student Succeeds Act in 2015. The majority, again, has chosen to go against current law, impose a further austerity on discretionary appropriations, and especially penalizing the Labor, Health, Education, and Human Services bill. I urge my colleagues to support the Ryan amendment.
Thank the gentlewoman for her remarks. Ms. Pingree is recognized for 3 minutes.
Myself with the remarks of my colleagues on this side of the aisle and commend Mr. Ryan for attempting to add this funding that for critical educational programs back into this bill. And I appreciate all the ones that he mentioned, all of which have an impact on our own districts and districts across the country. I just want to briefly speak in support of one bill that he mentioned, the Education Innovation Research. EIR supports educators as they develop strategies to address some long-standing challenges in our schools. In Maine, the EIR funding has helped several rural schools to adopt the Building Assets Reducing Risks model. That's called BAR, and it ensures that high-need students have access to the most effective teachers, and the results have been undeniably positive. We talk a lot about giving schools the flexibility to develop a structure that works best for their needs, but we all must recognize that time, expertise, and access to resources are essential to making the most of that flexibility. So I strongly support the EIR program and all the other programs that are mentioned in this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it.
I thank the gentlewoman from Maine for her remarks. Mr. Ryan, a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just to close up, this is a policy question. This is what we debate. And within the context of this committee, we're going to have a broader discussion, as I mentioned earlier, about what kind of tax cuts we have. And The proposals from the other side are going to be to cut taxes primarily for the top 1% that has seen a lot of the income growth over the last 20 years. Almost 85% of it went to the top 1%. And we're going to not fund these programs that can help kids get ahead. We are 35th in math, 24th in science. These are critical investments for the future of the country, and that is a trade-off. It's a direct trade-off. We come down on the side of funding these programs.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Ryan. Question is on the Ryan amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Requisite number of hands. Clerk will call the roll. What? Oh, we're in the budget, okay. The chair announces, with the concurrence of the minority, that we will postpone roll calls vote until our colleagues return from the Budget Committee. Okay? I am frightened. I am frightened. I am totally frightened by that. Where are we going with another amendment? Chair recognizes Ms. Capter for an amendment.
Oh.
The other vote's postponed until our colleagues return.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I guess this is number 3. I'm not sure.
Is this a new amendment, Ms. Capter?
This is a new amendment. I've been busy over here.
I know you have. That appeared after we went to have a vote. Oh, boy. Ms. Capter, it's recognized. Consider the motion, the amendment read?
Yes, as read, Mr. Chairman.
This is Capter number 3.
All right.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Licensing of federally owned medical inventions. I rise to offer this amendment directing the Department of Health and Human Services to use its licensing authority to help negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, vaccines, and other medical technologies. I want to highlight the fact that HHS already has this authority. It's called the Buy-Dole Authority, and my amendment would simply tell them, use it. Specifically, if a drug is developed by using U.S. taxpayer dollars through the Department of Health and Human Services, and the price charged in the U.S. market is higher than the developed world, the rest of the developed world, HHS would be directed to use its existing rights under the Bayh-Dole Act to encourage competition and lower the price. So, if the public paid to help develop it, and America still pays more than most nations, HHS must take action, and the price decrease would benefit all Americans. Let me talk about 2 drugs. Prostate cancer drug, Xtandi, and the epilepsy drug, Vimpat. The current differences between the United States and foreign prices are huge. Xtandi costs $130,000 per patient per year, 2 to 4 times what other high-income countries pay. And for this drug alone, the amendment would have saved Medicare more than, are you ready for this? $500 billion, $500 billion just in 2015. So this is a tool at our disposal. Let's dust it off and put it to work for the American people. Surely, my colleagues want to do everything we can to help Americans who are suffering under the burden of skyrocketing drug prices get some breath of relief. I would ask for your support.
Pleased to recognize the chair, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to urge a no vote on the gentlelady's amendment. I appreciate the gentlelady's concern, frankly, and recognize that federal support for biomedical research has been the foundation for the discovery of countless treatments and cures, and certainly that's been something my friend's been so consistently supportive of. However, the amendment would provide a strong disincentive for private industry to work with NIH and other agencies that support research. One of the great advantages we have is the ecosystem that exists between the NIH and our private industries, and I think this amendment runs the risk of upsetting that. Additionally, the amendment would be extremely difficult to implement, as there's no way to measure to what extent a particularly federally funded study played in the discovery of a new drug. So I would urge a no vote in this case.
Further discussion? Ms. DeLauro.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the Capter Amendment. It would help to reduce the price of prescription drugs that were developed with the support of taxpayer dollars. As we discussed earlier, pharmaceutical companies are earning record profits, while patients and taxpayers face higher and higher costs. These companies grow their businesses with the benefit of taxpayer-sponsored research. They then turn around and they gouge those same taxpayers, and they put life-saving medicine out of the reach of many. I want to be clear, very clear. Not all companies have engaged in these predatory practices, but we must hold the bad actors accountable. For example, and Ms. Captor made reference to this, U.S. taxpayers funded the research at UCLA that eventually led to a patent for Xtandi, a drug to treat prostate cancer. The drug was subsequently sold back to taxpayers at $130,000. That is just not right. Pharmaceutical companies deserve to make a profit for their innovation, but taxpayers deserve access to life-saving drugs at reasonable prices, especially if they paid for the research to develop the drug in the first place. I recall again from earlier, when Big Pharma spends, research isn't number one. Companies budget more for share buybacks and dividends, a new academic study shows, and the 18 drug companies in Standard & Poor's 500 index spent a combined $516 billion on buybacks and dividends. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Captor's amendment.
Mr. Captor, to close a minute.
Yes, thank you very much. Americans are struggling with the forever rising costs of medical care. How many of your offices, as does ours, spends hours and hours and hours on the telephone trying to get pharmaceutical companies to donate medicine because your constituents simply can't afford it? How many of you have met constituents who cut their epilepsy pills in half because they can't afford their medicine? It goes on with thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people across this country. So I think that we can't afford not to try something. This is legislation on the books. What's wrong with trying? What's wrong with trying to do something, even if on a limited basis? Let's use all the tools in our toolbox to reduce the medical expenses for all Americans and to get back to the American people some of what they've invested on their own behalf, rather than siphoning it all off to companies that are charging exorbitant rates for the medicines that they sell in this country. Please support this amendment, and I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlewoman. The questions on the Captor amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have, and the amendment is not agreed to. But we have, we'll have well, next amendment, but we'll have a roll call or not have a, no roll call. Okay. Who's ready? Mr. Pocan? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 3.
The clerk will read Pocan 3.
Be considered read.
Considered read. The gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I won't read what I have. Let me try to paraphrase it to save a little time. This amendment would strike Section 528, a policy rider that prohibits the use of federal funds to conduct life-saving, innovative biomedical research around fetal tissue. I know, unfortunately, this issue has somehow landed into the political zone after 40 years of being useful research for things like Alzheimer's and many other ailments, Parkinson's and others. But unfortunately, there's a policy rider in this bill that would deny any federal dollars going to this research. We have a long-standing bipartisan support in Congress going back to 1988 when Ronald Reagan appointed a NIH panel that found the use of this tissue for research was ethical and should proceed. 1993, there was a huge bipartisan vote, 93-4 in the Senate, 290 to 130 in the House. What's important about this is in my district and many of our districts, we have a lot of people doing a lot of research. And in my district alone, there's well over 1,000 people who are working in this industry doing life-saving research. And because of politics, we could be threatening the very federal funds that go into the research to cure these diseases. So I just wanted to raise this issue. I know this is not necessarily budgetary, but it's obviously in before us in appropriations. So we're trying to strike that amendment out, but I hope that people would think about the science of it. If anyone wants to go into the depths of it, I won't do that to you now. But there's a lot of junk science around this, and this is going to affect an awful lot of people, and I just wish we would consider supporting this amendment. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for his comments and amendment. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to urge a no vote on the gentleman's amendment. The language states that no funds in the bill may be used to conduct or support research on human fetal tissue that's obtained from an induced abortion. Human fetal tissue constitutes only 0.2% of the over 76,000 NIH-funded research projects. In over 100 years since the research began, no FDA-approved clinical trials using fetal tissue have reported positive results for patients, and not a single vaccine licensed in the United States today is manufactured using freshly isolated fetal tissue. So this is an area of great concern. Many of our members have a concern about the use of, again, induced abortion fetal tissue in this area. And frankly, I share that concern. We've seen some horrific stories that have come out on this issue. So this is an effort to, frankly, rein in a little bit. Sometimes science needs to be directed and needs to be not values-free but values-based. And in this case, I think that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lauro is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of Mr. Pocan's amendment, which would strike the ideological rider that essentially shuts down life-saving fetal tissue research. When we begin to direct science, those of us who are not scientists or researchers, we have taken on a direction in which defies imagination, that we believe that we think we have become scientists here. Fetal tissue research has been instrumental in the development, the testing of vaccines and treatments for polio, ALS, Alzheimer's, hepatitis A. The list goes on. Scientists use this tissue to study a variety of diseases, from Parkinson's disease to Down syndrome and the Zika virus. We should not attack researchers. We should not deny scientific research, people who are working to find cures to diseases and conditions that affect men, women, and children across the country. Fetal tissue research is unique, and it cannot be replaced. Other cells cannot be used to replace it in biomedical research. I would remind my colleagues in the majority that support for fetal tissue has long crossed party lines. In the 1980s, an NIH research panel convened by President Reagan approved fetal tissue research 19-2. Members of the panel were pro-choice and pro-life, but they agreed that they could cross party lines regardless of their positions on abortion and the medical advances that were brought on by fetal tissue research. It transcends a partisan debate. We need this research. We should not be directing research. It is essential to the development of vaccines. It saves lives, and I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Pocan's amendment.
Mrs. Roby is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. I was proud to work with our subcommittee and the chairman who put this language in the underlying bill, and I appreciate that, to champion this pro-life language which explicitly prohibits funding for research using tissue obtained from abortions. Section 528 of this bill is not only critical to protecting our nation's most vulnerable, but it is also an appropriate step in ensuring taxpayer dollars are not used to encourage the horrific practice of harvesting and trafficking the organs of unborn children. I was right here in this room the moment that we learned of the Planned Parenthood videos. I will never forget, ever, the horror of hearing officials discuss how to change abortion procedures in order to harvest organs and sell them. For all the spin of the abortion industry, you cannot unhear the casual, callous language used to describe killing babies in such a way that their tiny hearts, lungs, and livers could be preserved and sold for profit. This practice is an atrocity, and it is scientifically antiquated. More than 25 years ago, fetal tissue research advocates claimed funding for transplantation research would lead to cures for things like Parkinson's. However, that claim has not come to fruition. In fact, the National Institutes of Health has not funded such research since 2007, further explaining why this awful practice should not be allowed to continue. I believe Congress has both the authority and the duty to prohibit federal funding of fetal tissue research obtained from induced abortions. I strongly oppose any attempt to strip this language from the bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in safeguarding the rights of the unborn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including this, and I oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Roby. And Ranking Member Ms. Lowy is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues, I'm not a scientist. I don't work at the NIH, but I really do support the Pocan Amendment because it's my understanding that fetal tissue research has led to advances that have eased suffering, saved lives, including the first polio vaccine. Today, leading scientists are using fetal tissue to research better outcomes in pregnancy, as well as advances in treating Parkinson's, the Zika virus, HIV, and more. This amendment could stop the NIH-funded research in its tracks and really cause a chilling effect on fetal tissue research as a whole. The rider is a black mark on otherwise significant support for biomedical research. To me, it is unnecessary, not helpful, and will only let suffering and debilitating disease continue when we have the opportunity to support better treatments, help people, and perhaps prevent so many of these diseases. So I just want to thank you very much for this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Mr. Pocan, a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I am sad to see that some organizations want to twist this issue and provide misinformation that people genuinely believe it could be something that's true when in reality this isn't a left-right issue. This isn't a choice, non-choice issue. This is an issue that Ronald Reagan's values said this made sense for research, and the organizations supporting it aren't a bunch of Sandinista or communist organizations. It's the American Pediatric Association. It's the American Society for Reproductive Medicine. Go down the list, Prevent Blindness, Prevent Cancer Foundation, the Michael J. Fox Foundation. This is really about finding cures in science, and one line in Wisconsin has been used over 40 years for 100 different companies looking for research to try to find cures. I'm sorry that some have taken this issue and tried to make it politicized so that when people see something that's terrible, they think it's a real issue. Unfortunately, there are groups making money off of politicizing this. This is a bad rider in this bill, and I hope that we would get rid of it. Thank you.
Mr. Pocan, the questions on the Pocan Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to, but as I announced previously, this will be a roll vote. We don't have a vote. Okay, no vote on it. Okay, further amendments. Dr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I have an amendment at desk asking unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
So we stand for the gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
This is not a new issue. This amendment deals with what's called the micro-union issue. This committee has actually attached it to the bill twice in the past. It has to do with rolling back the NLRB determination in specialty health care and restoring, as the amendment says, the Wheeling Island gaming standard. What happened with specialty health care is the NLRB decided that you can basically take a department store and not unionize all the salespeople, just the salespeople in the women's shoe department, and that literally happened. So in order to get around having to get them, and look, I believe in every American's right to belong to a union if a majority of the people who work in the organization want to be in a union. But when you subdivide a workplace like that, you're doing no one a favor. You're disallowing, for instance, cross-training, very important in some of these businesses. So, again, this is not a new issue. We've been able to pass this, I think, on a voice vote twice before. I would ask for consideration of the amendment. Again, this just rolls back the NLRB determination through a limitation amendment back to the old standard, the Wheeling standard.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman's certainly correct. We've carried this language in the past. The only reason we didn't this time is simply because we assumed a new administration would deal with the issue. But I think the gentleman is correct. So I'm happy to support his amendment and the re-inclusion here because people ought to understand we agree with the gentleman's position. We need to restore the old standard, and so the chair is supportive of the amendment.
Chairman Cole. Mr. Laura is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which really would undermine collective bargaining in this country. It hinders employees' ability to organize. The specialty health care ruling, the NLRB recognizes that groups of workers can share mutual interests that are not necessarily shared with all of their colleagues. Therefore, the NLRB returned to its application of the traditional community of interest approach when a union seeks to represent a particular group of workers and the employer claims the unit excludes other workers. I want to note that the size of the bargaining units stays stable. The data suggests that the specialty healthcare decision has not led to the creation of so-called, quote, micro unions. Let us call this amendment for what it is, an attempt to undermine the ability for unions to be able to organize effectively. I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
I thank the gentlewoman for her comments. Ms. McCollum is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'm speaking on this amendment in part because the example that was used was the shoe department. I might be the only person in this room who worked in retail management while a union vote was going on. So I kind of know how it all fans out. And I'm a Democratic Farmer Labor member, proud union member, family members, and the rest. And so I'm part of management when things are trying to be organized. And we actually had a shoe department in the department store I worked in. And the point about, singling out or saying you only did something and that, in a retail store setting, it doesn't work that way, sir. So if you're going to use that in the future, talk to me and I'll get you the facts on it, because that ain't how it happens. And I strongly support what my ranking member said, Ms. DeLaura. Retail workers work really hard, and it's very, very difficult for them to organize. And so I was a little offended with that choice that you used as an example, because it's just not accurate.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Dr. Harris, a minute to close.
Thank you. And my apologies for offending you, but it really did happen. I mean, they really did have a micro union of just the women's shoe store. So those are the facts. Again, look, this is a way to get around the need to require the majority of workers at a business to agree to a union before you unionize. And that's what it is. I agree with you. I think the new administration is going to have an NLRB in place that restores the old standard. This bides time until the administration appoints, their appointees. So I move the amendment.
Thank you. Questions on the Harris amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. And the opinion chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
This amendment would restore funding to worker protection programs to current levels. The bill, as it stands, includes a cut of $59 million to worker protection agencies, including $21 million to OSHA, the elimination of the Susan Harwood training grants, and a cut of $14 million to the Mine Safety and Health Administration. This is the lowest budget OSHA has seen since 2009. We need OSHA. It saves lives. Since 1970, occupational deaths have been cut in half, saving over 80 million lives. Safety training grants to reach workers in the highest risk jobs are cut completely, despite the fact that this is a program that OSHA has had through every administration, Republican and Democrat, since 1978. We cannot rob OSHA enforcement. Last year alone, 4,800 workers were killed on the job, and over 3 million were seriously injured. An average of 15 workers die every day from job injuries. costing businesses over $170 billion. Secretary Acosta himself has spoken about the importance of compliance assistant, yet OSHA has only enough funding to inspect every workplace under its jurisdiction every 159 years. Why would this bill eliminate funding Susan Harwood training grants to protect and educate workers in the most dangerous job? The program costs less than 0.1% of the Department of Labor's budget. Cut is irresponsible and reckless. We cannot cut NIOSH, Occupational Health Research, primary federal agency that conducts research to prevent work-related illness and injury. The research is critical defense against tragedy. We must fund MSHA to keep our nation's mines safe. Too much on the line to neglect this sector. Finally, the amendment would restore funding to the Bureau of International Labor Affairs, which is the one program that we have to safeguard against child and forced labor abroad. We need to defend the protections for safe workplaces that this committee has funded in the past. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thanks, the gentlewoman. For amendment, Chairman Cole is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would urge a no vote on the amendment. It's worth noting we actually give the Department of Labor more money than it asked for in this bill, although we certainly don't give it in every respect the way the administration asked for it. That's pretty normal appropriations. But this amendment would be well beyond the current funding allocations that we have, no offsets included. Some, but not all of these funding reductions were, really a matter, again, of working within our allocation. But the committee continues to have concerns with an over-reliance on enforcement activities at many of the Department of Labor's workers' protection agencies put in place by the previous administration. These reductions express those concerns. So with that, I would urge a no vote.
For this discussion, Mr. Lauro is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, there is no problem with the allocation. There's $5 billion more for non-defense appropriation. So, with the resources available, majority refuses to allocate them. We need to protect hardworking Americans in their workplaces. 1957. Just right down the street from my home. I was a teenager at the time. My friend's mother died in the Franklin Street fire in New Haven, Connecticut. A dressmaking factory went up in flames, claimed the lives of 15 people, mostly women. The fire escape was locked. The ladder would not extend to the ground. While fire safety standards are obviously higher now, I bring up this example because it happened down the street from me. And I sat and was with my friend who lost her mother because there were no workplace safety measures. My mother worked in a sweatshop in the city of New Haven, Connecticut, under the most deplorable conditions that are there. We have a responsibility in this government to protect those whom businesses will neglect in order to cut costs and in order to raise their profits. This one is on us. We have to be a voice for those in the most dangerous jobs. Ensure that workplace inspection is carried out. The stakes are life and death. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Questions on the DeLauro amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Roll call. Postpone the roll call rolled with the previous one. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 3 minutes for an amendment.
Thank you. Wasserman Schultz, number 3, and I ask that be considered as read.
Considered read. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment to restore funds to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Office on Smoking and Health. When our nation loses more than 480,000 Americans each year to tobacco use and its side effects, and tobacco remains the leading preventable cause of death in our nation, we need to protect and secure additional funding for it, not slash funding essential to our cessation and prevention efforts. The Office on Smoking and Health is one of our government's most cost-effective offices in preventing children from beginning smoking and helping adult smokers to quit. Their campaign, Tips from Former Smokers, which I'm sure most of us have seen, helped more than 500,000 people quit smoking since 2012 and costs only $393 per year of life saved, which is a tiny fraction of the accepted benchmark of $50,000 for cost-effective public health programs. OSH also supports quit lines to allow users to get the support and counseling that they need, as well as a variety of other resources. For me, as a legislator and an appropriator, these statistics underscore the value of OSH. But as a mother and a public health advocate, these statistics and the stories behind them speak loudly and clearly to me. We must do more to protect our children under 18 from the dangers of smoking. In Florida alone, over 44,000 of our children try cigarettes for the first time each year, and 7,400 of them become daily smokers. And we must work harder and smarter than ever to help adult smokers quit as well. A coalition of over 45 of our nation's leading healthcare organizations have underscored the seriousness of this crisis and cited the incredible work that OSH performs. Slashing OSH funding by $50 million, like the majority seeks to do, would be a devastating blow to doctors, public health organizations, and others in their quest to end our nation's tobacco epidemic. And I will tell you, my colleagues, that as someone who lost both grandparents to lung cancer and whose mother lives with breast cancer, with lung cancer currently, struggling to avoid recurrence again and again, and smoked for nearly 50 years. The scourge of smoking is something that we need to combat relentlessly until we can snuff it out and make sure that people don't start. I urge your support of the amendment.
The gentleman for comments, Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, it's an allocation issue. Worth noting that we leave more than 75% of the money currently directed at smoking suppression in the budget. Be happy to look at this depending on whether we get a larger budget deal or not. It's also worth noting frankly, the state efforts now dwarf what we do at CDC through the tobacco settlement. So at some point, particularly given some of the other programs that we had to make tough decisions on, this one seemed a little bit lower down the scale. Doesn't mean it's not important. It is. And as I've mentioned on a number of occasions, we're willing, as we go forward, to actually put money back in CDC. We think that's a good investment. But, again, leaving the vast majority of the money in place seems to suggest that we're not going to cripple the programs that are out there. With that, yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. DeLauro is recognized for 3 minutes.
Once again, there really is no problem with the allocation. We have an additional $5 billion more for non-defense discretionary spending, and we ought to make those resources available for everyone everyone is talking about how wonderful and how important, how critical these programs are. There's $5 billion available for us to apply to these programs. I rise in strong support of Representative Wasserman Schultz's amendment to restore funding for tobacco prevention. The majority's decision to cut $50 million from the CDC's tobacco prevention activities is short-sighted. Smoking is the leading cause of preventable death in this country. Nearly 70% of adult cigarette smokers say they want to quit smoking. More than 40% of adult cigarette smokers have tried to quit smoking in the past year, which is why it makes no sense to eliminate the, quote, Tips for Smokers campaign. That's helped 400,000 adult smokers quit for good. Each time the Tips for Smokers campaign runs commercials on television, there is a huge spike in the number of adults who call quit lines. Quit lines offer free counseling, information about smoking, cessation medications approved by the FDA. No one is taking away cigarettes. These are adults who are looking for help in their effort to quit smoking. Yet this amendment would also cut funding for this free service that adults use when they're ready to try to quit smoking. Quitting smoking is hard. We've talked about that in the last couple of weeks. Yet what we want to do is to provide vaping opportunities instead of this one, which is a free opportunity for them to quit smoking. Nicotine is addictive. Many people have to try to quit multiple times before it works. According to the CDC, the tobacco industry spends more in 1 year on advertising and promotion than Tips for Smokers spends all year. Let's stop doing the work of the tobacco companies. Let us side with public health. Urge my colleagues to support Representative Wasserman Schultz's amendment.
Further discussion. Ms. Lowy is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the Wasserman-Schultz amendment. In fact, just last week, the majority passed a bill that would weaken the FDA's ability to create new tobacco products, to regulate new tobacco products such as e-cigarettes. Today, they check off the next item on the tobacco industry's wish list: cutting federal investments that help Americans quit smoking and prevent youth from taking up smoking in the first place. To me, it's awfully cynical, frankly, to cut funding we know will result in increased smoking and therefore increased illness in the bill that should fund improved health for America. E-cigarette use among teens has risen tenfold in the past decade, rising to 16% of teens in 2015, or an estimated 3 million American teens. With high levels of formaldehyde and other dangerous and cancer-causing chemicals in e-cigarettes and marketing ploys aimed squarely at children, CDC must work to combat youth smoking and to prevent epidemic levels of e-cigarette use. Without resources to combat smoking now, we will pay greatly increased costs associated with cancer, lung disease, and more for years to come. So I want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment, and I urge support.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, to a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleagues for joining me in support of this amendment. You know, I actually, in my entire life, have never smoked a cigarette and have found them abhorrent, mostly because I have really horrific memories of my mother's addiction to cigarettes, tobacco, and nicotine, and being choked by the smoke when we were driving in the car, as you know, was the pretty normal practice for parents who were smokers in cars in the 1970s when I was a kid. I watched my mother and my grandmothers growing up just strangled by their addiction. I watched my grandmother, who thankfully danced at my wedding, but not until 3 weeks after she had brain surgery, when her lung cancer spread to her brain. This is something that is the last thing on God's green earth that we should be cutting, because we have to continue to break the addiction cycle of tobacco. And it is our responsibility as appropriators, it is our moral responsibility as appropriators to stand up and make sure that we provide the kind of funding that helps more people quit, not fewer. I yield back.
The gentleman, the questions on the Wasserman-Schultz amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have, and the amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Ms. Roybal Allard. Thank you. We'll get it right somewhere.
I had to practice my last name when I got married as well.
Good.
It's okay.
My wife's still practicing mine, too. Barely will live with me. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
And would you consider it read? And
yes.
Be happy to recognize you for 3 minutes.
Okay. My amendment simply reaffirms Congress's commitment to protect and support the victims of sexual assault. The amendment helps ensure the Department of Education enforces and implements Title IX consistent with the guidance documents commonly known as the 2011 Dear Colleague Letter and the 2014 Questions and Answers document concerning sexual assault. These documents help ensure there is clarity and flexibility to help schools at all levels to adequately address sexual harassment and violence.
Please give the gentlewoman your attention, please. Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
This reaffirmation is clearly necessary. First, Secretary DeVos, a greater focus on defending those accused of sexual assault rather than the victims, threatens to undermine Title IX. Second, triggering a greater lack of confidence in the Department of Education's commitment to Title IX is that the department's top civil rights enforcement official, Candace Jackson, who dismissed 90% of sexual assault complaints as, and I quote, falling in the category of we were both drunk, we broke up, and 6 months later I found myself under a Title IX investigation because she just decided that our last sleeping together was not quite right, end of quote. Title IX provides protections for student survivors and helps ensure gender-based harassment, including violence, does not pose an obstacle to students' education. This guidance guarantees protections by investigating and addressing sexual violence in a prompt, impartial, and equitable manner, and ensuring schools provide interim measures and accommodations so that complaints can safely continue their education while an investigation is underway. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank the gentleman for her remarks. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment. The amendment falls outside the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee, and the debate actually belongs in the Education and Workforce Committee, and they've asked us, quite frankly, to oppose this. But I'm sympathetic, certainly, with what the gentlelady is trying to accomplish here. However, I think the more appropriate venue would be in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and frankly, give the administration an opportunity. I have no doubt or no reason to doubt the Secretary of Education's determination and sincerity on this issue. So with that, I would just ask that we respect the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee and reject the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Ms. DeLauro is recognized for 3
I rise
minutes.
in support of the amendment that would require the Secretary of Education to implement Title IX consistent with the department's 2011 Dear Colleague letter and further guidance issued in 2014 on campus sexual assault. I don't believe we can sit here tonight and pick and choose what areas we think ought to be taken up here that don't belong in this jurisdiction and what areas ought not be considered here because of their jurisdiction. If we need to be consistent in where we're going. Sexual violence on campus is a civil rights issue. No student should be forced between dropping out and having to live down the hall from their potential rapist. Over the past several years, student survivors demanded that schools do a better job of enforcing their rights on campus. In 2011, the Department of Education responded and provided clarity on schools' longstanding obligations. Title IX guarantees that these guidance documents clarify students who report sexual assault have the same procedural protections as those accused of sexual assault, and colleges have a duty to remedy the effects of sexual violence, including providing accommodations so that survivors are able to continue their education free from sex discrimination. Simply put, the guidance says that the school must investigate and address sexual violence in a prompt, impartial, and equitable manner. My colleague, Ms. Roybal Allard, she quoted the acting assistant secretary and her comment that was really quite outrageous. But what she didn't tell you is that Secretary DeVos has selected this person to be the leader of the Historic Office of Civil Rights. The office is charged with making sure that our students are afforded equal access to education. Given these disturbing comments, I have grave concerns about the department's intentions on this issue. A vote for this amendment is a vote to ensure survivors have the same procedural protections in accused students in sexual assault proceedings. It's a vote that affirms that all students deserve to learn in an environment free from sexual violence. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Further discussion. Ms. Lowy is recognized for 3 minutes.
I rise in strong support of Ms. Roybal Allard's amendment because every student deserves the right to learn in a safe environment. This amendment is necessary to ensure that the federal government does not roll back our protection of students, particularly at a time when 23%.
Please give the gentlewoman your attention, please, Ms. Lowy. You're recognized.
Thank you. This amendment is necessary to ensure that the federal government does not roll back our protections of students, particularly at a time when 23% of female college students say they have experienced some form of unwanted sexual contact. The federal government should be doing more, not less, to ensure students are safe on campus, and I urge support of the amendment.
Any further discussion? Yield to the woman to Ms. Royal to a minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, this committee funds the Department of Education, and it is not unusual for this committee to put in language that expresses the sense of Congress. Title IX ensures a fair process for both survivors and accused students, and it helps to combat the rape myths that we hear so often. I urge my colleagues to vote for justice and fairness and to vote for my amendment.
Thank the gentlewoman for her comments. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed. Sufficient hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, yes. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Yes. Ms. Capter, yes. Mr. Kilmer. Yes. Mr. Kilmer, yes. Ms. Lee. Yes. Miss Lee, yes. Mrs. Lowy. Yes. Mrs. Lowy, yes. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, yes. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, yes. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Yes, Mr. Rooney is recognized.
Mr. Rooney recorded no.
And anyone further? If not, the clerk will tally. Let's vote. The ayes are 22, the nays are 29. The amendment is not agreed to, and we're going to go back to two amendments. Roll call on the Ryan amendment. The clerk will call the roll. Heads up. Roll call, please.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Mrs. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Miss Lee. Miss Lee is an aye. Miss Lowy. Miss Lowy, aye. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, yes. Miss Roybal Allard. Mr. Roybal Allard, yes. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, yes. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Other members to wish to record their vote? Mr. Kilmer.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye.
Mr. Cartwright.
Mr. Cartwright votes aye.
And anyone further? If not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 29. The amendment's not agreed to. The second postponed vote is on DeLauro number 6. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen.
No.
Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Miss Granger. Miss Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Miss Herrera Butler. Miss Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Miss Roybal Allard. Miss Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote or change the vote? Seeing, yes. Mr. Visklowski. How is Mr. Visklowski?
Mr. Visklowski recorded yes.
Yes. Okay. Any further changes? If not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 22, the nays are 30. The amendment's not agreed to. We have 4 more amendments. Any additional amendments? Ms. Clark is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask to waive the reading.
We consider done. Number
Amendment 1.
1. Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. My amendment would repeal the provision in this bill that would defund Planned Parenthood. Blocking people from accessing family planning and preventive care at Planned Parenthood comes at too high a cost. Medicaid funding provides critical cancer screenings and STD screenings. In 2015 alone, Planned Parenthood provided more than 650,000 HIV tests. Those who already face barriers to accessing health care, especially people of color, people with low incomes, as well as people who live in rural areas, would be impacted the most. The CBO estimates that 360,000 women would completely lose access to health care if Congress were to block all Medicaid patients from accessing care at Planned Parenthood health centers. ACOG President Dr. Hal Lawrence said, Planned Parenthood sees over 2.3 million patients a year. They provide the ongoing contraception and reproductive health care for a lot of women, especially women in rural areas. If they lost their Medicaid dollars, it would be dramatic and it would be catastrophic. We have already heard earlier discussion that community health centers can fill the gap for funding if Planned Parenthood is eliminated. But the public health community, experts, not politicians, have been clear. Community health centers simply cannot take on Planned Parenthood's patients. If we look at Texas, where Planned Parenthood was defunded on the state level, there were only clinics in 23 of the 254 counties, but their clinics served 60% of the state's low-income women of childbearing age. Access to contraception specifically cannot be matched in community health centers. Blocking patients from using Planned Parenthood would cause a national health care crisis, with many completely losing access to the timely health care they need. I urge support for access to health care and support for this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Clark, for your amendment. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one on which I have to urge a no vote, and which, quite frankly, my friend and I just simply disagree about the issue. The language, by the way, was requested by the administration and by Secretary Price, so it's included specifically. The language included in the bill ensures that no funds go to any entity that performs elective abortions, unless the abortion is for a pregnancy that is the result of rape, incest, or a situation that endangers the life of the mother. Specifically, the bill states that no federal funds may go to an entity, affiliate, subsidiary, or clinic unless they certify that no affiliate or clinic will perform abortions or provide funds to any other entity that performs abortions. This isn't about cutting prevention to health care services for women. This prohibition of funding does not reduce funding for women's health services. Organizations can continue to provide cancer screenings and other reproductive services. However, they must choose between those services and abortions. Taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize abortion activities by providing financial support to organizations that continue to make it their mission to provide abortions. And with that, I urge a rejection of the amendment.
Chairman Cole. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the Clark Amendment to strike the completely indefensible prohibition of funding to a single entity, Planned Parenthood. Let's be clear. Planned Parenthood promotes and protects the rights of every woman to make her own family planning decisions, to have access to a full range of health care services. Planned Parenthood provides 2.7 million people with life-saving services, pap smears, breast exams, screenings for sexually transmitted infections every single year. At least 60% of patients served by Planned Parenthood receive benefits through public programs such as Medicaid or Title X family planning. 3/4 of Planned Parenthood patients have incomes of 150% of the federal poverty level or less. You're going to cut Title X family planning. Your bill to repeal the Affordable Care Act decimates the Medicaid programs, $772 billion. The budget talks about a $610 billion cut to the Medicaid program. So let's end the Title X and the Medicaid program. 3/4 of Planned Parenthood patients, as I said, have incomes of 150% of the federal poverty level. For many low-income families, Planned Parenthood is the only access point to these health services. The president of the American Congress of OBGYNs, past president, Mark DeFrancesco, said, and I quote, "If Planned Parenthood went away, there are a good number of patients just in my service area that no longer have a doctor." Well, maybe some people are very happy with that outcome. That's the reality that women would face if this provision remains in the labor HHS bill. It means stripping women of health care. Community health centers and other health care clinics simply cannot absorb all of the Planned Parenthood patients. Anti-choice advocates and their supporters are laser-focused on defunding Planned Parenthood based on dishonest claims about this organization's work. Talk about misinformation, and we cannot let this stand. This bill would once again impose decision on millions of women, denying them the ability to see a doctor of their choice. We need to defend health and wellness services for women and families across this country. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Clark's amendment.
Ms. DeLauro. Mrs. Roby is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Every day, every hour, a life is lost due to an abortion. Once conceived, every human being has the inherent right to life, and I believe that the law must protect this right. While some may disagree with my pro-life stance, I would hope that all of us in this room could agree that under no circumstances should taxpayer dollars go toward funding abortions. I'm proud of the progress that we've made in this bill to safeguard the rights of the unborn and to ensure taxpayer dollars are not used to support activities that many Americans consider offensive and immoral. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this attempt to strip out important provisions in this bill that protect life. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Mrs. Roby. Ms. Lowy is recognized, ranking member, for 3 minutes.
I rise in strong support of the Clark Amendment. This bill continues the majority's infatuation with Planned Parenthood, using creative wordsmithing to deny federal funding for health care services. This would directly harm the 2.7 million people, including 19,000 in the lower Hudson Valley, who rely on Planned Parenthood for cancer screenings, birth control, sexual transmitted disease, treatment, woman exams, and advice on family planning each year. The premise of the bill before us should be to improve access to health care for Americans. Unfortunately, this bill, and in particular, this language, singles out Planned Parenthood and continues the majority's attack on women's health. Thank you.
Ms. Lowy. Mr. Jenkins recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make reference really to what the subcommittee chair said. What a difference last November makes. And I appreciate the fact that the President and his new Secretary of Health, Tom Price, who we all know, we've all had the honor of serving with and respect highly, have actually asked for this language. We know that we have been consistent for years with the staunch belief that we must not have taxpayer-funded abortions. And we now have the opportunity with a leader in the White House and a head of Health and Human Services to share that same belief with us. So I appreciate this committee's work, the subcommittee chairman's leadership, and this White House's opportunity to make this very strong statement. It is a new day in Washington, and I certainly hope we defeat this amendment and make sure we do not have taxpayer-funded abortions.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Ms. Clark, a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment and reject this myopic focus on Planned Parenthood. We already know that we don't have taxpayer-funded abortion services in this country. Whether many of us agree or vehemently disagree, that is the policy. What we're talking about here is focusing on one healthcare provider and denying women of color, low-income women, and rural women access to health care that is vital for them to be able to get to and to have the kind of care that they deserve. As we look at health care bill currently pending in the Senate, maybe voted on next week, that would deny 36 million Americans health care, let's not compound that problem. Let's look for our constituents, refuse to roll the clock backwards on women's health, and support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlewoman. Question is on the Clark amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Sufficient number. Roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, yes. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer.
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Aye. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Aye. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Aye. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Aye. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Aye. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Nope. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote? Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Diaz-Balart?
No. Mr. Adderholt.
Recorded? No.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, how would you like to be recorded? No.
Mr. Diaz-Balart recorded no.
Mr. Graves, how would you like to be recorded?
Mr. Graves recorded no.
Mr. Cartwright, how would you like to be recorded?
Record me as an aye, please.
Mr. Cartwright recorded aye.
Any further members? If not, the clerk will tally.
Mr. Stewart, how would you like to
How would you like to be recorded?
Mr. Stewart, no.
Okay, the clerk will retally. Okay. 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 On this vote, the yeas are 23, the nays are 28. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized to present her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Wasserman Schultz, number 4, and I ask that it be considered as read. And I rise in the hopes that, Mr. Chairman, that with Mr. Cole, it's maybe the 4th time today is the charm. I introduced this amendment to Title III of this bill to ensure that something very simple, that local school districts should be able to determine how best to use their Title IA funds to serve their students. In December of 2015, Congress passed the bipartisan Every Student Succeeds Act. And the bill is clear that when it comes to supporting students, school districts are best equipped to plan and implement strategies to meet the needs of their students in schools. This amendment is supported by the School Superintendents Association, the National Education Association, and the Council of Great City Schools. And it would ensure that districts can decide how to serve their disadvantaged students, improve teaching and learning, and foster school and district-wide improvement as intended by Congress. Specifically, this amendment adds language to the bill that prohibits funds from being used to deny local education agencies, which are school districts, applications to a state to implement the programs that they see fit for the community. Basically, the state can't dictate to a school district what they believe is best for the use of their Title IA funds. The law is clear. School districts are required to prioritize their highest poverty schools when sending Title IA dollars to the individual school level. And they are required to set aside funding for certain important activities like serving homeless students, engaging parents, and even for services to eligible private school students in the area. But beyond those clear statutory requirements that Congress laid out, local school district leaders are in the driver's seat about how to best meet their own needs. This amendment simply makes it clear that with the passage of the Every Student Succeeds Act, Congress intended to give school districts much-needed flexibility to meet the unique needs of their local communities and decide what's best for students. By supporting this amendment, we are delivering on the promise of ensuring districts that they have the room they need to educate, innovate, and improve. And so I am hopeful that the chairman and my colleagues will share that view and support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman from Florida for making her amendment. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There actually is a glimmer of hope here, and I want to talk with my friend a little bit about that. Frankly, we had no advance notice of the amendment and were therefore unable to do any real due diligence about it. We've been in conversations with the Ed and Workforce Committee about this. We would appreciate it if you would withdraw it and continue to work with us, because there may well be something. We just simply don't have a full understanding of it at this point in time. If you press the amendment, obviously I'll have to ask for a no, but I would still continue to work with you, because, again, what I've heard back is promising. We need a little bit more information, a little bit more time to understand the gentlelady's amendment.
Sure. I don't have any interest in pressing the amendment and insisting that I have a vote on it when the gentleman has expressed an interest in working with me. Again, it is just a straightforward attempt to make sure that we don't have states running over school districts when we intended clearly for school districts to be in the driver's seat.
Considerable merit in what the gentlelady suggests. So again, we want to engage with you. We want to also involve the Ed and Workforce Committee in that discussion, and perhaps we can get to a good place here.
Great. With that commitment, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you very much. Any further
I thank the
discussion?
gentleman.
If not, the amendment's withdrawn. Ms. Lee is recognized to present her amendment.
This is Lee Amendment number 4, and I ask for the reading to be waived.
It's considered read. If you're agreeable, and you're recognized for 3 minutes, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would increase funding for job training by restoring funding for 10 labor workforce training programs that were actually cut in this bill. Specifically, it restores funding for the apprenticeship programs, employment services grant, and increases funding to fiscal year 17 levels for a variety of critical programs, including the reintegration of ex-offenders, the Women's Bureau, Dislocated Worker, Job Corps, Workforce Center, among others. Mr. Chairman, the mark before us today deeply cuts the Department of Labor in ways that would severely weaken and undermine our workforce. Gutting funding for the Department of Labor's proven and effective job training programs is bad for our economy, and it's really the wrong way to treat American workers. Despite being the richest and most powerful nation on the earth, too many Americans, especially in communities of color, are still out of work or underemployed or unemployed. Those numbers are even worse with unemployment rates when you look at it for 7% for African Americans and 5% for Latinos. These detrimental cuts would lock out the unemployed who are trying to get a job, just get a job, from getting the training that they need for a 21st century workforce. We know that federal investments in workforce development programs help low-income adults and youth find good jobs, increase wages, and contribute to their communities. These important programs help connect people to the over 6 million jobs that went unfilled last year, and they provide a path into the middle class. So I ask for an aye vote. With so much despair and people living below the poverty line and wage stagnation, we need to make sure these training programs are fully funded.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for your amendment. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to engage the gentlelady a little bit on this because I think there's considerable merit in what she's suggesting, and I want to inform the committee a little bit, sort of the dilemma that the subcommittee had. Let's just take adult grants. Enacted in the FY17 bill, we had basically, $815 million. The administration proposed $490. We came back with $776. The youth grants in 17. $873 million. The request was for $523. We came back with $831. Pretty close, actually, the number. Dislocated grants, FY17, $1,020 million. The administration asked for 16. We were at $1,015 million. So actually almost identical to what we'd done. And I say, and I can go on down the list. The reality is, we have an administration set of requests are a lot low. We have an allocation issue here. But we don't oppose these programs, and we would like to see them get back, in many cases, to where they were. Some of them, actually, I'd like to see enhanced a little bit if we can get there. So I'm going to oppose the gentlelady's amendment now simply on the grounds of allocation limitations that we have, but also assure her that on these programs, again, we've come in well above the administration, fairly close in many instances to where we are in 17. And if we get, a larger budget agreement that directed additional money to this area, we would want to sit down with her and the other members of the committee and work through this and see if we could restore some of these cuts that concern her. And quite frankly, that again, we've done our very best to come in as close as we can with the money that we have. So with that, I urge rejection, but I want to leave the door open to work with the gentlelady if we get an appropriate allocation.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Mr. Lauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would just say with regard to the President's budget, it's a little bit disingenuous to compare what we're doing to the President's budget because so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said that the President's budget was frankly dead. I think I agree with Chairman Cole that we were looking at 2017, and we did plus up some areas in 2017 in a bipartisan way, and areas in which we pushed on. It may have come close, but I think the comparison is to 2017 and not the President's budget because we all had a view of what the President's budget was with a $54 billion cut, which nobody thought about as reality. Quite frankly. Once again, there is $5 billion more for non-defense discretionary spending. The resources are there. And with these very worthy programs, which we all believe should be funded, we ought to be funding them with that additional $5 billion in resources. I rise in strong support of Ms. Lee's amendment to restore funding for job training programs. Biggest economic problem that we have today, people are in jobs that don't pay them enough to live on. And the programs in this bill The programs in this bill provide opportunities for hardworking Americans to improve themselves, for our economy to be able to grow, and that we do need a country that works for the middle class and works for the vulnerable, not just the wealthy and those with the most lobbyists. And herein we're talking about this is opportunity for thousands of Americans looking to gain new skills. It restores funding for the national emergency grants used by states to respond to plant closings and mass layoffs. Apprenticeship grants, which we had a thorough discussion of earlier on, and saddened that we could not do what we did in 2017 with $95 million for apprenticeships programs. And again, we had the Secretary of Labor supporting apprenticeships programs. It's true that the unemployment rate today is only 4.4%. The fact is that far too many Americans, as I said, don't have, it's about their wages that we're talking about. And we're also told that there are several million jobs going begging because of a skills gap. How do we address the skills gap? By taking away all of the opportunities that there are to get the skills that you need to get certified, given that 70% of Americans do not have a college degree. They need to get jobs. They need to get certified. They need to be in good, solid programs and get skills training. We can't afford to slash funding for job training and for apprenticeships. I urge my colleagues
Thank you, Ms.
to
DeLauro.
support Ms. Lee's amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, a minute to close.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our ranking member for very clearly stating who wins and who loses again in this bill, and also just comment with regard to Chairman Cole's remarks, and I'm very pleased that you do support some of these programs. But I also know that what the spending levels would be if we did not fund the Pentagon to $72 billion plus another $10 billion in the slush fund, the OCO account. And so we need a rational Pentagon spending bill so that we can have the resources to make sure that we are able to fund opportunity for all Americans. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Questions on the Lee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have the amendments not agreed to. Mr. Cuellar, you stand between us and passage of the bill, so I know that you'll
30 seconds. 30 seconds on me.
The best 30
Chairman,
seconds of your life,
Amendment
please.
Query number 1 at the desk and ask.
It's considered read, and you're recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, this is an amendment that I'm going to withdraw. I've spoken to the chairman. I've talked to a couple of members on the Democratic side. This is just an amendment that affects only hospitals that CMS has approved for expansion. We're not talking about going into the fight, or we're talking about certain hospitals. And thank you so much, and I'll be working with the chairman.
Mr. Cole, Chairman Cole, 15 seconds. And
I want to thank the gentleman for withdrawing. We will be working with him just to advise him. Ways and Means did have an issue with this that they brought up with that. Otherwise, we would have been a lot more comfortable. We want to sit down with them and you and see if we can find a solution.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any further amendments? If not, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for. Okay, we're trying to track down the budget.
Well, I'm here. I'm one of them.
We don't have enough people.
Well, the budget people are.
All right. Mr. Rogers is recognized to report.
Mr. Chairman, I move to favorably report the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2018 to the House.
Okay, the question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is passed. Recorded vote. Call the roll, please. That's enough hands.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Culberson? Mr. Culberson, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, no. Mr. Dent? Mr. Dent, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry?
Please give the clerk your
Yes.
attention.
Mr. Frelinghuysen?
Aye.
Mr. Frelinghuysen, aye. Miss Granger? Miss Granger, aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Miss Herrera Butler? Miss Herrera Butler, yes. Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Miss Captor? Miss Captor, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Miss Lee? Miss Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy? Mrs. Lowy, no. Miss McCullum? Miss McCullum, no. Miss Meng? Miss Meng, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, yes. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, yes. Mr. Palazzo? Mr. Palazzo? No. Yes, Mr. Palazzo recorded as a yes. Miss Pingree? Miss Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby? Mrs. Roby, yes. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, yes. Mr. Rooney? Mr. Rooney, yes. Miss Roybal Allard? Miss Roybal Allard, no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Serrano, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, yes. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, yes. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor, yes. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, yes. Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz?
Welcome back.
Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mr. Womack?
Mr. Womack.
Mr. Yoder? Mr. Yoder, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye.
Are there members who wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Womack,
Yes. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no vote. Ms. Wasserman
Mr.
Schultz.
Aguilar is recorded no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, right, is recorded no.
Any further changes, or the clerk will tally? On this vote, the ayes are 28, the nays are 22, and the bill is passed. And 3 days. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be given the authority to make technical and conforming changes to the items approved today. Without objections, so ordered. We're going to turn now. Let's thank the Health and Human Services. Thank you. Mr. Lauro and Chairman Cole, thank you. Members, staffers for members, go find your member. Let's get going. If your member isn't here. Okay, good evening. We'll now turn to call the meeting to order. We'll now turn to the fiscal year 2018 State Foreign Operations Bill. Please give Chairman Hal Rogers your attention as he presents his bill for 2018. Thank you. Chairman Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, here's the caboose on a 12-car train, otherwise called the 12th of Never. Well, we just finished an 11-hour markup, which may have set a record, and I'm not about to try to beat that record. At any rate, we're pleased to present the fiscal year 2018 State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Bill to the full committee for consideration and approval. I want to start by thanking Chairman Frelinghuysen. His tireless work to move bills through this committee. I've not been more proud of this committee in my experience here, which goes back to '83. I've not been more proud of this committee than during the last 3 weeks. With the kind of hard work that you've put in and the sharing and the sacrifices that you've made to pass these bills. So when we finish this one tonight, we will have completed work on all 12 appropriations bills through this committee. I also want to thank Mrs. Lowy for her work on the committee and the subcommittee. I know she cares deeply about the programs funded in this bill, and while we do not always agree, we continue to work cooperatively together to advance our nation's interests and security. The bill before us provides $47 billion in discretionary spending, a reduction of $10 billion below fiscal year 2017, but $7 billion above the President's request. In a tough budget environment, the bill strikes a delicate balance between fiscal responsibility and support for continued U.S. leadership, diplomatic engagement, and foreign assistance. It does so by first providing over $6 billion for embassy security. This funding will allow the State Department to address the security needs of more than 275 United States diplomatic facilities overseas, in line with the recommendations of the Benghazi Accountability Review Board. Second, the bill contains $8.4 billion for security assistance, including maintaining support for key U.S. allies and partners. $3.1 billion is provided for Israel, fully funding the last year of the current Memorandum of Understanding. To help foster stability in the Near East, we maintain foreign military financing at $1.3 billion for Egypt, $450 million for Jordan, and $65 million for Tunisia. We provide increased security assistance for Ukraine and support other countries facing Russian aggression, including through a Countering Russian Influence Fund. In our own hemisphere, we maintain partnerships with Colombia, Central America, and Mexico to help counter transnational criminal organizations and the flow of drugs. Third, the bill promotes democracy around the world by providing funding for the National Endowment for Democracy and the Democracy Fund at the fiscal 017 level. In addition, the bill-wide funding directive of not less than $2.3 billion for democracy programs is maintained. Fourth, the bill includes $8.3 billion for global health programs and over $5.9 billion for humanitarian assistance, which continues our country's strong tradition of providing humanitarian aid and helping the most vulnerable. These investments also make us better prepared to prevent, detect, and respond to emergency health crises. And fifth, at a time when we must maintain focus on balancing federal spending, this bill eliminates many programs, focuses on improving oversight and management, and takes steps to make our government more accountable to Congress and the American people. The bill also ensures that prior to any reorganization of the Department of State and USAID, the Secretary of State is required to submit to this committee a detailed report regarding such plans. I know that members have concerns about some of the rumored elements of a reorganization. Once the report is received, we will have a chance to review the final plan and consider what action, if any, the committee wants to take. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, I want to express appreciation for the work of the staff. From the majority staff, I want to thank the clerk, Craig Higgins. This is his first year to be the clerk of the full subcommittee. His team, Susan Adams, Celia Alvarado, David Bortnick, Winnie Chang, and Lucy Kilrain. From my personal office, I want to thank Megan Bell, Alex Penson, and Kalisha Rice. And from the minority staff, I want to thank Steve Marquez, Aaron Kolodziejski, Matt Washington, Liz Leibowitz, and Dean Fisher. We appreciate very much all of the work they put into this bill. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. It's a pleasure to recognize the ranking member of this committee and the ranking member of the full committee for any remarks she may wish to make.
Well, thank you, Chairman Frelinghuysen. And I do want to say this has been quite a few weeks, but I want to congratulate you and all of us for putting this all together. And I look forward to completing the process and working with our Senate colleagues so we can make sure we have some of these really good bills enacted into law. But thank you for your leadership. And I certainly want to thank Chairman Rogers. I've had the pleasure with working and knowing Chairman Rogers for a while and getting used to working with a gentleman again. As you know, we've had two women on this subcommittee for a long time. But thank you very much. It's been really a pleasure for me to work with you. And frankly, I want to express my appreciation to include many of my and my colleagues' priorities in the bill. I also, at the outset, want to express my appreciation for the hard work of the majority staff. Craig Higgins, with whom I've worked a very long time, Susan Adams, Clelia Alvarado, David Bortnick, Winnie Chang, Lacey Kilrain, Megan O'Donnell, Alex Pinson, and Kalisha Rice. It's a lot of people over there, as well as my staff, Steve Marquez, Erin Kolodziejski, Matt Washington, Liz Leibowitz, and Dean Fisher. Let me say at the outset that I have been deeply troubled both by the President's request and the $47 billion allocation for this bill, which is $10 billion, or 17.4% below the total enacted level in FY 2017, amounting to the largest proportional cut of any of the subcommittees. However, the process continues, and I know that in order for this bill to be enacted, we must find more common ground to properly fund national security, diplomacy, and development imperatives. On the positive side, the mark sustains unwavering support and robust funding for our close ally and partner Israel, as well as Jordan. In the midst of great challenges in the Middle East, our strategic alliance with Israel is more important than ever, and our partnership helps Israel meet its security needs and protects U.S. interests in the region. I appreciate the chair's work to protect funding for basic education, water and sanitation, democracy and women's programs, which provide communities the foundations for inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction. Despite President Trump's proposal to significantly reduce and restructure development activities, the bill maintains our commitment to prioritizing development in the poorest countries and rejects the elimination of several important agencies, although at a reduced level. While the bill rejects the most extreme cuts proposed in the president's budget, the cuts in this bill would make regions less stable and diminish our global leadership by severely reducing or eliminating funding for programs such as multilateral cooperation, international family planning, and climate change. One provision expands the global gag rule to all global health programs and prohibits U.S. contributions to UNFPA. These are dangerous and short-sighted actions, and I look forward to working together to reverse as we move forward. Another casualty of the inadequate allocation is a reneging on our commitments to multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and multilateral development banks. Decreases in assistance to multilaterals, including an 18.4% cut to our UN contributions, and failure to meet our obligations for assessed peacekeeping bills would send a signal to the rest of the world that the U.S. no longer keeps its word. The mark disproportionately cuts the International Development Association and the African Development Fund, two institutions that help lift the poorest countries out of poverty and become self-sustaining. This bill would also end all funding to the international organizations and programs account, terminating U.S. support for critical agencies such as UNDP and UN Women. Frankly, this is the opposite of the approach we should be taking. Faced with an inadequate allocation, I hope that we can work hard together to prioritize area as this bill moves along where we can get the most from each dollar spent. Partnerships with multilateral institutions propel our dollars further toward meeting shared goals. This bill simply does not leverage our funds as much as possible. Nowhere is multilateral partnership more important than with the environment. Sadly, the mark includes the President's ill-advised recommendation to ban U.S. contributions to the Green Climate Fund and zeroes out contributions to the Global Environmental Facility. The United States should not retreat from our historic leadership on climate change. This global threat can only be tackled with a global framework. The hope may be that other nations will fill these gaps, but we risk the void being filled by those who oppose our values and our interests. If we do not lead the international conversation, we may be left with a world far different from what we want our children and our grandchildren to see. Working in partnership and addressing the root causes of instability are our greatest chances for preventing larger and costlier humanitarian crises in the future. We best serve the American taxpayers with robust investments in a comprehensive development strategy today. By shortchanging Americans' presence and engagement in the world, this bill ensures we will be forced to spend more later through either emergency assistance or military means. But again, I thank the chairman. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to improve this bill as it moves through the process to the final vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Let me thank both of you for your dedication and hard work, and obviously the remarkable staff for what they do. In the interest of time, I just would like to say a few things. First of all, this State and Foreign Operations Bill does provide the resources needed to maintain our leadership around the world because, as I've said in another forum, simply put, the world is a better place when America leads. There are many important programs funded in the bill that support national security and our ability to influence events around the world. The State Department, USAID, and various development agencies are critical to preventing conflict and reducing the need to put our men and women in uniform in harm's way. I feel very strongly about this issue. The soft power of what we do in this budget, the soft power of diplomacy and engagement supplements and augments the hard power provided by what we do militarily. This is pretty critical funding, and I'm proud to support the bill and thank all those who made this possible, the great staff behind us, and Chairman Rogers for his years of leadership, as well as my former traveling companion, Nita Lowy, as we went off to places where we ran into a plane approaching at the end of the runway towards us, and we had electronic failure in the air in Azerbaijan and some Russian helicopters. It's been a pleasure to be traveling with you. That's why I don't travel with you anymore. But so in the
Now, wait a minute. I look forward to traveling with you in luxury.
well, the luxury is, I better watch myself. Casa Rogers. Okay. What do we have here? Amendments or any general discussion? Mr. Serrano, you're recognized.
I've been called Serrano, everything else. I haven't seen it, so please stop me if it's not true, but I understand there is language in the bill that undoes what President Obama did in terms of reestablishing relations with Cuba. It's amazing that we started discussing Cuba in the late 50s in the U.S. Congress, and here we are in 2017 still discussing it. But this is serious, and we should take it as serious as it is. We already established relations with Cuba. We've been told all day that we should not take on issues that don't belong to this committee, or that we shouldn't take some issues that challenge us to do things we shouldn't be doing right now without studying them, without hearings, without other issues being involved. But here we are. We're taking a decision of foreign policy one that was applauded by many people, if not a vast majority of people in the U.S. I mean, where were the people protesting on the street when we opened an embassy in Cuba? Or when Cuba opened an embassy here? This is something that has been waiting to happen for a long, long time. And now, in one moment, we're going to pass a bill tonight that will throw back and bring us back to the relic of the Cold War, which failed then and will fail again now. Because nothing that we do now is going to force the Cuban government or the Cuban people to do what they don't want to do. They've already proven that. Whether that's to their credit or to their demise, only history will tell. But for over 50 years, we told them what to do and how to do it, and they basically told us, why don't you mind your business, when it came to that issue. But they didn't say that when we established relations with them. They were happy. I was at the embassy here when the Cuban flag went up. It was, for some of us, an emotional moment, because we thought we'd never see it in our lifetimes. And the Cuban people applauded when they saw the American flag. Yes, applauded, blow up in Havana, because it was a special moment for them. Now, anyone who disagrees with me, and there might be many, will tell you this is an issue about democracy, about freedom of speech and human rights, and I respect that, and I take that at face value. But if that's the case, then why isn't there language in this bill to break diplomatic relations with China today? Let's be bold. Let's break with Cuba. Let's break with China. How about Libya? How about all those other countries that we have problems with that we know are not democratic as we are in our way? Why not break relations with them? And of course, the big one, let's be bold. Let's break diplomatic relations with Russia tonight, right here. It'll be on the news in an hour, I assure you. Right. But no, it's always beating up on Cuba. We've done it for over 50 years, and I think, I close with this, it's become an issue where because they won't succumb to what we want them to do, we will continue to try to do it. So here we are, 2017, going back on a policy. And so what do we do now? Close the embassy?
Thank you.
Not pay for the embassy? Roll down the flag? What happens?
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. Further general discussion. Mr. Cuellar and then Ms. Ming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking woman for making sure that we are thinking beyond our borders. Usually, and I know we spent a little bit of time on Homeland talking about spending billions of dollars on the 1 yard line, which is the U.S.-Mexico border. But if we want to look at security, we need to go and play defense on their 20-yard line, and that is working with Mexico, working with Central America. There is about $615 million for Central American, and I think if we work there to make sure that we take care of security and making sure that they don't come over here because they got economic security and especially the law enforcement part of it, less people will come over here. Mexico also plays a very important role, whether it's securing their southern border with Guatemala, Belize, which is so important. And this is why this money for Central America and Mexico is extremely important. I want to thank the chairman. And then finally, the last thing is something we've been working on since last year is the problem with those countries when we have aliens that have criminal records. Then the countries don't want to take them back. They don't want to take them back. So for many years, they refused, whether they were from China, Vietnam, or name the country. We were still issuing out visas for them. But at the same time, they wouldn't take back the folks that we had in the prisons. And in fact, there's a Supreme Court says that we can keep them for a while. Then after a while, we have to release them. So therefore, the language that you added, and I think you're going to add more language in the manager's amendment, is important to make sure that we stop giving out visas to those countries that refuse to take their criminal aliens back. So I want to thank the chairman and the ranking woman for adding that language, that money.
Mr. Dent is recognized, and Mr. Culbertson is recognized, and then Ms. Ming.
Mr. Chairman,
General discussion.
I want to thank Chairman Rogers for his strong support for the state of Israel, our strongest and best ally on the face of the earth. Israel is the only nation that can say they have stood with America 100% of the time for 100% of their existence, and deeply appreciate your strong support for Israel. As Mr. Cuellar just said, for the language you've got in here and the money that you focused on cooperating with Mexico to secure our border. But also especially want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of all Texans for including language in here encouraging the Secretary of State to immediately begin negotiations for the return of the Alamo flag from the Mexican government, which they captured at the Battle of the Alamo. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
On that note, Ms. Ming is
Thank you,
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Lowy. Taking into account the total funding levels, this bill is a $10 billion cut from the enacted level. While I'm grateful that this is not nearly as drastic as the cut proposed by the administration, I'm concerned that there is less funding for key accounts such as the Economic Support Fund and International Disaster Assistance, which are both almost halved. Global Health, which is now also expected to cover UNICEF, and development assistance. It's not only a question of funding. The harmful expansion of the global gag rule means that families are limited in their ability to access health care. In multiple subcommittee hearings, we heard Defense Secretary Mattis's view that underfunding the State Department's diplomacy efforts will mean that we need to buy more ammunition for the Department of Defense. Diplomacy makes us safer. Cutting crucial funding that strengthens our diplomacy efforts around the world is a misjudgment of what our priorities should be. However, there are a few provisions I'm happy to see were included in this bill. I'm pleased that there is sufficient funding for our Memorandum of Understanding with Israel, as well as for Jordan. I also want to thank you for including supportive language regarding funding for improving labor conditions in Bangladesh. I also want to thank you for including a reporting requirement on the inclusion of feminine hygiene products in USAID WASH programs that I hope will begin to address the unique challenges women and girls face. Adequate menstrual hygiene management directly impacts women and girls' access to education, economic opportunity, and even personal safety. These are crucial issues that must be integrated into development programs so that we are not missing the mark on empowering women who invest in the health and education of their families and communities. Finally, I'd like to thank you for including my amendment in the manager's amendment, adding language urging the Secretary to appoint a special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism as quickly as possible. Multiple bipartisan letters have been sent to the administration on this matter. That's why I was surprised that when I questioned Secretary Tillerson in our subcommittee last month, there were no plans to fill this position, nor was there an understanding of its value. I believe the special envoy brings an expertise to American diplomatic posts and sends a message to communities around the world that the United States stands against anti-Semitism in all forms. I'd like to also thank Ranking Member Lowy for her continued leadership on this issue, and I look forward to working with the committee to continue to find common ground and to ensure that America's interests abroad are represented while also keeping Americans safe.
Thank you, Ms. Ming. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, but I also particularly want to thank Chairman Rogers for putting together, I think, a very, very fine bill. And I just wanted to mention a couple things that were already brought up. Obviously, the steadfast support for Israel and other key allies like Jordan in this very difficult moment is key. His support for democracy programs, which is also key, in particular in this hemisphere where we see what's going on in Venezuela, for example, and yes, in places like Cuba. And lastly, I wasn't going to mention it, but I do have to respond to a very quick thing that the gentleman, and I say this, and he knows I mean this, we have huge disagreements, Mrs. Ryan and I, but he is always a gentleman. But he mentioned a couple things. He mentioned Cuba, and he asked, well, first, I think we should never confuse the regime that oppresses the people with the people that are repressed, number one. And number two, he asked a very good question. Where were the demonstrations in Cuba against President Obama's policy? Newsflash, if you demonstrate in Cuba, you go to prison. And there are hundreds and hundreds of political prisoners, precisely like the individual who was seen on video who had an American flag and he was thrown in prison because he had an American flag. Yes, this is after the so-called diplomatic relationships. So where are the demonstrators? Where are the independent labor unions? Where are the independent journalists? Where are the opposition leaders? They're hoping, they're struggling for freedom. They want our solidarity. This bill does it. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, of course, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to associate myself with your remarks, especially in this bill's good work that both Ms. Lowy and the chairman have done to support Israel. I also want to recognize that for over 20 years, Joanne Chesimard, who killed one of the New Jersey state troopers, has been afforded protection by the Castro regime. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to rise and thank the chairman and the ranking member for a variety of things, not the least of which is strong and robust funding for the U.S.-Israel relationship, particularly in the area of foreign aid in this bill. I will reiterate it, since I was so exuberant about it this morning that I stood up and talked about it in the Manager's Amendment for the Labor HHS bill. I will reiterate, it was early, I will reiterate that I'm really pleased in the Manager's Amendment for the State Foreign Operations bill that there was strong language urging the administration and expressing concern that they have yet to appoint a special envoy on anti-Semitism and that there is funding in this bill to make sure that we have the resources to provide that funding. As I said this morning, there is an explosion of anti-Semitism, not a rescission of it. And now is not the time for us to be going backwards and to peel back from our leadership in the world in pressing countries who commit gross acts of anti-Semitism. So making sure that the president appoints a special envoy is critical, and making sure those resources are in this bill and remain there are critical as well. And Mr. Chairman, I will skip the opportunity to speak during the Manager's Amendment and just thank the chairman and the ranking member for including the Lautenberg Amendment language in this bill, which is really important for Jews in the state of Iran.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Relative to the Manager's Amendment, any further discussion? I recognize the chairman to present a Manager's Amendment. Oh, excuse me. Ms. Capter has some general comments.
It's hard to see at this angle. I just have some brief opening comments.
Ms. Capter is recognized before I recognize the chairman.
I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Lowy for your hard work on this bill. And advancing our interests requires effective diplomatic engagement globally and, yes, foreign assistance. Eisenhower understood it when he, even post-service, created the Sister Cities program. Ronald Reagan understood it. Jimmy Carter understood it. America had to engage. George Bush understood it. I just wanted to focus on Russia for a second. I think that the importance of the work that the State Department does in that region is no more obvious than with our current challenge with Russia. It is the State Department, the Institute of Peace, USAID, and the Peace Corps who are actually building forward on the ground in Central and Eastern Europe, trying to prevent a third world war. NATO obviously is key in that, but when a revolution brought democracy to Ukraine, a very fragile one in 2014, Putin began his terrorist campaign against that nation, and on his orders, Russia invaded Crimea and initiated a war where over 10,000 have already died and countless injured and over 2 million displaced. Today, the Kremlin continues to lay siege to Ukraine's fledgling democracy, flooding the nation with fake news. And I'm pleased to see this bill supports continuous efforts to counter Russian aggression, not just in Ukraine, but in neighboring nations as well. I see support for parliamentary exchanges vital. USAID support for the agriculture sector in Ukraine in order to improve exports holds up the country, as well as the support for increasing engagement with rural women and small to medium-sized farm holders who are actually holding that nation together. The Kremlin is aggressively fighting American interests in other places around the world, in the Middle East, Europe, and now cyberspace, and in an era when our president gives nothing but praise to a despotic enemy, Congress must stand strong and fight back against those who threaten the very meaning of liberty. Finally, in ending, I'd like to say that we know diplomacy is hard, and it takes time and patience, and it takes a staggering amount of institutional knowledge. That knowledge allows our nation to make the distinction between Shia and Sunni, the distinction between knowing where Crimea is and where Moscow is, understanding that Israel will never give up, and neither will the Palestinians, and how to thread the path to peace through that turbulent region. It takes a lot of work, and it takes more than one session of Congress. The thought that we can just discard portions of the State Department and fulfill its mission in other agencies is beyond ignorant. It is dangerous to liberty and security. I yield back and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. Chairman Rogers to present his manager's
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll consider
An amendment
it read.
offered.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with reading.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chairman. This amendment includes non-controversial changes in the bill and report that Mrs. Lowy and I have worked out together, and I hope members will support it. Let me note for the members that we received a number of inquiries regarding the status of the Lautenberg amendment. So I want to make clear that the package before the committee includes language extending the Lautenberg authority through fiscal year 2018. Mr. Chairman, I urge the adoption of the amendment. Yield back to the chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Lowy for comments.
I rise in support of this amendment and thank the chair for working with us to address a few issues that arose after subcommittee consideration of the bill. The minority has no objection.
Okay, then the question is on the manager's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have, and the amendments agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Dent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report or read.
Ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Consider it done. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2015, an overwhelming majority of the House, including a majority and the vast majority of this committee, supported reauthorizing the Export-Import Bank. Despite this action in both the House and the Senate, the bank remains constricted in its ability to effectively sustain its operation and carry out its chartered functions due to a lack of quorum. Without a quorum, the Board of Directors is unable to consider some of the most beneficial transactions, including applications for medium and long-term transactions exceeding $10 million. This must be rectified. The bank must be able to fully function. In my district, Mack Trucks is trying to sell heavy-duty trucks to the country of Cameroon, and is being prevented from doing so. There are many deals like that all over the country that are being obstructed because we can't sell into many of these countries that lack adequate capital markets. Just last month, the Exim Bank published data demonstrating the severe impact on American competitiveness directly associated with the bank's inability to reach quorum due to the inaction on board nominees in the Senate. A backlog of more than 40 transactions worth more than $30 billion is stalled until Exim regains its quorum, according to the bank's chairman. The delay on these transactions adversely impacts tens of thousands of American jobs across the country. In fact, the number of jobs supported through Exim financing dropped from approximately 164,000 in FY14 to 52,000 in FY16. The bank's indicated that it experienced a 68% drop in the number of jobs that it was able to create or maintain last year due to the instability and uncertainty brought upon it. The bank's activities are a net gain for the Treasury and American taxpayers, and its financing and assurances allow U.S. companies to create and sustain American jobs here in communities across the country. And while action to approve the nominees for the board remains the best way to address this adverse impact to our American workforce, I'm offering this amendment, which is identical to the language adopted by the House and Senate in the State Foreign Ops Bill last year, because it's time to put this issue behind us and allow the bank to fully function and support American exports and American workers. I urge adoption of this amendment, and thank you for your consideration. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Chairman Rogers, and then Ms. Lowy.
Thank the gentleman for his...
Chairman Rogers, excuse me.
I thank the gentleman for his amendment and for his persistence. President Trump, as you know, has nominated two of our former colleagues to the bank's board of directors, and I expect the administration is working to find two more. I'm hopeful that the nomination process will run its course. But I understand that many committee members here tonight feel strongly about making sure that Exim Bank can conduct its business, which this amendment would accomplish. I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. I yield back.
Ms. Lowy.
I'm a strong supporter of the Export-Import Bank and its work to help U.S. companies especially small businesses and export overseas. So I support XM. I ask my colleagues to support my friend Mr. Dent's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Mr. Kilmer's recognized, and Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to rise in support of Mr. Dent's amendment. Listen, folks in my district and in my state, they want jobs. And the XM Bank is a jobs generator, and unfortunately it has been dimmed in its ability to do that as a consequence of obstruction. We live in a global economy that is very competitive, and with the bank's sidelines, it makes it easier for our competitors to eat our lunch economically. Limits on XM are jeopardizing more than 40 transactions valued at more than $30 billion that could support more than 200,000 jobs. Let me say that again, up to 200,000 jobs hang in the balance here. So despite Congress reauthorizing XM, a few folks around here are set on hindering their ability to fully function, and that's wrong. And I think Mr. Dent's amendment would address that. It's time for us to support U.S. industry and U.S. workers and U.S. jobs. This amendment does that, and I urge its adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my fellow Pennsylvanians' amendment. It makes sense. It is bewildering. The folks who oppose the use of the XM Bank, it is an ideological bent that is hard to understand when the XM Bank is something that helps American manufacturing compete abroad. It supports tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of American jobs and makes exporting American manufactured goods much more realistically possible in competition with other nations. And so I urge support of Mr. Dent's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Adderhold is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, I rise today in support of my colleague from Pennsylvania. As he has explained, the current restrictions make it impossible to carry out the mission due to the lack of quorum. Without a quorum, it simply means they can't do their business. They can't do the transactions they need to do. Transactions leads to exports. Export leads to American jobs. In my district, the district I represent, 4th District of Alabama, there's companies like E.S. Robbins Corporation, Sunshine Mills, Hardware Corporation, Browning Enterprise, Marine One Corporation, Progress Rail. All of these are companies that benefit from XM Bank. Progress Rail is one of the companies currently caught in this backlog that is a company that actually moved from Canada down to Alabama. So while we wait for the XM board nomination to be approved, these companies can't afford to be caught in the backlog of more than 40 transactions equaling $30 billion and tens of thousands of American jobs. So I would ask my colleagues to support the gentleman's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Adderhold. Mr. Bishop is recognized.
I rise in support of the amendment, particularly in support of the XM Bank. XM Bank has done so much and continues to do so much in the 2nd Congressional District of Georgia and in Georgia, creating jobs and a lot of economic activity without which our people would not have the quality of life that they have. And so I strongly support the gentleman's amendment, and I hope that this committee will pass it and that we can allow the XM Bank to continue to work and to do what it has done so well.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. The question is on Mr. Dent to close. Amendment, minute.
Same language was in the bill last time, and this language is not new. There's a precedent set in 1999. We did the same thing. This is a temporary fix. We hope that the Senate confirms nominees sooner rather than later. But until that time happens, we need to let the bank fully function. Thank you. I encourage your support.
Questions on the Dent amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendments agreed to. Further amendments? Further amendments? Ooh. We'll be happy to. Oh, Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert is recognized for his amendment. We almost turned to...
I think you heard enough of me from last night, but just one more amendment.
The gentleman has an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Would you consider it read?
I'd ask for consent to it.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is very simple, straightforward. It would add report language under UNESCO heading that disapproves the July 7th vote by the World Heritage Committee of UNESCO. The vote declared the ancient city of Hebron and the tomb of the patriarchs at the Palestinian World Heritage Site in danger and willfully ignored the Judaic historical significance of the site. Hebron has thousands of years of historic and religious significance for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. However, the ruling cited 1250 AD as its starting point to determine the historical significance of the city. Using this date erases thousands of years of undeniable history ingrained in the city. King Herod built the very walls of the structure that surrounds the tomb and reigned over Judea from 37 BCE to 4 BCE. The ruling is an affront to Judaism and the Israeli people. The World Heritage Committee's decision is counterproductive to establishing peace between Israel and the Palestinians. It only serves to erase Judaic history from the region and delegitimize Israel. We must not stand idly by, be complacent in the erasure of history. I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of the amendment to disapprove of UNESCO's ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Calvert. Chairman Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment offered by Mr. Calvert. UNESCO continues to push an agenda that's one-sided, fails to acknowledge historic Jewish ties to the land. This is the latest example of the anti-Israel bias that persists in many UN organizations. These actions are not conducive to achieving peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Ms. Lowy, here.
I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Okay. Mr. Calvert, a minute to close.
Thank you again. The ruling UN committee is a slap in the face of our friend and our ally Israel. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support history, support the facts, and support this amendment.
The ayes and nays. The questions on the Calvert amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And in the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. Further amendments. Ms. Lee is recognized.
Lee
is recognized.
Dispense with the reading, please.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Which amendment is it, Ms. Lee?
Number 1.
Lee 1.
Which would provide $358 million to restore funding for the International Organizations and Program account, which was completely eliminated in this bill. My amendment would increase funds for, or restore funds for UNICEF, UN Women, and UNFPA over fiscal years 17 enacted levels, and would continue all other organizations at these levels. This account funds 28 separate multilateral agencies, including the UN Children's Fund, the UN Trust Fund to End Violence Against Women, the United Nations Environment Program, and the United Nations Development Program, to name a few. The work of these 28 agencies funded under this account are complementary and are essential to American interests, including in the areas of national security and global health security. Unfortunately, the few minutes I have here, it's not enough time to go over the extensive work of these various agencies, but I would just like to highlight a few. Take the United Nations Development Program, which is working in 170 countries to promote sustainable development, focusing on the areas of democracy, governance, HIV and AIDS, poverty reduction, and crisis prevention and recovery. This amendment increases funding for the United Nations Program for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, also known as UN Women. United Nations Women, UN Women, is tasked with coordinating the response to 3 key issues globally: the elimination of discrimination against women and girls, empowerment of women, and achievement of equality between women and men as partners and beneficiaries of development, human rights, humanitarian action, peace, and security. The United Nations Trust Fund to End Violence Against Women and Girls is another example. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Physicians for Human Rights was able to develop and implement a mobile application to capture evidence for the prosecution of sexual violence because of a grant from the Trust Fund. U.S. contributions to each of these vital programs were sadly eliminated in this bill. These UN agencies are on the front lines of humanitarian crisis and are able to work in places where the United States cannot. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Chairman Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. I understand the gentlelady's desire to support international organizations and programs, but due to our limited allocation, we had to make some trade-offs. And here's where we did one. The bill prioritizes embassy security, security assistance, humanitarian activities, assistance for international organizations, and the banks were lower priorities. Prior year House bills have taken a similar approach as this. I would note, however, that due to the strong bipartisan support for the United Nations Children's Fund, which is typically funded in the international organizations and programs account, the bill includes $132.5 million under global health for that purpose, which is the same as the fiscal year 2017 level. Finally, this amendment is not offset and would cause us to be barred from the floor and cause us to exceed the subcommittee's allocation. So I urge a no vote.
Thank the gentleman, Ms. Lowy, for comments.
I rise in support of Ms. Lee's amendment to restore the International Organization and Programs account. U.S. voluntary contributions to these international organizations, as you heard, leverage assistance from other donors and advance key U.S. international priorities. Making voluntary contributions through the IOMP account has been a consistent policy of both Republican and Democrat administrations. I hope my colleagues will support this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? To close, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just close by saying that these programs are saving lives. They're caring for refugees. They're rebuilding war-torn cities and protecting the environment, all at a fraction of the cost for the to the American taxpayer. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlewoman. The question is on the Lee amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Requisite number. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, no. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Aye. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Aye. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. I'm sorry, apologies. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. No. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Miss Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Yes. Mr. Ruppersberger, yes. Mr. Ryan. Aye. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, nay.
Are there any members who wish to record their votes? Mr. Graves.
Mr. Graves recorded no.
Anyone else? If no one further, the clerk will tally. Right up. On this vote, the ayes are 22, the nays are 30. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
The amendment offered
May I ask
by.
that it be considered as read.
Gentlewoman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to introduce an amendment that would restore funding for the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, the largest independent financial organization in the environmental sector that provides assistance and grants to both government and non-governmental entities. Those funds and grants are used for a variety of purposes, including for projects related to biodiversity, climate change, international waters, and land degradation. This partnership for international cooperation consists of 183 countries working together with international institutions, civil society organizations, and the private sector to address global environmental issues. Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, cutting funds to the Global Environmental Facility is nonsensical. It's also deeply concerning.
Please give the gentlewoman your attention. Excuse us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. It's also deeply concerning because this program has been consistently, through years and years, been bipartisan and received bipartisan support. The bill is drafted with essentially zero-out funding for GEF, despite 25 years of bipartisan support. The majority cannot continue to.
All right, everybody, that is the end of tonight's Fox News Now stream, but we will be back on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks for watching.